This boy had a talent for magic from childhood. He was even hailed as a genius. But by the time he attended the academy, he found out that he was cursed. He cannot cast magic. That's when he got bullied, and started to lose hope, until something came up. Our main character received a system and made him a player. A god that is capable of destroying worlds gave him power. Now, if this got your attention, watch the whole story. The title of the manhwa is Mightiest Melee Magician. The story begins at the Ardel territory in this small provincial estate, which is no different from a magic wasteland. A baby was born. The midwife informed the mother that the baby is a manly boy, and he looks just like the landlord. This midwife asked if the lady of the house had thought of a name for the child. She named the child Luen. He is Luin Ardell. The baby was so cute. The mother hoped that his child would be a light to the world. From the outside of the building, someone can be heard saying that he will go to the 8th lake. Luin Ardell knew he was different from others since he was a child. While holding a book, he listened to the conversation of two men. The Lord told the subordinate to do his best in acquiring good maritime resources. The subordinate assured the Lord that he will. Luen called the subordinate Mr. Baggins. He told Mr. Baggins not to go to the street near the South Mountain, since the flow of mana was weird there. Mr. Baggins asked what he meant and he glanced at the Lord. Later on, the dark clouds came with several lightning and heavy rain. The Lord waited for him at the door. Since he was late, the Lord got worried. Mr. Baggins apologized and explained that it was because he took the long pathway. The Lord asked if something happened. Mr. Baggins shared that he was able to dodge a misfortune thanks to the young master. It made the Lord confused. Mr. Baggins explained that he was able to avoid the street near the South Mountain because of what the young master said. Then he found out that the place was attacked by beastmen. The Lord was taken aback. Mr. Baggins mentioned that everyone who went there fell in danger, but he didn't, and it was thanks to the young master. He asked the Lord if it might be because the young master can feel the mana in the air. The Lord replied that he wasn't sure, but if that would be the case, Luen will be the future of Ardel. Starting that day, Luen further kept on showing talent for magic. He sensed mana at the age of 6, and at 7, he was able to manifest it. And the year that he turned 10 came. There was a program and there would be a speech from the student representative. Luen surpassed countless children of prestigious families at the Ignit Magic Academy, the best magic academy in the Radiant Kingdom. He was announced as the Valedictorian. He eventually enrolled as the Valedictorian with the title Genius. He took an oath in front of everyone. At first he was overwhelmed, but he thought that his name would raise the status of his family. But that was how far it could go. At the training area, his instructor asked him to demonstrate the skills of the Valedictorian, which he immediately complied. On the first day of the class, he found out that he's not the best, not even the second best. He manifested flame in his hand, but it got big and it overwhelmed him. The instructor told him to release the fire, but he couldn't. He struggled controlling the flame as he wondered what was wrong. Everyone was surprised at what happened next. Magic Evocation Disorder. Luin's body lacked the innate ability to release magic, even just 1 meter away from his body. As a magician, his body was literally the worst. It only took a moment for the people to find out that he came from a common family that didn't have the talent. So the attitude of the people around him changed quickly. When he was passing by in the corridor, someone intentionally bumped into him. A friend of the student asked the student who bumped into him if he's all right. He added that he's worried for his friends since his friend just touched a disabled bastard. And he was concerned that his friend would become disabled too. And the student who bumped into Luen replied that he better wash himself. Luen was branded as the person incapable of magic, a blemished man who couldn't even perform magic in the Magic Academy. To those who were envious of him, his current state was the student who bumped into him asked what he's looking at. This arrogant student was about to punch Luen while uttering degrading words at him. And to those kinds of people, Luhan was the best toy they could have ever had. A few moments later, someone punched the wall. It was Luen. He let himself be supported by a wall in a secluded place. He cried all his frustration and worries about becoming a magician. Luin Ardell, the name that had enrolled into the academy with the best grades, the name that was more promising than anyone else, the name that was more diligent than anyone else. But thanks to that damn curse, the magic genius that entered the academy with the highest grades turned into a magic cripple. That's how everything ended. He walked into the darkness, but he stopped, and narrated that it was how he thought it ended, without even being able to imagine there would be a miracle at the end of despair. A notification window showed that the artifact player has been activated. Status window has been unlocked. Luen was floating in the galaxy, and the artifact player has been activated. He eventually regained consciousness and wondered where he was. He felt like he's deep in the water. The system told him that he's the incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of worlds. He wondered what that meant, and then he noticed something unfamiliar. Before him is a large figure covered in a blue robe. It looked at him and it revealed red glowing eyes. He wondered if he's dreaming, but he knew that it was too vivid to be one. This man's lips moved and Luen noticed that it's trying to say something, and his eyes saw various colors until it unveiled more colors. That reflected on his pupils. Let's go back to a few hours ago before this incident happened at the Ignit Academy training hall. Ruin Ardel was called by the instructor. He was asked to cast a fireball and hit the scarecrow. The person who gave this instruction is Ardel, the combat magic professor. Fireball is a magic that any student of the academy should be able to easily handle. But for someone incapable of magic like Luen, it is such a difficult task. He looked sullen as he got worried if he'll be able to do it. This time, the instructor commanded him to begin. He decided not to give up and was hopeful that it might work this time. He wished to do it at all costs. He was firm that he's going to do it. The other students were surprised at the size of his fireball. They wondered if that mana is really possible for a human. Ardel watched intently. Luen thought to himself that if he kept going like that he'd be able to succeed. But he felt something familiar that made him curse. He prayed for himself to hold on, but continuing made him groan, until he vomited. The professor called his name and he replied that he couldn't. Ardel instructed him to release it. He replied that it won't leave his hand. Ardel pushed him by reminding him that he's now part of the graduating class, and if he still can't handle such simple magic like fireball, he won't pass the graduation test. Ardel told him that he's destined to fail. He had absorbed that thought. He apologized and promised that he'll practice some more. In the practical shooting test, they're supposed to create 10 fireballs and hit the target multiple times. Our MC who can't even discharge magic, let alone hit a target, can never become a third-rate magician. A student laughed and uttered on how a good-for-nothing entered the academy as the best student in his class. They all gossiped about him. Some even commented that he should give up and some described him as the dunce of the academy. Luen knew that since a humble local nobleman like him entered the academy as the Valedictorian, it caused feelings of inferiority and jealousy among his peers who hailed from prestigious families, which became a sufficient reason for them to be hostile towards him. He could handle their bullying, but the reality that he had no more hope began to break him down from his very foundation. That is one other than the curse that has been shackling him down for the past 6 years. Magic Evocation Disorder. Although he held up well until now, he began to frequently wonder how long he could hold on in the future. A few moments later, at the academy corridor, students talked about how their exam went, but not Luen since he's alone. Then someone talked to him calling him the dunce head Luen. The blonde student told him that he should pack his bag, and that if he's in Luen's place, he would be so embarrassed that he won't even show up. But Luen kept persevering. He asked Luen if he knew that the juniors called him he's referred to as Dunce Head Luen. The blonde student blamed Luen by saying that it's because of Luen that the standard of the graduating class has fallen. So he suggested for Luen to just go back home. Now, back to the rural territory, another student chimed in. He told Luen that if he doesn't have skills, he should at least have money. But it was this student's first time hearing about the Ardell family. Then the blonde student supported that statement by saying that his father used to say that the Ardell are just fools who act aloof despite having nothing. Luen grits his teeth as he holds back his anger. The student insulted Luen's family even more. But this student wasn't able to finish his sentence, because Luen's fist already met his face. The other student was surprised to see his friend being thrown to the ground because of the sudden punch from Luen. Luen dared this blonde student to yap again. The student had a big bruise on his face while his nose was bleeding. He cursed Luen for daring to do that to him. Luen told the student whose name is Ben Folt that he should have known when to stop. He was angry that Ben Folt messed up his family. The friend of Ben Folt attacked him while asking him if he has any idea who they are. But before he could reach Luen had already punched him at the stomach. His knees fell to the ground, and he curled into a ball. It was so painful that it made him drool. Luen's attention was caught by someone who called him an arrogant bastard. Ben Folt was angry. He made a ball of lightning on his hands. Luen was alarmed that Ben Folt is trying to use combat magic inside the academy. He released the magic towards Luen, while calling Luna trash with Magic Evocation Disorder. He wondered if Ben Fault didn't care even if he got expelled. The lightning ball travels fast towards Luen and watched it, but he couldn't move his body. Ardel yelled at them to stop, but the attack had already reached Luen. Luen was covered in a bright light from the attack, and just like that, he thought everything was over. Later on, he received the status window telling him that he's the incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of worlds, and the status window has been unlocked. Artifact player has been activated. Luen let out a sigh as he wondered what the hell is that. He had no idea on what's happening. He heard the figure before him say Del. Eventually, he figured out that the figure actually called his name. He was surprised. Then he slowly opened his eyes. Before him is Helen, the high-class healing magician. She asked if he feels better now. He was surprised. He immediately moved to get up, but Helen stopped him. He asked where he is, and Helen replied that he's in the recovery room. Helen urged him to keep lying down. Luen replied that he was just a little dizzy, but he could sit down. He wondered if he passed out. He recalled what he saw earlier. He wondered what it was, especially because it was so vivid. He asked Helen how long he had been out. Helen replied that it was almost the whole day. Helen told him that it's fortunate that it wasn't worse, and God still helped him. He asked Helen if he's all right now. Helen explained that they still have to check further, but so far Luhan looked good for someone who was directly hit by a lightning bolt. She told him that he had no wound burn, or not even a damaged organ. She had never seen anything like that. Even Luhan wondered how that was even possible. Lightning bolt is a scary magic that burns the entire body in a second. What's more, he took a direct blow. So it's a mystery as to how he is totally fine. Someone entered the room. Helen told Luen that since the professor is there, she'll leave so she can look further into the results. She told him to call her at once when something goes weird. Ardel asked him how he was feeling. He replied that he's all right. Ardel commented that it was good to know. He informed Luen that there was a professor meeting about that incident. He then mentioned that Fote would be expelled because of use of offensive magic, with strong intent to kill and spreading false rumors about the Ardell family head, and for the unfair treatment and bullying towards Luen. All those acts lead to the verdict. Luhan replied that he also hit Ben. Ardel responded that there will be a punishment for him as well. Considering those facts, he will be doing the Academy's volunteer service for 1 month. Luen accepted that without any protests. Dale asked him about something. He asked if Luen had the artifact. Luen was confused, and then he replied no, since if he had that he wouldn't have been bullied like that. Ardell replied that judging by the artifact's worth and how rare it is, the family head of Ardell would have used it for his people already. Luen was curious as to why Dale asked him that. Dale stared at him. In his head, he recalled how red light shrouded Luen's body before the lightning bolt touched Luen to Dale. It seemed like a high-grade artifact was protecting Luen, which bounced off Ben's magic. Luen asked what Ardell was talking about. Then he realized that it could be related to the dream that he had. He doubted that thought. Then he replied to Ardell that he doesn't understand what happened, but he's certain that he doesn't have an artifact. Ardell urged Luhan to take more rest. In Luen's head, he told the professor the truth that he had no idea what happened, but the professor didn't say anything more. That made Luhan curious as to what the professor was thinking. Luen kept thinking about the experience that he had that can't be differentiated from a dream, and that strange voice too. He remembered that he was told about an artifact, Draka, the destroyer of the world and player. He's trying to think of one more thing. Then he recalled it was the status window. Upon saying that it actually appeared in front of him, he was really surprised, and that made him scurry away from it. He couldn't believe that it was real. Helen approached him to check if he's all right. She thought that he's feeling unwell, but Luen pointed to the screen in front of him and inquired if she could see that too. He described the blue thing in front of him. Helen was confused since there was nothing there. She asked again if he's all right. He was nervous that she couldn't see it. The blue screen displayed his name, and underneath that his description of being the incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of the world. Then it described player, an artifact of Draka that can summon the status window and limitlessly increase one's power through quests. His strength is 150 possible swap. Agility is 100 and wisdom is 50,150. Luen then understood that this screen is only seen by him. He realized Helen was still there, so he decided to make an excuse. First, he told her that he must have been mistaken. Helen gave a small laugh, and told him that it wasn't funny. Helen told him that the result is perfectly normal, and that he can go back to his dorms now. Our MC thanked Helen. Luen looked back on the event that he's perfectly normal even after getting hit by a lightning bolt. Then the statement that he is the incarnation of Draka, the destroyer of the world, echoed in his head. He also remembered the man with red eyes that he met in outer space. And now he has a status window that is only visible to him. He entertained the idea that the artifact of the magician called Draka was transferred to him. Later that night, outside the training area, another weird window showed up in front of him. He was confused on what quest meant. The blue screen displayed the repeatable quest. His punch, kick and spin kick are at 0/100. He received a reward strength plus and 10 and skills unlocked. He thought of how punching and kicking is all related to strength. He wondered how is that going to help a magician like him. But he acknowledges that this isn't the time to be suspicious. He decided to try it. First, he threw a punch and the counter moved to 1/100. Then he punched again. It is now to over 100. That made him smile since the number is increasing. He thought that at that rate, he is soon going to reach the goal. He threw another punch but the counter stayed to over 100. He looked at the screen and noticed that it didn't increase. That made him conclude that it isn't considered a success with even a slight mistake. He was pumped up to do it properly. The night had grown even deeper. Luen was breathing heavily. He seemed exhausted, but he was happy that he's done. The status window appeared and it showed that the quest had been completed. He received plus 110 strength and skills has been unlocked. He got curious about these rewards. Then he noticed something. He felt a strange sensation. It was faintly coursing through his blood vessels. He noticed that it's something more fundamental than mana. That feeling made him certain that he got stronger. He wanted to check it out. He delivered a powerful blow. Luen was delighted. The strength that goes into the magic has gotten way stronger. The speed, air resistance and destructive power. Everything had differently changed from before. He recognized that his fundamental strength has really gotten stronger. Then he got curious on what the other reward called skill unlock is. He commanded the status window to appear. It displayed details about For Circle, a passive skill that replaces mana with strength. Mana circles will be replaced by 4 circles and from then on, all magic will be affected by the player's strength. Replacing mana circles with 4 circles are new to him. He wondered if that meant that his mana will be replaced by his strength. All those who feel and study mana have a circle around the heart. The mana circle plays an important role in releasing and strengthening mana, increasing in number depending on the depth of mana, and the amount of mana the magician can control. Luen had 4 mana circles. It's way more than other kids of his age have, but because of his disability, it was like having none. Luen was surprised. The man of circle really disappeared. Then he realized that the strength that's revolving crazily in its stead is the force circles. A force circle instead of a man of circle. There can be no magician without a mana circle. He pondered about what would happen to him in relation to the new circle that can't do what the man of circle can. He was sad at the idea that his life as a magician would end like that. But Luhan was resilient. He thought to himself that it's too early to feel down. He wanted to test it first. He made a fireball. He was taken aback how fast it happened. In addition to that, it's strong too. The moment he saw the size of his fireball, he realized something. That it was the power of an artifact. Because magic has a basic actuation principle. It takes about 10 seconds before the magic is released. But to be able to freely skip this step and create a fireball just with the power within his body, that is the power of an artifact. Then something caught Luen's attention. The blue screen displayed about the Magician of Madness. It is a method of magic designed by Draka, who had trouble releasing mana. Luen can attack enemies by loading magic into his body, and he can attack enemies by imbuing magic into his body. He is not affected by magic cast on him, and his strength is added to magic attack. Also, his magic damage will also deal additional physical damage. Luen wondered how he would load magic into his body to attack. He wondered if by any chance that guy named Draka had a similar education disorder like him, and fought by imbuing himself with magic in his fists and legs. It made Luhan curious on how the hell Draka was able to come up with something like that. Then a new quest appeared. The blue screen displayed a quest stating the demonstration of the method. Luen was tasked to use the force circle and strength to hit a physical target. After he read that, he stared at the practice target in front of him. He never thought of that method at all. He entertained the idea of becoming a magician with that method. Our MC tried it out and he released the fireball towards the target. He punched the target with his flame-covered fist. He was pleased that it worked. He had completed the quest, and as a reward he had acquired plus 110 strength. He was exhausted and he fell on his butt, and he went to lay down on the ground. He was glad that he did it and the quest is finally over. He recalled how he failed at the stage of discharging magic every time, but he finally succeeded with his fist. It made him wonder what kind of person is Draka to be able to come up with this method. Luen wanted to look into it, but his body felt heavy. Then he heard someone speak about him sleeping in that area. That person assumed that Luen was training until dawn. They wondered if they should wake up Luen. It was already morning, and Luhan was still sleeping on the ground. It made the person who saw him wonder if he's dead. But the other person argued that it's impossible since Luen had been fine, even after being directly hit by lightning. Luen slowly starts to wake up because of the noise. There was a crowd surrounding him and they were all surprised when he suddenly got up. He yawned and acted casual when he asked why everyone was there. To everyone's surprised, Luen asked them if it's their first time seeing someone sleep outdoors. One student replied that in fact, that's really the case, especially that a nobleman who slept outside and abandoned the comfort of nice dorms. This student asked if Luen drank or something. Luen replied, "Drink my ass," and he explained that he was just exhausted when he fell asleep. They were all surprised at how Luen behaved. They felt that he had changed. Then one student noticed the broken scarecrow. Only fragments with ashes are left and they wondered if Luen was the one who did that, but they thought it was impossible. At the academy dorms, Luen was greeted by his roommate, a blonde man with red eyes named Jason Damon, who was at 6th year on Ignite Academy. He was brushing his teeth when he asked Luen if he stayed outside and is only coming back now. Jason was curious since Luen doesn't usually leave the academy. Luhan told him that he doesn't have to know. Jason is the eldest son of the Damon family, famous for casting and mining metals, and to Luen, who was treated like a loser in the academy, Jason treated him nicely. Jason teased him by asking if he met with a girl and stayed out all night. Luhan described Jason as a lunatic crazy about alcohol and girls, and often leaves the academy secretly. Jason had a friendly vibe to him when he called Luen a brat and teased him if he finally got himself together after being hit by lightning. He asked Luhan to tell him in detail. Luhan playfully throws his dirty clothes on Jason, while he lets him know that he's about to go wash up. Luhan felt good getting in the tub. He remembered to check the additional quest. He uttered the word quest. The blue window appeared and displayed a repeatable quest called body training. It's basically the same of the previous window except the number of times he needed to perform. The actions were now doubled. Luhan noticed that the rewards remained the same, but the amount of training had increased twofold. He wondered if it will keep increasing to fold in the future. Just as he expected, it wasn't easy, but he did not lose spirits since it will help him become a magician. He slowly got submerged in the tub. 1 month has passed since then. He trained hard since the repeatable quest could be completed once a day, but contrary to the fixed reward adds, the required training was increasing day by day. If a day passed without fully completing the quest, all his progress was reset to 0, so he made sure not to miss a single day. He thought of one good thing about it, which is the requirement of not going above 3,000 times each. He knew that if he did any more than that he would have died from doing quests. He continued to train. The blue window appeared. Now his punches at 3,000 over 3,000, which has been tagged as completed. It was the same for the kick and spin kick too. And since he had completed the quest, he got the reward of strength plus 10. He trained every day for the past month like that, and he even gained a new skill. It's a passive skill called Body Arts, which increases the abilities of the body, and the stronger and more elaborate movements become possible depending on his training level. It was a bright sunny day at the academy. Students were gossiping how Luen seemed strange lately. It's because Luen was someone who used to not even blink in class, but he's now sleeping during class. Other students also noticed how Luen practically lives in the training hall all day, and he was only seen practicing kicking. One student told them off to leave Luhan alone, since it wasn't his first time acting strange. This student assumed that Luhan must be trying to overcome his disorder, but he believed that it wouldn't work anyway. And just like that, for the past month, Luhan has been completing the quests. He also chased after any clues about Draka, but he couldn't find any magician named Draka in any history records. Not only that World Destroyer player status window quest, he couldn't find even a clue to any of those either. He kept wandering on who is truly Draka. He opened his status window, and it displayed his strength at 470, agility 100, wisdom 1550. As he stared at it, he kept wondering about the person who gave him that power. Someone called out to him. It was Jason, and he had news for Luen. Luhan doesn't have any idea on what's happening, So Jason commented on why Luen was just there leisurely reading books. Luen asked if something big happened. Jason told him that the Arndale family had his there. Luhan was confused. So Jason rephrased it and said that Luen's father is there. That made Luen rush towards his father. He immediately caught his father's attention. His father was delighted to see him. They settled on a room to converse. Luen stated that it has been 6 years since he was admitted to the academy since he was 10. He asked if his father had been well all that time. His father replied that he had always been well. Luen asked about Lucina, his little sister. His father informed him that his sister is all grown up now, and she has been learning swordsmanship. She said that it was to protect her weak older brother. Luhan expressed that he's embarrassed. His father commented that Luna had always been a bold one. Luhan called out to his father to say that he's doing well. His father asked what he meant. Lu and explained that he's doing fine and he's not hurt physically or emotionally. His father remained silent by taking a sip of tea. Then his father informed him the reason for his visit at the academy. It was to ask Luen if he wanted to quit the academy. He told Luen that if it's hard for him, he may return to their territory. He knew that his son had forcefully endured a lot of difficulties and things that he couldn't say. Luen admitted that he knew why his father went to the academy after 6 years, but he told his father that he had found a way now. He asked his father to make a promise with him. His father was curious about it. Luen told him that on his next test, he'll give a good result for the practical. With a serious expression, Luhan told his father that in return, if he fails, this time, he will do what his father wants. After he promised him that he would get a good grade on his practical exam, his father, who understood his determination, returned to the estate after finishing their conversation. And then the day of the long-awaited exam finally arrived. The professor asked for their attention. He told them that it was the day of the magic introduction exam. He reminded them that any illegal activity will result in a failure. The exam had begun. The school exam is divided into written and practical exams. The practical exam is divided into 4 parts targeting magic power, measuring actual combat, and 1 versus 1 combat. As a person with Magic Evocation Disorder, Luhan has received perfect scores on written exams for the past 6 years. In the practical exam, Miko from the prestigious Gary Hill family always came in first place. But this time, Luen was certain that it would be different, since he will definitely come in first place in the practical exam. After all the written exams were over, they began the actual practical exam after a few days of operation. Someone called Luen. It was Jason Damon. Jason told him that he'd been estranged for a while now. Then Jays, when asked if Luhan has some sort of plans for the practical exam, he told Jason that he will try to approach the exam in a new way. Jason was delighted and he asked to confirm if Luhan really found a way. Someone called Luhan and asked him what he's doing there. This made Luhan and Jason turn their heads to see who it was. A blonde bully told him that it's useless for him to take the exam with his body, since he has the evocation disorder. Luen asked him why, and he told the guy that he's there to take the exam. This student pats Luhan's shoulder, and he told Luhan that he's an honor student, and the advice that he could offer to someone who has failed the practical exam 6 times like Luen is to give up instead of going out there and humiliating himself. Luen smirked at him and expressed that the advice isn't particularly helpful, but this guy did not stop, and he told Luen that Luen might be misunderstanding something, since someone with a magic evocation disorder like him wouldn't be able to take the exam properly. This started to annoy Luen and he wondered what's up with that bastard. The guy wondered what's up with Luen. Luen used to act timid around him, but now Luen was confident and that pissed him off. He told Luen that he will mess him up in the 1 versus 1 combat exam later, so Luen should look forward to it. The first practical exam is targeting and its official name is multiple target shootdown exam. The exam method is simple. It's an exam to see how many targets can be shot down with 1 casting. However, unlike before, this year's exam had an increased level of difficulty with the targets constantly moving. The instructor announced that Herc got 1 target, and Jelenia got 0 targets. Because of that, the average grade was horrible. Then there was someone who got 4 targets. Another student got 3 targets. The instructors talked about the result coming out bad after slightly increasing the difficulty level. One of the professors expressed that the quality of the graduating class is miserable. One professor told them that it is still too early to be disappointed, and this professor told them that it will be Mikkel's turn, so they should look forward to it. The professor who expressed this is Professor Elric, the professor of magic potion making and Mikkel, Gary Hill's uncle. He announced that Michael is now coming out. Miko was about to take the exam, but he was thinking of showing off to Luen. Miko had no idea what Luen was planning. The instructor told Michael to begin. Michael determined the gap in their skill. With just one attack, he hit several moving targets at the same time. The students who were watching were amazed. They assumed that Miko would land in the first place again. Professor Elric was pleased and proud. He commented how Mikel's performance is worthy of being called the descendant of the Gary Hill family. He asked his fellow professors if they agree with him that Michael is the pride of their academy. He added that Michael would surely become the grand festival representative this year. And the old man told Professor Elric that it was enough. This old man uttered that the level of this year's graduates is not worthy of being watched anymore. This old man is Teron Ignit, the current academy's dean and a 7th class archmage. Professor Ardel suggested to the dean to watch a bit longer since it's Luin's turn next. The dean was surprised to know that Ruin Ardel is still attending the academy, and since this proves his passion, the dean got interested to watch. Luen was dead serious. He sees this as a great opportunity to test his strength. The instructor told him to begin. He made a small fireball in his palm, and it immediately turned to a big flame around him. The professors were surprised with his ridiculous casting speed. The students couldn't believe their eyes. Meanwhile, upon seeing this, Miko got triggered. He told the amazed students that Luen has a Magic Evocation Disorder, and even if Luen cast 100 of those, it's impossible to hit a target. He described Luen as a useless trash who can't do anything. But our MC had suddenly disappeared from his place. Blue window appear that indicates that time refraction is active. It distorts and refracts time for 30 seconds. And Luen gained acceleration equal to 200% of his strength and his movements became faster. Another blue window appeared to inform Luen that he is moving beyond distorted time. And the cooldown is 5 minutes. This is a skill that he acquired recently. Time refraction. It helps him move abnormally for 30 seconds to any location that he wants. In other words, Luen is now a typhoon. The barrier of the exam area appeared. Luen had made a massive damage in the surrounding area. The professors were dumbfounded. The same with the students. Luen was happy with his results. The shards of broken targets were all over the area. The instructor announced that Luen had hit 27 targets. They couldn't believe how Luen casted the magic on his hands and hit the targets himself. And 27 targets would land Luen the highest score in the history of that exam. They all want to learn how Luen was able to move so fast. And if he really hit that target with magic. Teron Ignit clapped his hands. And he stood from where he's seating. He told Luen that he was incredible. Then the students followed with a cheer. They told Luen that he's awesome and congratulated him. Michael got angry and he wondered how that happened. Internally, Luen was happy with everyone's cheers and acknowledgement that he hasn't received in the past 6 years. His heart felt overwhelmingly hot. He always wanted to feel that. A few moments later, we see Professor Elric complain about Luen hitting the target while casting magic on the hand. He argued that it doesn't belong to the realm of magic, and he had never seen that kind of magic like that before. Professor Ardel expressed that magic is a limitless realm of infinite possibilities. He added that if everything goes as expected, it won't be magic, but math. Professor Elric still tried to argue, but Teron Ignit motioned for him to stop. Teron Ignit expressed that what he saw is a miracle created by a student and it was a flawless miracle of magic. He also acknowledged that other professors seemed to have different opinions. Deep inside, Professor Elric was furious. He's angry at Luen for making such a mess. No one had ever thought that things would turn out like this. On the other hand, Jason placed his hand around Luen's shoulder, and he happily announced that the Archmage was entering. He told Jason to stop. The other students were excited to see Luen as Lumens passes through the. Students gathered around him and excitedly asked how he did that during the practical exam. Others asked him if he knew their name. He wanted to escape the attention. So he told Jason that he's going ahead first in his head until yesterday. He was just a loner in the academy. Everything changed overnight, so it was still hard for him to adapt. But of course, Luen is aware that there are some people who don't like him. When he entered the room, he saw Michael waiting for him. He inquired what Michael was doing in his room. Michael approached him and told him that he seemed proud after gaining some points yesterday with something not even magic. He told Luen that his arrogance sickened him, so he came to warn him not to show off. Luen suggested to Miko that Miko is embarrassed that he lost in the practical exam to a guy who he looked down on for 6 years. That triggered Mikkel and he grabbed Luen's collar while cursing at him. Luen grabbed Mikkel's hand. That made Mikkel shocked. He wondered what's up with Luen. He also wondered how Luen was so strong. In a serious threatening tone, Luhan told Mikkel that they have to graduate safely, and if Miko wants to crush him that badly, he invites Miko to fight fair and square in the 1v1 combat exam. Miko shook off Luen's hand. Miko was angry when he asked Luhan if he really thinks he's qualified to compete with him, when Luen is someone who received only failing grades for 6 years. Luhan told him that they just have to wait and see whether he's qualified or not. Miko warned him not to fail the next exam. Before their encounter, Miko walked the hallway while thinking of how cocky that son of a bitch is. Miko was certain that Luen would fail today's practical exam without having the chance to take the 1v1 combat exam. He took out his hand from his pocket. It was slightly trembling. He wondered if Luen is truly a magician. Later that day, it was bright and sunny outside. There was a large statue, and one person commented that even if he saw that stone statue several times, it still never ceases to amaze him. It was the day of the second practical exam. The exam is called Mana Output Measurement, and they are at the exam site, a treasure of the Academy and a rare artifact of which there are only a few on the entire continent. Ancient Ogre King Gram 500 years ago, the Ogre King Gram was made into an artifact while still alive by the Archmage Freud. King Gram, who is trapped in the artifact, absorbs the magician's mana and acts as a kind of magic sandbag. The Mana Output Measurement exam requires students to cast magic on King Gram and get a high score. Luen asked Jason if it meant that all they have to do is target the statue and use a spell that they're confident in. Jason replied, yes, but Jason shared that the ogre bastard is famous for giving harsh scores. Even a score of just over 20 is good enough. One student used a lightning storm to attack the statue. The statue told him get last you 1 point magician. Then it suggested to the student to quit practicing magic right now. One student commented that he thought the student did well, but as expected, it wasn't that easy. The statue called the next student. The student left dispirited. The next student was confident. She used an ice ball. The statue told her that he will definitely remember her because of how impressive it was. The student asked if that's true, but the next sentence of the statue was hard. Since he called her an irredeemable piece of trash, the statue gave her 2 points. She couldn't accept it since she gave her best. Next student got 5 points and was told to leave immediately. The statue told another student that his magic was bland and the statue asked if it was mixed with water. The student furiously replied that it's 100% mana. The instructor told the student to stop making a fuss and go back to his seat. Next was Miko Gary Hill. Miko released all his magic. It all landed on the statue. The statue told him that for a Gary Hill, it's quite disappointing. He asked Michael if he's Josh Gary Hill's son. Miko proudly replied that he's the proud third son of Josh Gary Hill. The statue laughed at the word proud. He told Michael that his father was a duncehead who cried and begged for more points. And the statue told Miko that he's less talented than his idiotic father, Mike Gary Hill. He gave Miko 27 points. Miko got mad, and he told the statue that for a mere ogre he's spouting nonsense. The instructor told Miko to quiet down. Then he called the next student Luin Ardel. Luen admitted to himself that he's nervous for some reason. He told himself to just give it a try, and he can do it. He told the statue that it was nice to meet him. Then he introduced his name. The statue commented that it's his first time seeing Luen's face, and then he mentioned that it doesn't matter. So he urged Luhan to proceed with the exam. Luhan made a huge fireball on his fist. The instructor was shocked to see that it was an explosion mana burn. The students were surprised to see a class for magic. The statue asked Luhan what his stance was about. Then Luhan announced, "Here I come." As he got closer to the statue, he leapt and kicked it hard. The instructor was taken aback with his movement, since it seemed impossible to move magic from the foot and explode it in an instant. The other student asked if it was really a class 4 spell. The student replied that the power of Luen's spell would have to be at least class 5. Luhan landed on the ground with his feet, since the other student mentioned that it couldn't be at least class 5. The other student concluded that Luen could at least be a 5th class magician. Luhan was caught off guard because he knew that his explosion mana burn worked properly, but Kingdom's reaction is strange. He wondered if something went wrong. King Graham asked him who he was. Luhan replied that he introduced his name earlier. He repeated his name, but Kingdom intercepted and asked him if he's Draka. That surprised Luen. King Grim uttered, "I have been waiting for you, Draka." The students heard this conversation and were curious about who Draka was. They thought Kingdom mistook Luhan for someone else. Luhan had searched all related books over the past 2 months, but he couldn't even find any traces of Draka. He didn't expect Kingdom knew about it. Luen asked him if he's familiar with Draka. He replied, yes. Our MC inquired Kingdom to tell him more about Draka. Kingdom replied, interesting. He said that because he wouldn't have thought that he would meet Dragon's incarnation at the academy. Luen wondered what he meant when he said incarnation. Kingdom asked for his name again. Luhan gave his full name. Kingdom told him that he will remember his name. The instructor asked King Drum to tell him Luhan's score before he goes, but Kingdom replied that there are many ears listening, so he'll just tell him later. He told the instructor that they will end the evaluation there, and that Luen's magic is not something he can judge. The instructor inquired what he meant, and the instructor insisted by reminding Kingdom the school rules that states that he must provide evaluation for the academy no matter what. It was a contract that must be kept for 500 years. But King Graham replied enough. He got infuriated that the instructor dared to bring up the school rules to him when he's someone who has been evaluating kids who don't even look like magicians for many years. The instructor apologized but still insisted. King Grim told the instructor that he damned ignorant can go to hell for all he cares. But still, he acknowledged that a contract is a contract, so he'll just give the instructor a score, 0 or 100 points. He asked Luen, whom he called Little Destroyer, which of them he wanted. Luen smiled, and he expressed that he wants 100 points. The students gossiped how King Grom gave 100 points in his exam. They were all curious on to whom it was given. Some heard it was given to the lifelong failure student named Luin Ardel. Luen's attention was shifted to someone who uttered that he had caused another incident again. It was Professor Ardel. Luen asked what he's doing there. Professor Ardel informed him that the news that Luen got 100 points from King Graham spread all the way to the dean's office. When the dean heard it, he said that it had never happened before. So the dean wanted to reward Luen. He gave Luen a piece of paper. Luen unfolded it and inquired about the artifact room that was written there. Professor Ardel invited Luen to follow him. They entered the room, and they descended the staircase. Luen expressed that he had no idea that the place existed. Professor Ardel told him it's natural since it's the only place in the academy where entry is prohibited. That made Luhan confused since it's the only place where entry is prohibited. He wondered why the professor took him there. They stopped in front of the door. Professor Ardel explained that it's the entrance to the artifact room, and he's only permitted until there. Luhan inquired if that meant that he's going inside by himself. The professor told him that he'll wait for him. RMC had no idea what happened, but since the professor told him that it's a reward, he decided to enter. He walked along the carpet while looking around. There were so many artifacts that he only heard about. He assumed that it's the magic warehouse of Archmage Froy on Ignat. Someone said, "You look lost." It surprised Luen and he asked who it was. He was surprised and confused to see Kingdom. King Grim told him that it's as if he doesn't know his true worth. And then Luhan noticed that King Grim is no longer a stone statue. King Graham seemed to notice that and he asked Luhan if he's surprised to see that. Then he explained that it's the only space where he's allowed to use his body. It was thanks to the ancient mana that fills the room. He can stay in his original body and not as an artifact. Luen asked him what he meant when he said that Luhan doesn't know his true worth. Kingdom told him that it's as he said that Luhan doesn't know his worth, even though he's using the same artifact as Draka. The player Luen was taken aback that Kingdom knew about the player. King Grim told him that it's a rare artifact like no other in the world. He inquired on how Luen got it, and he also asked about Luen's relationship with Draka. Luen admitted that he's curious about that himself. He asked who on earth was Draka. King Grim observed his silence. Then King Grim told him that Draka is a being who wanted to become a god. King Grim narrated that one day Draka came to visit the Sky Peak tribe that Kingdom belonged to. King Grim described Draka as short and small, which was unsightly to him. However, his power was so enormous that not even their Sky Peak tribe could overcome it. What's more, he became stronger as the days went by. So even when several ogres attacked him, they weren't able to defeat him. The ogres respected him. He also lived with them as he's a member of their tribe. Draka taught Kingdom the next tribal chief language and magic for almost 100 years. The shocked Luen. He inquired on how it was possible for a human to live for 100 years. King replied that it was possible since he wasn't a human. He revealed that Drake has true identity as the Black Dragon Dragongonia. Luen couldn't believe that dragons really exist. He asked King Grom if it's really true. King Grim replied that it is true. He asked Luen if he doesn't know that dragons are the origin of magic. In his head, Luen thought of how he heard that before, but it was just one claim. So he thought everything was just a legend. King Grim told him that Draka could not use magic. That's why Draka created a way to fight like Luen with magic on the hands and feet. King Grom asked Luen if he knew what it meant now. Luen understood. He was certain that Draka would have been treated the same way as him in the past. King Grim told him that Draka created an ability that only he could use a way to bring magic to power like what Luen had shown him. Using that power, Draka became stronger than any other being in the world. However, he was unsatisfied with that, and he expanded his power infinitely. In the end, he destroyed everything and destroyed himself. Luen was taken aback with the news. But then he also realized why Draco was called the World Destroyer. He can't even guess how strong he must have been able to destroy the world. Blue window appeared and it showed that Luen had gained an achievement. It's called Finding Traces of Draka. The photos. The rewards included the title of Ogre's Friend skill is Ogre's Fury, Spirit's Strang, the incarnation of power. The title Ogre's Friend has the effect that the probability that ogres will not be hostile towards Luen, and it allows him to communicate with ogres. He was curious about this sudden reward. He saw that there's communication and thought that it was better than nothing. The Ogre's Fury is an active skill, where he borrows the power of an enraged ogre and momentarily becomes stronger. Strength increases by 300 for 30 seconds, and this effect will gradually increase under the influence of body arts. The cooldown is 3 minutes. Luen is considered a buff skill. He was curious about Strang, the incarnation of power, more than suddenly a blue glass ball was in his hand. King Grim noticed and commented that it looked like he received the quest reward. He explained that Draka used to talk like that all the time while looking into space. Luen asked Kingdom if he knew about the ball in his hand. King Grim gladly took a look at it. He recognized that it's Strang. Luen asked if he knew about that item. Kingdom corrected him that it's not an item but an incarnation. RMC couldn't believe that it's an incarnation. King Grim shared that it's always next to Draka, so there's no way he wouldn't recognize it. Given its current state, he assumed that Draka must have sealed it in a spirit stone when he died. That guy has an incarnation of power. Although he's called a spirit, he is different from normal spirits. King Grim described him as someone who had a nasty temper, and would ask Draka for infinite power every day. However, if Luen satisfies his desire, Strang will also promise him infinite power. Luen verified if he meant that an incarnation will be born from the rock. King Grim replied that it was the case, so he doesn't have to worry too much. The rock glowed. Kingdom commented that it looked like the spirit will now wake up. Luen slightly panicked that it's breaking. Then it appeared. Luen was surprised to see a small bear on his poem. The bear said, "Brad, did you just call me a bear?" Luen commented that a bear can talk. He wondered how a bear can talk. This angered the bear. It scolded Luen and told him to stop treating him like a bear. But honestly, it was a cute brown bear. Luen asked the bear how he was talking. The bear got mad and asked if he could hear him. The bear told him, "How dare you compare me to those things? I'm not a bear." So it prompted Luen to ask what it is. The bear replied that he's an incarnation, that he can be anything that he wishes to be. He told Luen to watch since he'll demonstrate his power. Luen watched intently. The bear trembled as he gave his best. The bear was surprised and confused as he asked where his power went. Luen also wondered what this bear was doing. The bear told him that it must be because he reincarnated with an empty stomach. He demanded Luen to give him food. In his mind, Luen thought of the bear as rude. Luen told the bear that there's no food there, and he expressed that he doesn't even know what the bear can eat. The bear was taken aback that Luen can't even get him food. He asked why his master this time was so weak. Luen asked if he's the master that the bear is pertaining to. The bear laid down on his palm and requested Luen to wake him up when it's time to eat. Deep inside, Luen was confused with his bear for calling him master yet describing him as weak. King Rum was amused how it had been 1000s of years and the bear's personality is still the same. He told Luen that seeing Luen with Strang reminded him of the old days. It reminds him of Strang and Draka, whom he faced back in his old hometown, the Sky Peak tribe. Then King Grom asked Luin Ardel, the small destroyer who carries Drake, his will on what he planned to do now. Luen replied about what. King Grim told him that the power that he will possess will make him stronger. and it might lead him to the right way, or eat him alive. So King Grom asked Luhan again, that if he gets stronger, what does he plan to do? It made Luhan reflect and recall that the reason he wanted power is to protect his people from demons, to evoke the name Ardell and to properly proclaim his name to those who contempt him. Those thoughts made Luhan smile and content. He realized that he has a lot to protect to give up the opportunity. He answered King Grim saying, "I'll live on my own will for my people, family and myself." King Grim was satisfied with his answer, and he looked forward to the future that Luhan will bring. Luhan finally got a clue about Draka through the help of King Rum. Yet, as usual, his day started with a quest. The only thing that has changed is that now he has a companion. He woke up Strang and asked if he's going to eat. Strang immediately lit up and drooled upon hearing the word food. Luen feeds Strang, since that guy is crazy about food, and it eats a lot. The food that Strang eats is the power that he gets from the quests. Basically, Strang feeds off on Luen's power. A blue window display details of Strang. Strang is an incarnation of strength. It's the only spirit in the physical world that responds to the most primitive essence of strength, and it gets stronger as the vessel grows stronger, sharing all with its vessel. It also displayed 1-star unique skill. Companion strength's growth is shared with Luen. 100% unique skill companion gives Luhan 100% strength, and the skill companion from Strang accelerated Lumen's growth. Luhan asked Strang if he'll get extra 100 strength every time Strang got stronger. Strang explained that he could have 200 when Strang becomes 2 stars. It will increase by 100 when strength stars increase. Strang shared that before he was sealed, he was over 31 stars. Luhan was surprised. He computed it in his head, and 31 stars meant Draka had 3,100 strengths. He thought of his own strength. It's not even 1,000, but it already feels strong. That motivated Luhan to ask how Draka achieved that. He asked if there's another way to grow his strength besides the quest. Strang had an all-knowing laugh and boasted why that made him the greatest. Then Strang told him that if he wanted to know, he should get him a cup of water. But Luen had an intimidating response to that. He told Strang that he doesn't have to tell him unless he wants to starve. That left Strang with no choice but to tell him. There are many ways to obtain power. One example is through a higher difficulty quest to get better rewards. Another one is to craft an item that gives strength, or at least find an artifact. It's also an option to boil the ogre's tendon and make an elixir. But Strang told Luen that none of those are meant for him. Luen was curious why, when there's so many options available. Strang told him that he needs to have at least 1,000 strength to do all of those. If not, his body won't be able to handle the power that will grow exponentially. Strang described Luen as similar to a baby who's learning their first step. That made Luhan realize that he's still at the beginning. When all this time he thought he got stronger, he made it his goal to achieve 1,000 strength. He pushed through with the training that he had been doing. He did that every day to increase his strength, and when his strength reached 930, after some time, the third trial real combat started. Strang rode his shoulders and asked if his combat trial was today. Luen looked excited. He told Strang that he had been looking forward to that day. Normally, magicians attack from the backline, so there's a possibility that the spell might hit allies in the chaos. So the purpose of the real combat trial is to test a magician's risk management skills. And it's the most important trial out of all. A student released a fireball. The knights panicked and told him not to aim at them. That was Jason Damon, and the instructor just told him that he's out. Jason was dispirited. The folder and knights are there to help with the test to ensure the students' safety and test their synergy with them. The trial goes on for 10 days, and each student will get monsters based on their scores. There were a total of 13 high-score students on the last day. Since it's the last day of the trial, everyone was curious about what kind of monster would show up. The students panicked at the sound of loud noise. An orc appeared. Orcs live in groups all around the continent. They are much bigger than humans, and their intelligence is comparable to. They have a violent nature that causes frequent wars with humans. One scared student questioned if it's really okay for the test. Another student was worried that someone would die from an orc. Professor Heidel reminded them that they are magicians, so they should always remain rational. He told the students to consider it real and give their best. The orc charged at them. Its fist hit the shield of the knights. The magician at the back formed several blue balls, and he released it as an ice arrow. But the orc moved from its position. The knights and the magician were surprised to see it above them. Professor Heidel told the magician Michael to dodge. Miko trembled in fear. He knew he had to retaliate, but his body won't move because of fear. Professor Heidel used his prison tree ability. Vines appeared from the ground, and it wrapped around the orc to immobilize it. Fortunately, this happened just before it reached Miko. The instructor announced that Miko Gary Hill is out. Someone punched his own thigh. It was Professor Elric, and he's disappointed that Miko failed again. That prompted Professor Elric to mess with Luin's test. He asked the dean if he would still continue the ongoing trial. The dean was confused on what Professor Elric meant. He knew it was Luin's turn soon. Professor Elric confirmed that he also shared that Luen is the only student who got a perfect score from Kingdom, and he expressed that testing the other students the same way as Luen is unfair. The dean acknowledges his point, but they don't have any other monster prepared. Professor Elric informed the dean that they have another one. He narrated that when the Folder and Knights brought the orcs, they also brought one ogre. Professor Elric admitted that using an ogre on the trial is very dangerous. But he also said that with Professor Heidel in there, along with the Knights, Professor Elric couldn't help his curiosity on what Luen is capable of. Moments later, in the hallway of the academy, Professor Heidel is waiting for Luen to pass by. Professor Heidel called him, and Luen acknowledged the presence of the professor. The professor has something to say to him before the trial. Professor Heidel gave him a heads up that he will be tested harder than the others. The professor revealed to him that the academy is expecting a lot from him since he got a perfect score from Kingdom. Because of that, some were saying that it's unfair for Luen to fight the same monster as the normal students, and that's why his trial will be harder than the others. Our MC asked the professor how it would be harder. The professor shared to him that he'll be fighting a different monster, not an orc. Professor Heidel revealed to him that he'll be fighting against an ogre. Luen and Strang were flabbergasted. Then Strang uttered how Luen's first real opponent is an ogre. He expressed that it looked like it would be fun. In another setting, a monster is trying to break free from the chains. It looked menacing, and it roared loudly. Jason asked his classmate if it's an orc captain. The student replied that it's an ogre. Upon hearing that, Jason got worried. A knight gripped his sword tightly while thinking that the only reason he brought it is because he was asked to. But in his opinion, an ogre shouldn't be used against students for test purposes. That made him wonder how strong the student is. An ogre looked similar to an orc, but it's much stronger than it. Ogres can crack a skull or twist a spine on a single swing. A knight asked Professor Heidel if he's sure about it, especially since the ogre is difficult to capture, even with their help. Professor Heidel responded firmly that he's sure about it since it's the dean's orders. The knight, with a hint of aggression, commented how Professor Heidel puts his life on the line for the test in the academy. A person replied that he will put his life on the line. The knight asked this person who he was. He introduced himself as Luin Ardell, the student for the trial. The knight couldn't believe that it's the student who will go against the ogre. He believed that there's no way a student can go against that ogre. The knight was thinking how he and the professor will protect this student. But he was confused when Luen passed through him. That made him wonder where Luen was going. The knight told Luhan that he's going the wrong way, and this knight asked Blue in what he was doing. Luen replied that he's getting ready for the trial. The knight told him that he's in the wrong position because he should be at the back. RMC informed that knight that it is where he will fight. The knight got confused. With a determined expression, Luen told the knight that his spells are quite different. The knight gets slightly annoyed as he informs Luhan that they can't protect him if he's in front of them. He reminded Luen that the monster is not as easy as an orc. Luen replied that he knew about that. The knight had furrowed brows when he asked Luhan why he was doing that with his life. Luhan took off his jacket, and he replied to the knight, "I'm desperate." The knight observed Luhan as Luen positioned himself. He admitted to himself that he couldn't sense any fear from Luen. That made him think that Luen is different. Professor Heidel instructed Luen to get ready. Then the professor announced the commencement of Luen's trial. The ogre was released from its chains, and it immediately charged towards the humans. The knights were positioned in front of Luen and they had prepared their shields. But to their surprise, Luen charged ahead. The knight panicked. He tried to stop Luen. He wondered what Luen's plan was. The ogre let out a loud, terrifying noise as it lifted its arm. As a response to that, Luen leapt, and when he's close to the ogre, he releases a fireball. Their fists met at the center. People were surprised that Luen fought this monster head-on. The knight was astonished when Luhan used a close combat spell in that situation. Professor Heidel tried to keep watch even if the flame and smoke made it difficult to see. The other students protected their eyes as well. Even Professor Elric and the dean were surprised. The smoke blocked the vision of everyone. The knight hoped that Luhan wasn't dead. When the smoke cleared, he saw Luan's figure. He was shocked to see that Luhan is still alive. He wondered how Luhan was still standing. Meanwhile, Professor Ardel is grinning. I bet he had already expected this to happen. The knight taps Luan's shoulder. He scolded Luhan because Luen should have informed him beforehand. He yelled, "You almost died there." Luen apologized, but he asked if the knight would still allow him to do that if he informed him ahead of time. The knight was taken aback with that question. Luhan told him that they should finish the trial first. The ogre was angry and it looked terrifying. The knight asked Luhan to step back for now, since it's dangerous. He instructed Luhan to sit still until he finished taking care of the ogre. But Luen stepped forward. He positioned himself in front of the knight. He declared to the knight that it was his trial. With a stern expression he uttered, "Let me finish my trial." Luen looked at the ogre that's 5 times bigger than him, and then he charged towards the ogre. There were 2 reasons why he felt brave. Why of which is because of his skill. The ogre's friend. It's the title that he got from King Grom. That lets him talk to ogres. He understood what the ogre was screaming about earlier. It told him not to come near him, and it demanded to be released. The ogre looked like a furious monster to normal people, but not to Luen. He understood that the ogre was scared of being surrounded by a bunch of magicians and knights. Second reason is that Luen got a sudden request. It was an urgent quest to fight an enemy that he can't avoid. Luen was tasked to subdue the enemy faster than others. There were 2 objectives. First is to strike the enemy first. The second objective is to defeat the enemy. The reward for this is plus 30 strength and a skill called Player's Eye. It was a great reward for someone like Luen, who had to repeat the same quest every day. It was 3 days worth of strength in one quest. That's when he took off, since he had no reason to hesitate. His fist met the ogre's. His flame engulfed the arm of the ogre. It was a huge flame. With that, Luhan had completed the first objective, but it's not over yet. The ogre told him that he would kill him. The ogre jumped really high. They anticipated the impact of the attack. The ogre screamed that it would crush Lumen's head. Fortunately, Luen was able to evade on time. He decided to look for its weak point. Luhan used time refraction. The knight was surprised. He wondered how Luen is so fast. Luhan wanted to get close to the ogre. He charged ahead and aimed at the ogre's weak point. The knight was astonished at how Luen is not hesitating and facing off the ogre. The students wondered what was happening. Then they saw that the ogre had fought back. It raised its fist against Luen, who also did the same thing. Luen also hit the ogre's arm using his knee. The ogre got a hold of Luen, and it threw Luen in the air. Luen had adjusted his body and was able to control how he would land, but he was taken aback. The ogre suddenly threw a powerful punch. Fortunately, he was quick to evade it. The ogre was so furious that it called Luna Rat. Luhan leapt up high. While in the air, he positioned his legs, and he kicked the ogre. It was powerful enough to make the ogre fall to the ground with a loud impact. Luhan landed and stepped on its chest. He decided to end the fight. Soon, he used the skill ogres for to increase his strength for 30 seconds. The ogre asked him if he's even a human, and when Luhan uttered, "You didn't expect me to answer right," the ogre was in total shock. Just to confirm, the ogre asked Luen if he can really understand what he's saying. In return, Luen confirmed if it can understand him too. That made the ogre angrier, but Luen did not even let it have time to do it because he used explosion mana burn right on its chest, and the ogre's fury effect was stacked. The system informed Luen of the change to berserk status. It caused a massive explosion. By the time Luen's flame dissipates, the ogre had already been knocked out. Our MC slowly stood up and wondered if his attack had sealed the deal. Strang, on the other hand, commented that Luen is better than he expected. While looking at Luen, the students couldn't believe their eyes. Then they cheered and praised Luen. Professor Elric was flabbergasted that Luen actually won. While the dean is delighted, the knights checked out the ogre's body. They couldn't believe that it was possible for Luen to defeat the ogre all by himself. The knight that scolded Luen earlier asked on from whom did he learn the spell and physical skill. Luen replied that there's no one who taught him. The knight was suspicious that Luen learned that by himself, but Luen was firm on what he said. Then Luen asked Professor Ardel to announce the result of his trial. The professor was silent for quite some time. Then he shared that he honestly thought Luhan wouldn't be able to do it, but Luhan didn't even give him a chance to stop him. He told Luhan that Luen exceeded his expectations, and the professor announced that he passed. Everybody cheered for Luen. Luhan had a great smile on his face. The blue window displayed that the quest was completed and Luhan received the reward. Luhan was a bit overwhelmed with what he got. The player's AI gives him the ability to see through the nature of everything, and with it, he can sense stealth and track invisibility. Strang looked proud and he commented how Luen is starting to become a real player. Luen asked him if he knew that skill. Strang informed him that it's something that only a player can have. He explained that enemies hiding using stealth or invisibility magic will look different in Luen's eyes. He will be able to perceive them with a faint outline. Luen commented how it's pretty useful, and then the blue window displayed that minimap has been unlocked. With it he can see everything within a 500-meter radius around him. Because of that, he can view the status window of the desired target, and information that is available to be viewed depends on the target's level. Strang looked happy with it and told our MC that there are more surprises. Strang instructed Luhan to look at the fallen ogre and activate the player's eye. Luhan did as he was told. He was surprised when the blue window appeared. He saw the target's condition, which states that the ogre in front of him is a shoulder blade ogre with 3 stars. Luen was impressed with his new skill. He decided to try it out on Professor Heidel. It displayed that the professor is a 6th class magician, and other information is not yet accessible to Luen. He told Strang how the information was limited. Strang explained that it's because he can't get information about people who are on a higher level than him. Strang told him that as he gets stronger, the information available to view will increase. That made Luen smirk. After the real combat test had ended, rumors spread throughout the academy about Luhan defeating the burger. Jason asked him how he felt about everyone talking about him. He replied that it's new to him, so he doesn't know how to feel about it. All of a sudden a woman approached him. This gentle-looking woman asked if he's Luen. Then several other women appeared. They expressed how awesome Luhan is, and they gave him gifts. When they stepped away from Luen, they all squealed. Luen asked Jason if he wanted the snacks. Jason was utterly surprised. Jason scolded Luen and told him that the act is disrespectful to the lady who overcame her embarrassment and packed lunch for him. Luen asked him why he was the one getting worked up. While looking at the puppy jealousy face of Jason, a blue window displayed that Jason Damon is a 2nd-class magician with a high potential. For the past few days, Luen had been checking out everyone's status, and only Jason showed high potential. In a serious tone, Luen told his friend to try a little bit harder, and he'll do great on the next test. Jason was confused by the random sympathy from Luen. Luen explained that he's not sympathizing with him. He told Jason that he's just saying that he had a high potential. He also encouraged Jason by saying that Jason's skills are great, so he should regain his confidence and work harder. Jason replied, "Really?" Luhan answered yes, and advised him to not just play. That motivated Jason to be in the top 10 funnily and honestly. Luen replied that it's a difficult goal. Jason asked Luhan if he's being real, because sometimes he couldn't just believe him. Luen asked him what he meant. Jason explained that he's wondering if he's the same Luhan that he had known and was close to for the past 6 years. In his head, Luhan admitted that sometimes he couldn't believe it, too. So he understood Jason on that part. Jason also told him that there had been rumors around Luen, and the rumors state that Luen will be able to push past against Michael Gary Hill and become not only the valedictorian, but also the representative of the academy. Luhan replied that he doesn't care about that, and he invited Jason to head inside. Jason couldn't believe that he doesn't care when it's the year of the Grand Festival. In the 5th month of every year, representatives from famous academies come together and a magic festival is held to decide who is superior amongst themselves. And once every 8 years, the Olympiad gathers all the magicians to determine the greatest magician. When the two events overlap, it is called the Grand Festival. The Grand Festival is a national competition for the brightest students from the most famed academies. The winner of the Grand Festival and their academy not only receives a large sum of money, but they also can receive various privileges. That's why there is a limit to how many students can compete: 1 student for individual competitions and 30 students for group competitions. A total of the 31 best students in the academy can compete, and the one who competes during the individual competition becomes the academy's representative. Inside the cafeteria, students started to wonder who would become the representative for that year. One student wondered if it would be Michael again. Jason replied that it will be losing another student's second emotion, since Luen is the only student who received 100 points from Ingram. And Jason reminded everyone about Michael's performance during the times that he attended the festival. Students recalled that Michael flunked the group competition and placed 4th of 5 during the individual competition. and that is why their academy had been labeled as last category, which meant that it's the last place academy where the students can't even compete individually or as a team. One student mentioned that the only way for them to escape the nickname is with Luen. They asked Luen what he thought about it. Luhan replied that the test isn't over yet. He knew that it's too early to be confident and excited. In the end, the one who participates during the grand festival is based on the first semester test scores and recommendations from the professors. And the fourth test, the 1 versus 1 with Miko, is still coming up, and that's why Luen needed to focus on the next test. After all he can think about is beating up Michael. 4 days after the third test, the real combat test, Luhan continued his hellish training and has finally attained 1000 strength. He had obtained the title. Preparations are over. Strang was excited since he waited for this day to come. He asked Luen if he's ready to start leveling up now. The blue window displayed that repeatable quest has been upgraded to level 2. Strang leapt and positioned himself on Luhan's shoulder. The window informed Luen that the difficulty of the repeatable quest doubles, while the reward triples. Strang was just like Kirby at this point. He's sucking everything. Then he gulped down Luen's powers, and he exudes a powerful aura around him. The flame was so powerful that it lightened up the whole area. Luen wondered what that flame was, and then he recognized something. Meanwhile, Professor Elric was in deep thoughts. He recalled how Luen ended the ogre, and Professor Elric realized that he actually ended up helping that guy. He wondered if Ruin Ardel could now face Miko and be able to win, but he assumed that the victory was unlikely. If that happens, it could jeopardize Miko's place at the Grand Festival and even weaken his position as Valedictorian. He wanted the Gary Hill family to be at the top of the academy no matter what. Back to Luen and Strang, the incarnation of strength. Strang has advanced to rank 2, and Luen received PLO 200 strength. Luen noticed that Strang had grown a lot. He asked what happens since it's also thanks to Strang that Luen's strength reached 1200 quickly. Strang stood with pride and a smiling face. Strang confidently announced that it was just the start. He also guessed that the difficulty and rewards had increased. They both checked the status window. It states the repeatable quest is at level 2. This means that Luen had matured to a basic level of body strength required for battle. However, his training continues. Now his goal is to reach 5000 punch, kick, spin kick and 15-kilometer run, plus 1 real battle training. Completing this would give him a reward of plus 30 strength. Luen uttered that he had already been doing the increased amount of training so it wouldn't be too difficult. But he inquired to Strang about the real combat training. Strang replied that he is capable of becoming anything. Luen remembered that Strang told him that, so Strang explained that from now on, he can transform into anything but there's a limit. Luen asked if Strang could transform into human form. Strang replied that he could do it when he reached rank 5. However, transforming into a human perfectly is going to be difficult, so Luen asked what he could transform into. That made Strang smile and asked if he wanted to see. There was a gush of wind around Strang. He became a tornado, and it grew bigger as he completed the transformation. When it was complete, it revealed a terrifying scarecrow. Strang asked why Luen's reaction was like that. Luhan replied that it was because what he had seen was something different from what he expected. Strang told him not to look down on scarecrows. He asked if Luhan had any idea on how helpful Strang is when he first started to do real training with Draka. Luad asked if Strang is the dummy during that real training. Strang replied yes, and to be exact, he's the buddy for Luen's quest. So Luan asked to clarify if it meant that he will be doing real combat training with Strang every day. Strang replied yes. Strang replied that since he's weak, he's only at the level of a third-class magician. But with a devilish look, Strang announced that when he regains his strength again, anything is possible. If Luhan would desire, strength could even be a demon or a dragon. Luhan decided to start training. Strang asked him what he would like him to turn into. Luhan replied that he should be a magician. That triggered a dark, devilish yet excited look from the bear. This summoned pet gathered its power towards its paw. Strang brought out his staff. He informed Luen that if his magic hits Luen, it will only cause a knockback and cannot inflict damage. Luen asked what it is like for Strang. Strang announced that he will not take any damage. Now Luen sees Strang as the perfect training partner. Then Strang made the first attack. It was a powerful fireball, but Luen was able to evade immediately. While evading, Luen thought of Miko that Miko could also be training like him, and that made Luen excited for the day of the test. On the other hand, Miko called his uncle. He admitted that the son of a bitch is making him mad, so he asked for his uncle's advice on what he should do about it. His loser uncle scolded him and told him that he was just a bit stronger. But Mikkel told his uncle that he has no right to be talking that way right now, since there are rumors around him that he's the one who raised Luen's grades up. It was because it's his uncle's idea to make Luhan face against an ogre. Miko was mad. He blamed his uncle for making Luhan get the best score. He informed his uncle that if their family found out about it, he's sure that things won't look for him. This made Professor Elric furious since it felt like Miko blackmailed him. So Miko told him to stop spewing nonsense and just think of a way to fix the situation. Miko was worried that Luen could become the Academy's representative at the Grand Festival. Professor Elric expressed that it was unacceptable. Professor Elric gave him a bottle. Miko was surprised to see the herb of awakening the burning flower. The herb of awakening burning flower grows in the northern lands of hallucination. It is a rare and precious medicinal herb, and some people use it to create special elixirs. Professor Elric told Miko that if he drinks that, it will cause an awakening effect, and it can drastically reduce mana casting times. But Miko knew that the side effect is to make the person forget about pain and make it hard to distinguish friend and foe. Professor Elric told him he's correct. Basically, the drink will make him unable to see anything. He commented how Michael is paying attention to his classes since he knew about it. Michael clarified if the professor wanted him to drink it. Professor Elric replied yes. Michael's initial reaction was to ask if his uncle is crazy. Professor Elric asked him if he should be complaining when he lost to that guy, and he would eventually be kicked out of the family for bringing shame. Miko was nervous because it was risky. He's aware that Professor Heidel knew his exact limit, and if that professor notices any changes he'll catch on. His uncle reminded him that he's in charge of the drug testing, so he gave Mikkel another vial, and that contains a potion that will conceal the fact that he took the herbs. He instructed Michael to drink the purple vial after using the burning flower. He told Michael not to be afraid because they're Gary Hills, and it's their way of getting ahead. Professor Elric asked Miko if he's going to do it or not. Miko doesn't look pleased. Finally, the day of the 1 vs 1 combat test had arrived. The location of the test is the Mana Barrier Hall. Every year during the 1 vs 1 combat test, the entire test site becomes packed, and the last fight had begun. It was between Miko and Luen. Luen walked to the center. It's the day that he had been waiting for, the face-off against Michael. Strang told him that the opponent knows that Luhan will probably engage in close combat, and if that opponent had prepared for that, it will become difficult for Luen. It was funny how both of them had their sinister smiles. When Luhan asked what if he approached the guy, and Strang replied, yeah, just one punch is needed. The instructor informed that for the test to be as close to a real combat as possible, there were various geographical features placed. The instructor asked if they were ready. They replied, yes. Luen noticed something. He looked at Miko, and figured out that Mikel's condition isn't normal. Miko was breathing heavily as if he's in rage. Luen also observed that Michael is not as arrogant as usual, which made him think that something is off. He decided to check using the player's eye it activated, and the status window says that Michael Gary Hill is a third-class magician with high potential and double casting feature. There's also the special condition called Berserk hidden. It's the first time that Luen encountered Berserk, and on top of that, it says hidden. It made him wonder if Mikkel took something to hide his use of drugs. Before the test, there was a drug test, but Luen realized that the professor in charge of the testing was Professor Elric. So he thought of the possibility that Michael's uncle Professor Elric made Michael take something and helped him get away with it. The instructor told them that the only magic band in the spar is the black magic. All magic based on the 4 elements are allowed, and the instructors consider the level of magic that hits the opponent to measure the score. The instructor advised them not to worry about the opponent since inside the Mana Barrier Hall, the effectiveness of magic is reduced by 99%. The instructor asked if they had any questions. Luhan had one, so the instructor allowed him to speak. Then Luhan asked what would happen if someone is found to have taken an illegal potion. Michael was surprised to hear that. The instructor explained that if that happens, the student will forfeit their right to take the test and will be considered failed. Also, depending on the severity, and examination to determine expulsion could also proceed. The instructor asked Luen why he asked that. Luhan didn't say anything, but he gave me a knowing look. The students were instructed to get into their positions. Luen knew that what he had right now was just an assumption, since he's the only one who can see it through his status window. Nobody would believe him. He needed to find solid evidence. They were both in position, and the instructor announced begin. These two didn't waste any second, and they immediately charged at each other. Miko made a powerful green orb of magic while yelling for Luen to die, and it caused vines to wrap on Lawin's leg, but it was easy for Luhan to slice it up. The students were surprised that he did that easily. They wondered if Miko's spell did not work on him. It was great for Luen since the mana barrier hull reduced the strength of magic, but not his own strength. He ran towards Miko. Miko summoned a skull that breathed flame, and he attacked Luen with fire breath. It was followed by haste, which Luhan skillfully dodged. Luhan kept running, and fortunately, he was able to hide behind a boulder when the flame engulfed the area. While hiding behind that boulder, he tried to observe Miko. He figured out that reduced casting times and increased mana collection are the effects of Miko's potion. Miko taunted him to come out. Luhan also noticed that Michael is more worked up than usual, and from those data, he was able to determine what Miko had intake. He figured out that it was the herb of awakening, burning flower. He also noticed Miko's shaky hands, excessive excitement, suppression of pain receptors, and lowered ability to distinguish between a friend and foe. So it all adds up. Miko continued to lower him out. Louis knew that the only thing left was pain suppression. Our MCA came out and told me Kill that it was no wonder that Meat Kill is so confident it's because of that. Miko asked what he meant. Luen uttered burning flower. Michael was taken aback. Luhan told him that it doesn't matter because he himself wouldn't be needing something like that, just to defeat Miko. He informed Miko that he's coming for him. Luhan used time refraction. Miko struggled because Luen was too fast. This loser tried to block Luen's way by placing an ice wall, but it was no use. Luen shattered the ice wall with his powerful kick. The professors were surprised. The students wondered if that was even magic. They couldn't believe that Luen rushed into Miko in just one go. But Miko fought back. He summoned a gigantic salamander that breathed fire. This attack is a third-class magic, and it was a fire lizard. To counter that, Luen clenched his fist and used earthquake. He punched the ground and it shattered. It created a hole deep enough for the fire lizard to fall into. The students were amused with how Luen countered the fire element using the earth element. Miko lost balance. He fell on his butt, and screamed when Luen loomed over him. Luen prepared his finger while telling Miko not to be a pussy and take it. Miko was confused and he stared at the finger. But that finger was packed with enormous power. A few seconds later, the whole stadium shook as a loud kaboom was heard all over the place. That deafening sound came from our MC's last attack, a forehead fucking flick. All of the students that were present inside the stadium had their mouths wide open in shock. Dust around the area has now started to settle. Luhan noticed something in front of him, and that was Miko, who was still conscious even after receiving the attack. This loser also claimed that Luen was looking down on him. He was about to whine about that forehead flick, but Luhan had already followed the attack with a powerful punch. He continued to perform a barrage of punches while pushing Miko back, and after a few more hits, Miko was finally down again. But even then, he was still conscious. His body was already trembling from the damage he received, but Miko still managed to laugh. He even boasted and claimed that Lawin's punches were too soft. Our MC knew that it was dangerous to let things like this, so he tapped Miko's shoulders, and casted a spell called Binding Tree. Green vines appeared and held Mikkel in his place. Luen then raised his hand to get the attention of the professors. He then told them, Miko used a forbidden drug. The battle was stopped, and a professor approached Luen. He was asked if he was sure because if he was just lying, he would be disqualified. Luen was confident and told them that he was sure because one can make a drug that can't be detected in tests anytime. He even added that someone could even turn a blind eye to it. The professor then knew what Luen was talking about. Our MC commented that someone who could handle multiple rare materials to his heart's content and conduct the test before the match would be the culprit. Both of them turned their gazes to Professor Elric, and that made him weary. Luen's statement made the students realize that he has a point because Professor Elric was Michael's uncle. And upon hearing that Professor Elric disappeared from his seat, he came down and approached Luen. Professor Elric wanted to deny what our MC had said. He couldn't believe that a student would really think that he would give his nephew some drug and then turn a blind eye to it. But then Luhan just smiled and told everyone that he even has proof. Professor Elric panicked for a bit, and then suggested that they should just conduct another drug test. but Luen told him that there's no need for that, especially when they have already used special elixir to hide the symptoms. This loser was already becoming more edgy. He asked Luen what he wanted to propose. Luen approached a huge trunk of a tree and told everyone that he'll show Professor Elric directly what he meant. Giga Chad Luen made an attack and it blasted the entire trunk of the tree. And it was just by using his fingers. He then revealed that the attack that everyone just saw was the same finger flick that he did on Mikkel earlier. This revelation made Professor Elric's body tremble. Luen added that even if Mikkel's magic was higher than normal due to practice, that loser kept on laughing and being awake after being hit with that attack. In his current condition, his skull would be wobbling, and at least 4 ribs would have been broken, but even then, he's still laughing. It was as if he couldn't feel any pain. Luen asked this professor again if he still wanted to deny it, but Elric just kept his silence, and that only meant one thing. The dean then finally made his move and called out Professor Elric's name in front of everyone. The old man was oozing with anger and disappointment. He couldn't believe that a professor would dare to commit such a thing in this sacred testing ground. The dean addressed Elric and commanded him to follow the old man in his office. This loser knew he fucked up, big time. Meanwhile, Luen just watched Professor Elric exit the place, and even after all that happened, Miko was still laughing and high. After that, the 4th test passed like a storm. The hallways of the academy were filled with news that Professor Elric was fired and Miko was expelled. The corruption of the Gary Hill family was also laid out in the open. Our MC also gained a new nickname, which was Expulsion Maker. We then see Luen standing in front of this huge-ass door. His body started to be enveloped by light, and that was because he was summoned by the dean. In his mind, he didn't know what to expect, and after a few seconds, he was finally transported to another place. His eyes widened as he realized where he was. In front of him was a familiar place. It was none other than the Arndale territory. A luxurious red chair was also placed right in the middle of the fields. Luhan came to his senses that it was not his home because it's a bit different. As he looked around intently, he finally noticed something. The red chair is the throne of Teron, where the king of magicians sits. He then wondered what it was doing there. His thoughts were interrupted when the dean appeared and asked him what he saw. While following the old man, Luen found out that this place was created independently by the Eye of Mala Rock. Our MC had heard about it. Mala Rock is the name of the leader of the demons that first invaded the Fraley continent. They say that he had the power to force a target to have visions of what they desire the most. But after the demise of this demon, his body parts were produced into artifacts. The dean told Luen that the Eye of Malar Rock showed him the world he wanted to see. In short, it was like the infinite Tsukuyomi of Madeira. Luhan then realized why he saw his family's territory and the chair of the king. And that was because he wanted to revive their glory and become the best magician. The dean also asked Luhan if he's not curious about what the dean sees inside this place. Our MC then inquired about it. With a relaxed expression, the old man revealed that he sees a world where students act like students and magicians act like magicians. Of course, that world won't be easy to achieve, and Luen agreed to that. They now stood in front of another door. The huge door opened, but before going in, Luen looked back once again. That's when he saw himself holding a trophy, and was being cheered on by some students around him. Luen also saw one instance where he graduated as the valedictorian of the academy. These images gave him enough reason to smile. A few moments later, the two were now inside the dean's office. The old man offered our MC 1 cup of tea. Luad thanked him for the kind gesture, and while sipping the tea, the dean just stared at him intently. The dean revealed the reason why Luen was called here today, and that was for the dean to ask one question. With a curious look on his face, the dean inquired how Luhan was able to detect that Miko used the burning flower and other stimulants. Luhan became silent for a moment. He then answered that Miko's aura was quite different from the usual. He thought of the burning flower because Miko looked at aggressive yet anxious. There's also an abnormal flow and amplification of his mana. The dean probed more why Luen was more sure than suspicious. Our MC added that in his fight against Miko, he used physical strength and not magic, and that gave him the advantage because the barrier hole only controls magic and not strength. This was his alibi. Luhan thought that he didn't need to reveal that he had the player's eye. He continued by saying that even after all the damage Mikkel received, he still laughed, and that can only be explained by his use of the burning flower. The dean was already analyzing Luen. He thought that this student was just 16, and yet possesses keen eyes to figure out changes like that against an opponent. He also noted his calm way of responding to situations. He then apologized because of the incident. The dean made sure that the Gary Hill family will not be able to harm Luen in any way. The old man also added that he has an offer to Luen. He asked if he would join the Grand Festival in the 7th month this year as the Academy's representative, which shocked Luen. He thought that the representative of the Grand Festival is a position that all students envy. That would also explain why he was personally called in the dean's office. Luhan closed his eyes while thinking what to say. He thanked the dean for the offer, but he mentioned that there's one problem, and that's experience. He revealed that he never had real battle experience for the last 5 years. Due to his Magic Evocation Disorder, he had an uneventful 5 years in the academy. He also doesn't know if he could compete against the geniuses that would appear in the Grand Festival. But his worries were shoved off as the dean told him that it won't be a problem at all. The dean claimed and assured him that Luen is worthy of being called a winning candidate. On top of that, the dean told him one more scary thing about Luen. The old man considered him as a secret weapon that appeared out of nowhere. Luhan didn't expect this and blushed. The dean added that to the other participants, Luhan would be a dark horse. Information about him doesn't exist, and they won't be familiar with the methods that could counter the magic that he uses. Luhan is becoming more thrilled. Their academy always placed last in the previous tournaments and no one would even keep an eye on them. That means they'll be more easy to catch off guard. Our MC clenched his fist as the dean asked him again if he's interested in participating. And with great enthusiasm, he exclaimed that he shall try his best as much as the dean trusted him. Our boy has finally received recognition and would even compete with geniuses. At the perfect timing, someone knocked at the door. When the person entered, the dean informed Luen that what will be helpful to him is a body arts class, rather than a magic class. So the dean invited a professor to help him with his body arts. Luen recognized that man, especially when this person greeted him and called him a desperate student. The knight asked him what's with his face, and he confirmed if Luhan doesn't want to see him. It was Gould Ter Pierre Monta. He is the Knight Order leader of the Folder and Territory. He is one of the only 5-6 rank knights that exist in the Radiant Kingdom, and it's the same person that Luhan worked with during the 3rd exam. He never expected that he would be receiving body arts class from him. Before they start, the knight told him that there are some things that he must confirm. Sir Galter heard from Professor Heidel that Luen is a special magician who has no choice but to fight at close range. He asked if that is true. Luen answered that he's correct. Sir Galter expressed that from what he saw last time, Luen's movement is quite good. It was concise and devoid of unnecessary movement, but he told Luen that it was obvious that he didn't learn martial arts. Sir Galter told him that his movements before have worked on ogres, but a skilled knight would have read them through, and no matter how strong he is, opponents who use body arts can figure out Luen's attacks just by looking at his shoulder and hip movements. In his head, Luhan knew that Sir Coulter was right because the movements Luhan had learned were only repeated motions for the quest. So what can be used in practice is very limited. Sir Galter told him not to worry too much, because if he learned from him, Louis' movements would change from the basics. Then he asked Luen if he's ready to begin the training right away. He told Luen that the most important thing for a knight is their feet. It is because the feet gives strength to the sword and allows it to predict the enemy's movements. As such, Luen will need to learn how to walk properly. Only by learning the correct walk can Luen learn proper body arts. The Heavenly Martial Arts is a martial art that knights commonly learn in the training center. Luen took the training seriously, so Galter informed him that excluding the sword techniques, that Heavenly Martial Arts consisted of a total of 36 martial movements. Luhan was giving his all. He moved fast to punch and kick, and he did it over and over again. Sir Galter looked proud. Earlier Luen asked him why he is teaching him martial arts when it had no benefits to him. On top of that, it requires Sir Galter to come into the academy every day to work. Sir Galter told him that it's his investment, simply to say he just met someone who seems like that person would become a great magician. So if he helped out the future magician, he saw that it was a worthwhile investment. Luhan was honored to have him as an instructor. Sir Galter felt awkward with that. Also, he requested to be addressed as an older brother since he's only in his 20s. Luhan trained hard, under the supervision of his older brother Galter. While observing him, Galter admitted in his head that Luen is doing great and he has grit. When Luen defeated the ogre, Galter checked the corpse and he saw that the ogre's jaw broke. He described Luen as a melee-type magician stronger than ogres, and that caught his interest. Just like that, 3 weeks had passed. Luen's skill and body arts have increased and it reached level 10. As a reward, the effects of the skill the Magician of Madness will be enhanced. In addition to that, he can also imbue every part of his body with magic. Luen felt the level up in his body. He told Strang that the effects are incredible. Strang replied that it was thanks to that he had reached rank 3. A blue window displayed that Luen's strength is at 2130. Luen felt that strength coursing through his body. Strang commented that Luhan is getting stronger at a quick pace. He narrated that Draka took 2000 strength over a year and a half after they met each other. Luen asked if he's right, that it's just a gap in perception of the time between human and a dragon. Someone called out to Luen. He asked Jason on what's wrong. Jason asked if he had seen it. He asked what it was. Jason informed him that the list of participants for the Grand Festival has been posted. Ruin Ardel was announced in the first place. He can vividly recall the entrance ceremony where he represented the new students and stood on the podium. Because of this, he became the subject of jealousy and doubtful gazes. In response to their jealousy, he had been acting pathetic for the past 5 years. He could only watch from afar as Miko received all the congratulatory messages. But now it's different. He ran towards the announcement board. Luen had such a big smile on his face. He was listed as the representative. Students who saw him there were pleased to see him. They rushed towards him to congratulate him. It took him a long time, but he became a representative of the academy again. Oh, and Jason made it on the list too. Professor Heidel expressed that he was surprised when Sir Boulder said that Luen had mastered the heavenly martial arts. But Luen being a 5th class novice at 16, Professor Heidel couldn't help but admit that Luen's genius talent scares him. He let Luhan know that he has faith that he will do well. Like that, preparations for the Grand Festival proceeded without a hitch, and just in time, they headed to Attain where the Grand Festival was held. Students were talking about getting on the Mana train. Most of them haven't rode it before. A student narrated that there are only 2 transit points in the Radiant Kingdom, but they say that the Rhynic Imperial Federation has over 100 transit points. A student butts in that it was obvious because it was an empire while they are in the smallest of the small nations. One student commented that those country bumpkins are making all the fuss over a Mana train. Jason heard that and he asked what the student told them to stop acting tacky and to be quiet. That made Jason furious. That bastard is Hanky's Mikkel's lackey who participated in the Magic Festival last year together with him. Hanky's told them that if they thought Luen would show some kind of miracle during the Grand Festival, they should just give up. He added that Luhan is full of himself just because he got good grades for the first semester. Another student chimed in and expressed that the representatives of each college are very much like ghosts, and they would have had a better chance of winning if Miko, who had fought against them, were chosen as a representative. Hank has made it known to everyone that he doesn't acknowledge Luen as their representative, so they should just take good care of things for themselves. Jason tries to hold back his anger. Luen understood that there are a lot of bastards who want to benefit even just a little bit by latching themselves to the Gary Hill family. But he also knew that they have to do well in the competition with those guys. He told them that Miko must be delighted, because the dogs are still loyal to him even when Miko the owner is about to be kicked out. Hank has got triggered upon being called a dog. Luen replied that it was such a relief that his clear message was understood with the kind of intelligence level that Hank has had. Hank has had a lot more things to say, but Luhan caught him mid-sentence and told him to listen up. He informed Hankies and the other lackeys that the Grand Festival will be on a different level with the last magic festivals they have experienced, and if they get a good result, they will receive better opportunities that they won't get from that Gary Hill family. Hank has argued that it will only work if they have good results, but he doubted if that's possible. He described the company editors as monsters, and in the end, their fate is to be stuck in the Radiant Kingdom and work under the Gary Hill. Hank, as was about to say to Luhan that he should wake up from his dream, but Luhan told him that it's possible. Hankies was taken aback. Luen explained that the Grand Festival is an event where collaboration is important, and he advised that it might be better not to embrace elements that interfere with teamwork. Hank has asked if it means Luen will compete without them. In response to that, Luen suggested that while they are on the way, Hankies and the others should think over who their representative is right now, and made sure to let them know that there is no Gary Hill in there that will recognize his loyalty. Hank has told Luhan that if Luen flunked his first individual battle, he wouldn't listen to any commands during the Grand Festival. They rode the Mana train. Students were amazed at how fast it was. Meanwhile, Strang was also being loud on commenting how the world had become a good place. A door inside the train opened. A student announced that he smelled the scent of a loser somewhere, and this student mentioned that there are country bumpkins of the academy. Luen recognized the pattern on this student's uniform. It signifies O Yoda National Magic Institute. Yoda National Magic Institute is the only training school in Yoda, a sand kingdom built on a desert. It is renowned for their ancient history. They were especially known for honing their swordsmanship and bodies to the extreme. Luen wondered what those students were doing there. Then this student looked for Mikkel Gary Hill. He asked if Mikkel ran away due to odds and sods. As an added insult, he expressed that he was about to ask Michael to take good care of them this year too as his servant. Then this student laughed out loud. He told the country bumpkins that they are in charge of coming last place this year too. Strang expressed how Luhan is so patient to the point that he could stay still, even after hearing those words. Luhan had no idea because he couldn't get in the position all this time, but it's obvious how their academy is being treated. He glanced at someone. It was Professor Heidel. It's obvious that the professor had no plans on stepping in. It's because the Grand Festival is a competition of students, and the professor is only there as a guide. So Luen understood that the authority and responsibility for the team falls in his hands as the representative of the academy. The guy approached Hankies and asked for Michael Gary Hill. Hankies appeared nervous. Someone spoke, and informed the guy that Michael is probably bedridden, praying for his broken ribs to stick back properly right about now. The guy checked the person who spoke, and he saw one student standing up. Hank has told the guy that it's their academy's representative. The student was doubtful since it's his first time seeing Luen. He walked towards Luen's direction. He introduced himself as Yoda as representative Satan Valkyrie. Then he asked for Luen's name. Luen mentioned his name. Luen told the guy that it was enough greeting and if he's done picking a fight, he should get out of their compartment now. The guy was stunned. Luen added that he expected a sincere apology for calling them Aka dummies. This made Satan Valkyrie angry. He was triggered when he was asked to apologize. The guy asked Hankies if he didn't even tell their new representative about him. Sita Malkagiri. Hankies was anxious to answer. To push Hankies to do it properly. He threatened Hankies that he would beat him up so Hankies won't forget. Luhan caught on that he wondered if that's the reason why the students who attended the Magic Festival tremble at the sight of a Yoda. He assumed that they must have been assaulted by Satan Valkyrie. Lewand realized that it was all part of the plan to kill the team spirits before the match. He figured out that the Grand Festival had already begun. Luen asked if Santa wanted to go for a round. Santa commented that Luen must have really lost his mind. Seta told him that he won't cower, and Luhan shouldn't regret it after getting hit. Before Seta could throw a punch, a man commanded him to stop at once. It was their professor. The professor scolded him for the fuss before the match in a condescending tone. The professor asked him if he really wanted to make enemies from the beginning. The professor turned to Professor Heidel and apologized for their students' rude behavior. Then the professor pushed Seta back into their compartment. Before fully disappearing, Sina warned Luen that he'll see him later. Luen watched him leave. Then he uttered that just as he thought. It's not from the start. Seta asked the professor why he stopped them. When it was the professor who proposed that method, said I was so confused. The professor sighed and asked if he didn't see it, said I had no idea what he's talking about. The professor replied he was smiling. Professor Heidel of Ignit Academy was smiling while watching them as if he was looking forward to the fight. Seta suggested that it could be a coincidence. The professor sighed and admitted that he's not sure. But what he had observed is that Guy Luen certainly has something that they don't know about. The professor is certain that he's a different guy from Mikhail Gary Hill that fought him last time. That made Seta quiet. After the Yoda students came and left, the atmosphere inside the cabin oddly changed. The students crowd around Luen. They talked about the first match that will be against a group competition without the representative. So if Luen's not joining, they wonder if they can do it among themselves. One student was spirited as he expressed that they should not lose. That immediately vanished the worries of the others. Luen smiled as he thought that just up until a while ago, those students who were filled with jealousy and ego started to unite as one. They asked if Lawin's okay. Hank has told him that he was too rash just now. He told him that those guys grew up fighting their entire lives, and if a fight broke out, but they did not expect Luhan to ask if they weren't feeling angry. Luen told them that those bastards disrespected them and him their representative right on his face. He asked them what if he the representative just stayed still. He explained to them that those bastards may get even more excited and could make fun of them even more. The students agreed, but they tried to reason out. Lawan added that if they had stayed still, they would have really become Aka dummies. He asked the guys if that's what they want. The guys were solid as Lawan asked them if they would continue being disrespected. With passion, Luhan announced to the guys that it's because they let them beat them up. That's why they have been disrespected for 5 years. That evokes strong emotions from hankers. Luhan continued to ask about what they plan to do. He expressed that it might not be the right time for them to have internal fights because of ego. A student suggested that he plays Hankies as the gatekeeper in the arrow ball match. He asked for Luen's insight, while Hankies blushed at the suggestion. Luhan had observed that Michael's lackeys had decided to join him on the Grand Festival too. He wished for them to maintain that resolve until the test is over. There was an announcement that the next stop was the outtake duchy. The students were advised to take their bags since they're about to light the train. Altern Duchy is one of the states belonging to the Ruin Ardel Federation, and the only state recognized as a neutral state under the Empire. There, even if they are enemies who have been at war for decades, emotions must be excluded. If bloodshed occurs inside Altern the Rhinic Empire, the ruler of the continent steps forward and judges the crimes. Because of that, large-scale international competitions such as the Magic Festival of the Magic Society and Sword Grand Prix of the Swordsmanship Society are held in Altern. The students were looking around RENAC, an Imperial Federation under the control of the Empire. Jason asked Luen if he also sees it as a completely different world. Jason commented that the Daemon estate is supposed to be rich in itself. But the estates in Rhinic are on a different league. Luen looked around all terrain. He expected it to be that way since it is the capital of the kingdom. To him, it looked antique, and everyone seemed relaxed. And seeing it makes Luhan think that they really came from such a small place. They decided to go to ride the carriage to get into their accommodations. While on the ride, Professor Heidel expressed something out of concern. He told Luen that they should not go to another college as accommodation even by mistake, because nothing good will come out of picking a fight. It was funny how Luen felt a bit guilty when the professor said that while looking at him, Strang got excited upon a sight of something. Luen asked what it was. Strang pointed outside the window. Strang mentioned that there's an interesting smell. The carriage shook and Strang fell from Luen's shoulders. Strang mentioned that it seemed like Drake has relic is in the place. The next day, at the Ignit Academy accommodation, Jason was still groggy when he asked Luhan if he's going out on a date since he was in a rush. Luhan had no time to answer since he went straight to the exit. He ran fast while asking Strang if he should have it. Strang told him that they will start seeing it on the mini-map. Strang explained that even for an avatar of strength like him, it isn't common. They arrived at the All Tanes Touching Memories workshop. Luen entered. Upon entering, he commented that it was something that the Black Dragon had used, so he thought it would be in a unique place. But the place that they had just entered was too normal. Honestly, Luen thought it would be somewhere like a black market or rich person's vault. Strang explained that Draco's relic is useless for non-strength-based wizards, so it's just trash for an ordinary wizard. Luen used the player's eye, and then he saw a trail of light. There was a glowing object near a statue. Luen saw the Ring of Invulnerability. It is a player-exclusive, unique artifact. It is the first artifact created by Draka, but also his first failure. Using the power of invulnerability, there is a small chance to resist any physical force that touches that body. It increases the chance to negate physical damage. Knowing that it's a failure, Luhan got suspicious. Strang gave an all-knowing laugh and explained that it's a little unique. Strang informed him that it's not just about resisting the attacks, but it even resists a touch from a friend. Even a hug from Oliver. Strang commented that it might prove useless when needed, and it could activate on something trivial, making it a failure. But he told Luhan that he needed that. It increases strength by 200. When equipped, Luen knew that increase alone. It was worth wearing. He put on the ring. He was pleased that it fit perfectly like the ring was made for him. He told the counter that he would like to buy it. He asked how much it cost. The old man at the counter told him to just take it. It had been sitting there for too long, and he had no idea how to take care of it anyway. In response to that kindness, Luhan decided to buy something else too. He walked around the shop while commenting how convenient it is to have player's eye. Because of it, he can even recognize the worth of the subject. Some things are labeled as normal, average or low. Then he noticed something. He saw a high-ranking item, and it's a book called Quantum Mechanics of Magic and Swords. Luen chose that one. But when he was about to pick it up, a girl touched it at the same time as him. He looked at who it was. She is from the Seiki Women's University, and the status window displayed that the girl is Irene Prius, a 5th-class magician and has very high potential. King also called the King of Wizard and Wizard of Boundary, Teron, Artemis, and she is one of the 11 next-generation magicians that he picked. Luhan had heard that she's a genius who was close to 5th class. Lewand realized that the rumor was actually understated. She told Luhan to let go. Luen argued that he touched it first. Irene introduced herself and she figured out from the symbol on Luen's uniform that he's from Ignite Academy. She told Luen that he found the thing that he was looking for earlier, but now he's looking for something else to buy. While she on the other hand is only there for the book. She asked if he could just let her have it. Luen figured out that she was listening earlier. Luhan asked why she needed it since people don't normally look for that book. She had difficulty answering him. She blushed as she explained that it was for her personal assignment and she couldn't give the details. Luen knew that it can't be an assignment from the academy. He thought that it could be from the king or something. He lets her have it. Irene did not expect that. Luen replied that she just mentioned that it's important for her so she can have it. Irene thanked him. Luan looked around on what to buy. Irene observed him for a while. Later that day, Jason was screaming when he found out that Luen met Irene Prius. He inquired what they had talked about, and if she's a beauty. Just as the rumors say, it was not only Jason, but also Hankies who asked for more details while having those sparkly eyes. Jason expressed how jealous he is, since it's his dream to touch Iran's hand once. Hankies told him that he's petty. He boasted that he saw Irene during the Grand Festival, and even sat next to her. Jason was surprised since he hadn't talked about it before. Then they started having a friendly argument. On a serious note, Hank has told them that Irene is strong, but she is always at top 2. He had heard that she became stressed because she always loses to the top 1 Doom Prime. Every year, Jason got infuriated in the place of Irene. Hank aside as he explained that it was not crap. He explained that the guy who beats her is the top 1 of Rhynic Magic Training School. And that means he is the most acknowledged wizard among the people of his age in the continent. And he is also the owner of Sword of Radiance. Luen had now figured out why Irene needed that book. It was to defeat Doom Prime. However, being a magic swordsman isn't that good. The magic sword doesn't offer as much of a magic increase compared to other weapons. And becoming skilled at swordsmanship, like a knight, isn't easy either. Hank is narrated that Doom Prime is different. The Sword of Radiance is an S-class artifact, and his level of swordsmanship is at least that of an ordinary knight. Jason summed it up as the guy who has a good artifact, good swordsmanship, and is better at magic. In addition, he had a good family background, was rich and even handsome. Doom Prime's popularity among girls is sky high. He sighed as he expressed that he didn't know someone like that exists. That made Luhan think. Irene and Prius, who has mastered 5th class magic at the age 16, and the magic swordsman Doom Prime who always beat her every year. Luen started to ponder that if he's against those 2 renowned geniuses, will he have a chance? He's definitely someone no one cares about. However, Dean Ignit told him that he's a winning candidate. He's itching to know the result too. All of a sudden, their classmate announced that the first lineup for the Grand Festival opening ceremony had been released. It was great for Luen. He went to check it out. With a serious expression, he told himself that the Grand Festival has just begun. Finally, the initial lineup of matches for the Grand Festival came out. Luen checked out who their opponent was. Someone complained that their first opponent is the Academy, and they uttered that it would be such an easy win. Seda told them how Yoda is lucky to be able to fool around during the first opponent. Luen knew that they are the worst opponents. Yoga is known for playing dirty, and on top of that Luen's teammates seemed scared. Their school has many kids that are traumatized by Yoda. Seda announced that their opponents would be so weak that it won't even serve as a warm-up. He uttered how the fight is going to be really boring. The other academies wish to be faced against Academy because it would feel like they won the lottery. One student was concerned that they are being too rude, but another student told them that it's okay since the Academy is too scared to even do anything, since that's just how the academic kids are. Luhan smirked and saw it as an opportunity to show them all that they are no longer their old selves. Luhan told Seda that he had expected him. He said that there were so many students participating at the Grand Festival. Sina asked him what he's up to. Luen told him that he wanted to introduce himself. He announced to everyone that he is Ruin Ardel, the representative of the academy that they were talking about. He had one request for everyone, that they won't ever call them academy again. Luhan expressed how unpleasant it was. Sita was taken aback. Luen told them that he was in the last place for so long that he got tired of it, so now he'll try being the first place. The students protest that if they are not academy they won't have anything else to call them, and they thought it was funny for Luen to dream of the first place. Sita asked who he was anyway. Luen recalled Dean Ignit's words to him, so he declared that he's a trump card. Luhan had decided that he would no longer back down. People started talking about him. Oh, Yoda students did research on him and found out that he's a failing student. It was a puzzle to them on how someone like him became the school representative. They had no idea how it happened. But all they know is that at the beginning of the semester, Luen did a complete 180 and became a monster who got amazing grades. The student uttered that Luen's confidence might come from that to say to. Recall that the professor told him that Luen must have something that they don't know about, but he dismissed that thought since he just sees them as academic kids. Santa was set on teaching those arrogant kids a lesson, using their school's traditional way. At Ignat accommodations, students were gathered since tomorrow is the Mana grenade throwing event. It is a team competition in which all members of the team excluding the representative participate. It is a challenge in which people throw grenades at mithril golems, and the team that destroys it faster wins. A student expressed to Luen that since they don't have Luen with them, he's worried if they will be okay. Luen admits that they lack individual talents compared to Oyoda. However, Luen was certain that they could when they asked Blue and how. Luen told them that it's a group competition, and if they all work together, they can win. So Luen asked them to start forming groups. One group that will heat up the mana grenade, then the second group will transport it, and a third group for attacking the golems. And lastly, a group that will hinder the opponent's team by healing their golem. A student was concerned that it would take so much time to destroy the golem. They knew Yoda had a lot of people and strength. Luen watched them, and then he asked for their opinion. Everyone was confused. Luhan was asking about their thoughts when he declared to everyone that they wouldn't be last place. But first, he expressed that he was being honest about that. He told everyone that he will do anything to help even in games where he cannot participate in with certainty. He declared that if Yoda throws 1, they will just throw 2 to 3. For a team with outstanding individual skills, a traditional method may be effective, but that method still takes more time for their team. Jason and Hankies decided to trust Luen on this. The rest followed too. So Luen explained that with Hankies as the leader, Zola Mil Mora Ayake Freya would heat up the bomb. Then Tam and Say will move the ignited bomb. Luen selected everyone's groups based on their strengths. And of course, Lawin's ability lies behind those choices. He used the player's eye on his teammates. Using this, he was able to minimize weaknesses and focus on the strengths of the group members. The students were happy and motivated now that they saw hope. Once everyone was assigned to the perfect group, even the ones who doubted Luen had started to have hope. Everyone happily talked about what their weaknesses and strengths are. Luhan was relieved to see them like that. He had observed that the academy students started to become more confident and hope had started to rise. But their attention shifted to someone at the door. It was Fulham and he was injured. Luen immediately went to him and inquired if he's okay. Fulham told him that it was the Oyoda. Fulham narrated that the Oyoda representative brought his men with him and they dragged him out. The Oyo were chilling in their accommodation when suddenly the door opened. Luhan was at the entrance. Seda had expected him. Seda taunted Luen. Luen was trying to keep his calm when he told Seda Valkyrie to come out at once. Seda commented on how crazy Luhan is. He asked Luhan what made him khaki. Luad repeated the question. What is he relying on? He gripped Seda's shoulder, and it made Seda fall to his knees. Seda was surprised with that kind of strength. That made him angry, so he was about to throw a punch. But Luhan evaded and grabbed his arm, and twisted it. It made Seda groan from pain. With an intimidating tone, Luhan warned him that if he ever touches them outside the arena ever again, things won't end well. Seda rolled on the ground because of the pain. His friends were worried about him. Seda glared at Luen. Luen suggested that they should make a bet. It was a tuck-bam bet or flicking the forehead. If the Ignite Academy students beat or Yoda said a mile carry will take a talk-bam. From Luen the tack-bam that destroyed Miko. Luen added that said I will also apologize to them in front of all the students. That made the students pumped up. They were now set to win. All of a sudden, everyone was asked to get ready since they are being called in the stadium. A festival for magicians and also for the entire continent. The Grand Festival. Historically, the magicians who stood out there typically became important figures who changed the history of the continent. People cheered for Ignite Academy. Luen felt honored to be a part of that place where historic legends had been made. The instructor announced that the opening ceremony was over and everyone was asked to return to their seats. Luen and the rest made their way, but someone stopped them. Seda appeared and warned Luhan that he better be ready because Seda won't be letting his guard down. Then Seda left. The opponent that Luen is trying to analyze is not Seda Mount Kiri. He glanced at the side to check Doom Prime, the winner of the Magic Festival and the man who stands at the very top of the Rain Act Magic Soldier Training School. Luen knew that if they keep winning the competition, he'll be able to face Doom Prime. Someone commented that Luen must be the type to cause trouble wherever he goes. It was Irene Prius. She told him that yesterday he was stirring up chaos, even going to Otoy's quarters to cause trouble. Luen was surprised that she knew, so he asked her how she knew about it. Irene told him that Toin is a small place so everyone surely knows about it. Now, Luen tried to downplay it by saying that he didn't cause trouble because he was just trying to have a conversation. Irene told him that since he gave her the book that she was trying to find last time, she will give him some advice. She told him that it's best not to stand out. Luen replied, "Like you who's hiding their true skill." Irene was caught off guard. Luen said goodbye since they're the contestants for the first event. Irene was dumbfounded. The host announced that the Mana grenade throwing event will start soon. The first event is Ignat vs Atoya. They asked the students if they were ready. Jason told his teammates to go out there and prove to everyone that they are strong, that they are no longer the academy. They went to the arena with high spirits. The event had begun. The watchers were in confusion, because up until then group competitions were all won by groups with individual talents. The group arrangements similar to what knights would do was unfamiliar to everyone. Even with the confusion, some people had faith that Yoda would still win. Doom Prime watched closely. They thought that it was a dumb strategy and would make the ignorant academy land in last place. A student commented that there's a reason why people don't do certain things. Irene watched closely. She was surprised, because Ignorance Golem lost an arm. Jason and the rest gave their best. Luen told Hankies that the heating speed was sufficient. Then he commanded Mora and Ayaki to help with the transportation. He told Jason to target the right arm. The right arm got destroyed. Seda grits his teeth. He nagged at his teammates and called them names. One of the Yoda students reasoned that the Ignat students keep healing their golem so it won't get weaker. Seda cursed at Luin Ardel because he knew it was his idea. On the other hand, Irene was impressed. She recognized that the reason why Ignite Academy surpasses Yoda, who has a clear advantage in individual skills, is purely strategy. However, that strategy, unless he understood everyone's strength accurately, it wouldn't work. Irene also recalled that Luen found the book that she had looked for in an instant. Then, he also assigned his teammates to groups based on their strengths. She started wondering what kind of person he is, and how come it was the first time she saw her at the festival. A grenade glowed. Jason threw it while saying that it's over. That exploded the golem. Seda was in utter shock. He knew he was in a bad position. The Ignorance Golem finally fell to the ground. Ignat students celebrated. That was the conclusion of the first event, the Mana grenade throwing competition, which everyone thought Yoda would win. Luen and the rest had been smiling because the event was won by the academy. People are now talking about how the academy is no longer the last since Yoda took that place. They started thinking of an insulting name for Yoda. The host announced that the Capture the Flag game among student representatives will begin. They all cheered for Luen to do his best. The host announced that the match is between Luin Ardell of Ignit Magic Academy and Set Up Valkyrie of the Yoda National Magic Institute. Luhan and Seda faced each other. Strang commented that Luen looked nervous. Luen confirmed that they ranked 20th out of the 32 schools and it was perfect. Strang asked what was perfect about it. Luen explained that people are starting to pay attention to them because of their recent victory, but it's still not enough to break away from the label that has been branded on them for years. Luen uttered overwhelming victory. So by achieving an overwhelming victory against Toyota, he will change people's perception of them. Strang fully understood what he meant. There's one more thing. It was to show the Magician King. Inside the building, people sat in a circle while a crystal was in the middle. To display the event, Flame King is one of those people there. Flame King Teron told Ignat that Luin Ardell was a candidate among the 11 human children. Ignat commented that the Flame King remembered. Flame King Teron explained that he had a habit of remembering talented people. He knew that the kid was born with such great talent that he was able to instinctively learn mana at a young age. and Flame King Teron expressed that he was disappointed when he learned that Luen had the Magic Education Disorder. Ignat was surprised that he was disappointed when it was Flamed King Teron who treated Luen like a useless child. Flame King Teron had a sour face. Then he mentioned that it was unexpected when Ignorant chose a magician who couldn't even evoke mana as the student representative. He doesn't think that Ignit did that because he had something in store like before. So the Flame King Teron asked if it meant that Luen had overcome the curse. Ignite smiled, and replied that the Flame King should just watch and see it for himself. Strang asked what Luen planned to do since whether it was binding or freezing magic, he had to get close to that guy. Strang asked if Luen planned to summon a guardian. He replied that he won't do that since guardians aren't very smart. Strang asked how he plans to fight. Luen replied that he would fight head-on. The host was about to declare for the match to begin. Saito was set on taking revenge from what happened at the lodging. He summoned to battle Guardian. A large knight came out of the blue flame. Luen used time refraction. With an incredible speed he ran away from the knight, and he immediately arrived behind Santa. Santa sensed him. Sata threw a punch but Luhan caught it with his hand. He held his arm there. Sata shivered as he asked if Luhan wasn't going to let him go. Luhan told him that it might not be a great time to say that. Sata was confused, until he saw the knight that he summoned was about to attack him. Sata panicked and demanded to stop the guardian. It was fast approaching, but Sata couldn't move, because Luen held his arm tightly. Luen dared him to get away though, but since that the power that he felt back then was real, and it wasn't because he let his guard down, he looked away and closed his eyes as the guardian's blade approached him. He admitted his loss. He was anticipating the blow. But nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, he saw Luhan throwing a flaming punch to the knight. Ceda couldn't believe it. That Luhan hit the Guardian of Steel with just bare hands. The Guardian's armor had holes in it, and that ended the Guardian. Then Luhan approached Seta, who was now sitting on the ground. Sed asked if Luen saved him. Luhan was confused because there's no way Seta was the one who assaulted his classmates. That made sense to ask why then. Luhan declared that he did that because he wanted to finish him with his own hands. Luen reminded him of their bet. He showed his fingers ready to do the flick, but that flick sent Seta flying to the opposite side of the arena. The next thing Santa knows is that he's adoring the blue sky. The crowd's mouth was gaped open. The ignorant Magic Academy students celebrated, and that's how the Altane Stadium cheered. Luen stood confidently and he was able to draw attention from another person. Ignorant watched the person beside him. The guy was in disbelief. He was thinking how he was in a demigod state, the only 8-star magician and someone who is known as the border magician. But even him have never heard of that magic before. He watched intently, as he wondered who Luhan truly is. The Flame King Teron had a menacing aura around him. The Flame King looked angry. He requested Tyrion Ignite to tell him everything he knew about Ruin Ardel. Ignat was silent. Then he started saying that the most student-like student whom everybody expected to give up, yet did not give up until the end. And he is also the one who turns his weakness into strength. A magician who acts like a magician more than anyone else. That concluded everything he knew about Luen. The Flame King was not pleased. He asked if Tyrion is trying to protect his student from the curiosity of the Flame King. He dared Tyrion by expressing the possibility of him directly calling to Luin Ardell to come there. Tyrion Ignit replied that if the Flame King forcefully gets an answer from Luhan, then Tyrion Ignite would stop him. The Flame King scoffed. He asked if Tyrion would talk about the Oath of Millie, where magicians have the right to keep their secrets. Teron yielded on that, but he insisted that there shouldn't be any problem with sharing a few words with Luen. In his head, Teron declared that if there's an anti-magic, it should be him. He decided to make sure to find out about the magic that he had seen for the first time. He had his eyes set on Luin Ardell. At the Drink and Die pub, Luhan is exhausted and complaining that they had just won the competition and preparing for the rest. So playing around like that is a bit. But everyone was in party mode, so they told him to just enjoy it. Jason approached him and encouraged him to enjoy their first win. Then Altane's Cocoa Vanilla Juice and Dragon Kiss was served. Luhan got curious about Dragon Kiss. Jason declared that he had a strong sense of local patriotism. So Luen figured out that it's a specialty drink from Jason's territory. Jason explained that he didn't order it just for patriotism, but it's because it's a drink that makes someone feel as if they're sharing a kiss with a dragon in just one sip. Simply, it's an excellent drink. Jason poured a glass for Luen. When Luen noticed something, a student stood in front of him. Everyone was surprised to see Satan Valkyrie. Jason was immediately hostile towards him, so he asked Seda to just leave. Luen wondered if Seda was there to pick a fight, but to their surprise, Satan was there to apologize. That really caught Jason and Luen's attention. Satu apologized for looking down on them all this time. He explained that after getting hit by Luen, he finally understood that he shouldn't look down on others just because they are weaker than him. He expressed that he finally sees that there are many people stronger than him in the world, and he's a weak person to someone else to say to deeply felt that and acknowledged that what he did to them was wrong. Jason was uncomfortable with how someone just suddenly changes. Seda replied that he knew he won't be forgiven that easily even after saying it, but he still wanted to tell them that he bowed, and utter that he's sorry. Luen watched him. The other students felt awkward. The Seda apologized for ruining the atmosphere. Luen called Seda. He asked Seda if his apology is because of the bat, or if it is truly how he felt. Seda replied that it was genuine. Luen gave him a smile, and offered his hand while thanking him for apologizing like a man. Seda felt warm. He shook Luen's hand, and the celebration continued. Eventually Luen's classmates accepted Sada's apology too, and at one point, they were all enjoying themselves. Just like that, they put their arms around each other's shoulders, drank dragon kiss, and got drunk in the atmosphere. Then he blacked out. He was surprised when he woke up. Everybody was waiting for him. He groaned as he cradled his head. Hank as Jason and more guys laughed at him. Hankies asked if he liked the dragon kiss that much. Last night Luhan was bawling his eyes out while thanking them for believing in him. It was such a funny sight. Jason and the rest couldn't stop laughing to think Luen, whom they thought was perfect, had that side to him. Luhan walked in the hallway while complaining how those bastards made fun of him as soon as he came to his senses. He recalled the dragon kiss, a drink that made people emotional. He took a mental note to avoid that drink at all costs in the future. Then someone called out to him. Said I asked him if he slept well yesterday. Luhan blushed as he recalled how they were so touchy and friendly yesterday. Feeling embarrassed, he went to walk in the opposite direction. Seda yelled, "My friend, see you later." Luen continued to walk in the hallway. When Professor Heidel called him, Professor Heidel told him that troubles and accidents always follow him. Luen, feeling embarrassed and defensive, instantly inquired if the professor also knew about his dark history. The professor told him that it was not about dark history, but it's because someone would like to see him. Luen asked who in the world it was. Professor Heidel expressed that the dean is worried because that person is dangerous because of the cunning mask. Professor Heidel revealed that it was Flame King Teron, and he wants to see Luin Ardel. That's all the time we have for today. If you want to watch the next part, please like and subscribe. Thank you and see you on to the next one. Professor Heidel warns Lumens, explaining that Teron is a mysterious person. So Luen must be cautious around him because people like him who hide their true identities can be very dangerous in the long run. Continuing, he says, "Forgive me for this from my side. I can only tell you this much, Luen." Luen remains completely silent and listens attentively to their words, breaking his silence only to assure the professor that he will keep their words in mind and trust them by breaking his silence. Professor Heidel tells Luen that they will inform him of the scheduled time to meet Tio after the end of today's competition. Then they leave and Luen also walks away to his own place where he shares all the information given by the professor with his classmates. This creates a unique excitement among all the students in his class, as they realize that Teron King himself has been keeping an eye on their team's performance. Luen couldn't convey Professor Heidel's warning to them because he didn't want to dampen his classmates' excitement. So he blends in with their enthusiasm, showing them that he too is excited about the news. He tells them that they now have another reason to win today's match. He devises a plan and shares it with his teammates, naming the plan, "Defend if you can." As he reveals the plan, there's a bit of confusion among them. Luen with excitement tells them, "I am going to run the goalpost." The match they play is an arrow ball match, where live arrows constantly fly around. 90 members are divided into attackers, defenders, and a goalkeeper, and the player who gets more arrow balls into the opposing team's goal wins the game. Unlike simple rules, this match requires a high level of strategy and tactics. Teams need to decide when to use defense spells, when to use crowd control magic, how to grab the arrow ball and throw it into the other goal, among other considerations. It's a match that demands careful planning and execution. Luen and his team's arrow ball match starts shortly after the match's intense, with Luen dominating the opposing team. Seeing Luen's prowess, a player from the opposing team shouts to his teammates to create a shield to prevent Luen from advancing towards the goal. Upon hearing this, they immediately tried to create a shield using ice spear magic. However, Luen shatters their defense with his firewall technique, causing the ice to break apart. Witnessing Luen's performance, the crowd in the stadium erupts into cheers, with Sedum Valkyrie also loudly supporting Luen. Observing Sedum Valkyrie unusual behavior, his teammates comment from behind, criticizing him for previously speaking ill of Luen and his team and now supporting them so strongly. They wonder if something is wrong with his mind after losing so badly to Luen in the previous fierce competition. Set them out. Curie overhears their conversation, which angers him. He turns around and shouts at them, asking what they were saying. His teammates inform him that they were just discussing how friendships are forged after exchanging punches. Set them out. Curious classmate becomes scared when Sedum Valkyrie turns angry, but he doesn't agree with him, so he hesitantly says there was no exchange. To be exact, it was one-sided. Hearing this, Sedum Valkyrie becomes even angrier and shouts at him, demanding to know what he said. But now the boy becomes even more frightened and starts to back off. Sedum Valkyrie then turns back to watch Luen's match, but his classmate still quietly continues to criticize Sedum Valkyrie with his friends. Sedum Valkyrie watches Luen's match attentively, and based on Luen's previous performance, he has now become fully convinced that Luen is a next-generation magician. Even though he has competed against renowned students like Irene Prius of Seiki Women's College, Dalian Malkin of Main God for Elias Holy Magic School, and Doom Prime of Reenact Magic Soldier Training School in Magic Festivals, Luen still appears to him as very different and stronger. Sedum Valkyrie, he believes that Leyland not only possesses strength, but also leadership and a capacity for tolerance, making him stand out from all the others. Sedum Valkyrie is very happy that Luen has made him his friend. However, he feels lost in his own thoughts amidst all this. Just then, while lost in his thoughts, his classmate calls out to him, informing him that their next match is about to begin and asking if they won't have a strategy meeting. Upon hearing this, Sedum Valkyrie suddenly turns around and, agreeing with his classmate's suggestion, tells them to come along for the meeting. On the other side of the field, amidst the intensity of the match, a member of Luen's opposing team is shouting to his teammates to stop Luen. The teammates of the opposing team are utilizing all their powers and abilities, but still, they cannot stop Luen. They express this frustration to their classmate. Luen swiftly maneuvers through the field, evading their attacks as he moves towards the goal. Despite the intensity of the situation, there is no hint of nervousness on his face. He remains calm and confident as he advances, in an attempt to stop when the opposing team creates a massive ice shield. However, Luen confidently and without any hesitation delivers a powerful punch to shatter the ice shield, relying solely on his strength without using any magic. As the ice shield shatters, ice shards fly towards Luen's opposing team, forcing them to dodge frantically. From behind, Jason moves forward to support Luen and manages to catch the arrow ball. His presence alongside Luen boosts their confidence even further. However, witnessing Yuan's remarkable performance, the opposing team becomes greatly disappointed. Jason advances and scores a goal, followed shortly by another goal for their team. The opposing team relentlessly tries to stop Luen from advancing, putting all their efforts into it. Taking advantage of this distraction, Jason and his team members continuously score goals. When Kolim's watch weakened and failed to block the other team members, their defensive wall was immediately breached. As the opposing team struggles to stop Luen, everyone in the stadium, including the spectators, is stunned by what they are witnessing. Finally, the opposing team accepts defeat, acknowledging Luen's superiority. In arrow ball matches, typically 3 or 4 goals are expected in each match. However, Luen's team didn't allow the opposing team to score a single goal, while they themselves scored a remarkable 11 goals. It was a completely one-sided match. With such a spectacular performance, the Ignit Academy team emerges victorious, creating a new atmosphere of joy among all the team members. On the other hand, the opposing team is deeply saddened, with faces filled with disappointment as they exit the stadium area. They discuss among themselves how, based on this performance, the Ignit Academy is likely to win in future matches as well. Luen and his team sit together in a hall after the match, still buzzing with excitement from their victory. Their enthusiasm for the win keeps them laughing and talking loudly among themselves, their voices echoing outside the room. Meanwhile, Professor Heidel calls out to Luen from behind, standing at the gate. As he enters and approaches Luen, he informs him that the appointment date has been set for 7 p.m. at dinner. On the other hand, Teron is also very excited to meet Luen. He sits there enjoying sips of his red wine. However, in his mind, he reminds himself, don't eat before coming here. Luen looks like Teron has something intriguing going on in his mind. Before meeting Teron King, Luen encounters the Dean while walking through the hallway. This unexpected encounter leaves Luen feeling a bit confused. The Dean seems a bit perplexed upon seeing Luen. Luen politely greets the Dean with respect, and the Dean, understanding Lumen's reason for being there, suggests accompanying him. As they enter Teron's room, a radiant pink portal-like gate catches Luen's eye, illuminating the surroundings. Excitedly, Luen steps inside, his attention drawn to various objects around the room. Unbeknownst to him, Teron is seated right in front of him. Teron welcomes him, seated regally on a throne, holding a crystal ball in his hand. The room is bathed in the glow of countless candles, and a red carpet enhances the enchanting atmosphere. Upon seeing Teron, Strang is filled with a sense of awe. Teron's presence exudes an aura of mysterious magical powers. Intriguing Straub, curiosity-piqued Strang asks Luen if he possesses the abilities of a dragon. As his magical powers feel quite unusual to Strang, Luen feels a slight sweat breaking out on his brow upon seeing Teron for the first time. Sensing a slight unease, he also suspects that Teron is on the verge of becoming a half-dragon, but he cannot respond to Strang's questions at this moment, so he remained silent. Teron, exuding confidence as he sits on his throne, displays a gleam in his eyes that reflects his capabilities. Teron leads Luen to the dining table first, where a variety of dishes are laid out, tempting anyone who lays eyes on them. As they enjoy their meal, Teron mentions to Luen that while others may not know much about him, Teron himself is familiar with him. He goes on to say, "I have seen you from afar once before." Luen finds Teron's revelation both strange and intriguing. While calmly dining beside him, he listens intently to the conversation between Teron and Strang. Teron explains to Luen that 5 years ago, he was searching for 11 candidates and Luen was among them. This information comes as a shock to Luen, as he had never heard this before from anyone. Feeling bewildered, he looks towards the Dean to confirm this revelation. Teron's direct questioning about Luen's experiences in the past 5 years makes Luen realize that Teron might not be aware of his current situation. Luen's focused attention on Teron's words hints at his understanding. Teron's inquiry also prompts Luen to acknowledge that his current circumstances contradict the foresight of the boundary mages. However, Luen remains silent, contemplating how to respond to Teron's probing questions. Luen's acknowledgement of the importance of his words leads him to apologize to Teron and express his limitations in what he can reveal to the Mage King. Despite Teron's perception that Luen may not be speaking openly, Luen responds with confidence, indicating that even if his abilities have been recognized, his efforts may not have been fully appreciated or acknowledged. Teron's disappointment grows upon hearing Luen's response, and he questions whether Luen and the Dean are related because of their similar mannerisms. The Dean and Luen exchanged smiles at this observation, with the Dean praising Luen for his qualities. However, Teron remains unsatisfied and presses further, asking about the efforts Luen has made, if his talents have indeed been recognized. Upon hearing Teron's words, he responds by informing him that he is currently interested in learning martial arts. Teron also seems surprised by Luen's response. "So to overcome the emission disorder, you trained in martial arts, and thanks to that, you became as strong as an ogre that you can now cast magic without a casting time. Are you asking me to believe this? Or is it just another defect after all? But I've never heard of such an artifact." Dean responds from Luen's perspective, saying, "Well, something like that." After hearing Dean's words, Teron couldn't say anything further, so I understand his point and reassure him that many opportunities will come in the future, and he should keep an eye on Luen. Luen doesn't seem pleased with the conversation, but he sits quietly and listens. Later, Teron tells him, "Your efforts. I wonder if it even applies to my children." Luen, upon hearing this, starts smiling softly and says politely, "Please continue to watch over me." Feeling curious himself, he stands up from his chair, and both Teron and Dean look at him attentively, listening carefully to what he's talking about. Luen continues to provoke Teron by saying it's about how different the Mage King's chosen son is from me. While saying this, there is a unique spark in his eyes, and he doesn't show any fear whatsoever, which is something people usually feel in Teron's presence. Upon hearing this, Teron gets angry, but he doesn't show it on his face. Meanwhile, in the stadium, people are shouting and cheering excitedly for the start of a new match. Everyone is eager for the match. After Luen leaves, Dean and Teron sit down to talk. Teron asks the Dean, "Are you worried I might devour your student?" Meanwhile, their maid brings tea for them. Dean assures Teron that there is no need to worry because such a thing won't happen. With a smile, Teron tells the dean that talented individuals like him are always welcome in his home and clarifies that he was just curious about Leyland. Upon hearing this, the dean asks if his curiosity has been satisfied now. Taking a sip from his teacup, Teron enjoys the delightful aroma while listening attentively. Then addressing the dean, he inquires if there's any secret being kept from him along inside. He mentions that a new curiosity has sparked within him. The dean then asks how this curiosity arose within him. With a smile, Teron speaks. "Haven't you heard that audacious fellow subtly warning me?" As they converse with each other, the dean remarks with fondness, "Isn't he still just a child? Look at him with fondness." Teron, in response, tells the dean that when Luen was talking to him, there was no sign of intimidation on his face. Instead, if it were someone else, they would have been figured out just by standing there. Hence, Teron has started to feel amusingly human to him. Additionally, he hopes that Luen will become even more interesting in the future. On the other hand, in the stadium, all the spectators cheer loudly to welcome Doom Prime for his upcoming match. Doom Prime's companions also exude a different kind of confidence when they're with him, chanting only his name for that boost of confidence. However, Doom himself doesn't seem to care much about all these things, calmly moving forward. Suddenly, from behind, one of his companions rushes towards him, shouting his name with a sense of panic. Doom Prime is unable to comprehend his friend's anxiety, and when the boy whispers something softly into his ear, something that drains the color from Doom Prime's face, which moments ago was brimming with confidence, everyone falls silent upon hearing it. Doom's teammate tells him about the encounter with Luen and Teron. Hearing this, Doom Prime struggles to trust his words. However, his teammate assures him, stating that he has seen it with his own eyes. A feeling of jealousy and anger starts to brew within Doom Prime upon hearing this. Doom Primary calls the messages about Luen he had seen earlier, discussing how he's causing a stir in the tournament, and how dealing with his unique magic is quite challenging. But Doom Prime had never paid much attention to those discussions before. He also thinks that no matter how well Luen performs or how high he rises, he will never consider him as his opponent. Doom Prime is walking through the hall towards the stadium for his match, but his mind is still occupied with thoughts of Luen and how Teron praised him. This jealousy is consuming him, and in a fit of rage, he strikes his hand against the wall, causing it to break and blood to start flowing from his hand. Some of his companions who are walking ahead turn back upon hearing the noise, feeling puzzled by the strange sound. They start asking about his condition, concerned about what happened. Doom Prime, however, is completely ignoring their words, because his mind is solely focused on the thought of never forgiving Luen. His belief is that he alone deserves approval from Teron, and this is fueling his anger even further. When Luen meets the Teron king and sets out to return home, he finds Doom Prime standing in front of the gate, which confuses him. With a completely serious expression, Doom Prime stands outside the gate observing Luen. As Luen approaches, Doom Prime, visibly angry, questions him about his conversation with the Teron king. Luen becomes even more confused upon hearing this, because he feels Doom Prime might be standing there for a different reason. So he asks if Doom Prime was waiting for him for that specific matter. However, consumed by jealousy, Doom Prime ignores Luen's confusion and angrily demands an answer again. Initially perplexed by his words, Luen takes some time to contemplate what to reply. Then he says to Luen, "Is there a reason why I should tell you?" There's no trace of fear on his face. Even as he observes Doom Prime's anger, Doom Prime wants an answer, and his frustration grows when he doesn't get one. However, now there's a calmness on his face alongside his anger as he draws his sword, saying, "But I want to hear it." As he slowly draws his sword from its sheath, a different energy begins to flow through the hall. Initially, Luen seems unaffected by this energy flow, but as Doom Prime continues to draw his sword with you and starts to feel discomfort from the energy flow, which he senses is quite powerful, he begins to realize the extent of Doom Prime's strength. So he asks him, "Are you suggesting we fight right here outside the stadium?" The different energy flows surrounding them from all sides, and both are ready to fight. Doom Prime shouts at him, saying if he wants to fight he can do it right now. There's a gleam in his eyes reflecting his strength and confidence. A unique atmosphere fills the entire hall with the energy flow around their bodies, emitting a brilliant glow. However, Luen struggles a bit to stand against Doom Prime's energy flow. He fully understands that Doom Prime is quite strong, and he can't seem to find any of his weaknesses, which triggers a sense of fear within him. At the same time, he contemplates what would happen if Doom Prime were to draw his sword. Doom is about to draw his sword when suddenly, a voice from behind interrupts them, causing both to turn around to see who it is. As they turn around, they see Irene Prius approaching them and both calm down upon hearing her voice. Approaching them, Irene says, "It looks like there's some kind of gathering here today. Everyone seems to be here." Luen and Doom both become calm and stand quietly. Luen breathes a sigh of relief and says there is no gathering, but I was considering making a greeting space at least. Irene responds, "I'll pass," but Doom remains silent, standing quietly, and immediately Doom Prime walks away from there. Taking a deep breath, he asks Irene if Doom Prime is such a sensitive person. Irene smiles and reassures Luen that Doom Prime isn't sensitive at all, but he does speak up occasionally, like he did today. Luen doesn't fully grasp what she means, so Irene patiently explains to him that Doom Prime becomes sensitive when it's something related to King Teron, because he will do everything to earn King Teron's recognition, even if it means pushing others aside, and it's very unusual for King Teron to arrange a private setting like today. Upon hearing this view, and understands that Doom Prime feels like Luen is receiving special attention from King Teron, and he shares this with Irene. Upon hearing Luen's words, Irene looks at him lovingly for a moment, not responding to his question. This sight makes Luen a bit hesitant as he sees her standing so calmly. Then she asks him if when he was with Doom Prime a while ago, did he really want to fight him? Luen responds to Ron's question, explaining that if he had done something like that, there would have been a chance of his disqualification. With a laugh and a playful tone, he tells her that neither did Doom Prime want to fight him because he didn't have any such intention. He was just trying to scare him. Listening to him, Irene leans forward with a smile, teasingly pulling his leg, and asks him if he was scared. Luen smiles confidently and says he doesn't think he'll lose to Doom Prime, because he believes that no matter how strong the wall is, if you keep hitting it repeatedly, it will give way. He then boasts about his strength, saying, "I'm quite strong, you know?" Irene laughs upon hearing his words, her face turning slightly red, and she tells him that Lord Luen is truly a strange person. She warns him to be careful because Doom Prime doesn't show mercy at all, and she emphasizes that after today's incident, his eyes will be on Luen. After a while, Luen arrives at the place where Jason is in a state of disappointment with his head bowed in sorrow over his match. However, Luen praises him to boost his morale, acknowledging everyone's hard work. Hanks, the one who stands by Luen inside, tells him, "If we tied for 4th place in the team competition without Luen, I think we did well. Now it's actually miraculous." However, he feels saddened by his winning streak being broken, but Luen is happy to show rebellion against Globo Academy. Meanwhile, their teammate arrives with cola vanilla drinks in 2 polythene bags, gleefully asking everyone who wants to drink. Hanks also asks Luen about his plan for the individual competition because it's about to start soon. Luen takes a can of drink from his teammate and smiling responds to Hanks, "Of course, I have to win." Filled with confidence, he tells his teammates that he intends to stay in 1st place until the end. He further informs them that his current ranking in the individual competition is tied for 1st place. Hanks reminds him that he is in a situation where he is shoulder to shoulder with other strong contenders for the championship. So the next match is particularly important unless there is a major change, in which they will battle for survival. It is a survival game for 32 student representatives on an artificial island. The 1st place gets 32 points and the last place gets 1 because points are awarded based on performance. So there will be significant changes in the rankings. Hanks then tells Luen that he is confident that he will perform well in the match. He asks his teammate if he won't repair like the others. Upon hearing this, Luen becomes confused. To clarify, Jason explains to him and tells him that the others are currently forming alliances. This fact was not known beforehand, that in the battle for survival, it's possible to form alliances for survival. Judging between enemies and allies, and combining friends are also recognized as strategies, and this information is given to Luen by Jason and Hanks. Upon hearing this, Luen sits down, placing his hand on his head, lost in deep thought. Hanks advises him to team up with Column, but Luen doesn't say anything after hearing his words and remains silent, because he is already thinking that he had previously considered teaming up with Irene Prius, but he isn't sure if she will team up with him. And because of this concern, Luen remains quiet. Meanwhile, Sedum Valkyrie opens the gate from behind, shouting with excitement, and asks Luen for his opinion. Upon hearing his words, a smile returns to Luen's face because he had completely forgotten about Sedum Valkyrie, and immediately both of them run excitedly towards the outside. While running, Sedum Valkyrie tells Luen that he must not betray him in the middle, and Luen, pulling Set his leg, says don't do it yourself either. But Luen has full trust that Set him out theory is honest and can be trusted as a teammate. As they run, they reach a distance where Luen shouts, "Let's hurry. There is one more ally that we need to recruit." Hearing this, he becomes confused. Luen rushes to Irene Prius's room, where a crowd of people from various teams is gathered, discussing among themselves with disappointment because Irene Prius has refused to join their team. Sedum Valkyrie is also surprised and asks Luen if he's not going to ask Irene Prius to join his team. And then he asks if they are friends. Luen agrees with him. This revelation shocks Sedum Valkyrie because if Irene teams up with Luen, and then Sedum Valkyrie will also have to team up with him. Luen observes Sedum Valkyrie excitement and tries to calm him down, explaining to him to stay calm while opening the gate and telling him that he hasn't asked Irene yet. Sedum Valkyrie face turns completely red, and he tries to explain to Luen that everyone who came here has been rejected. And if he gets rejected, Luen becomes upset by Sedum Valkyrie words and asks him, "Am I confessing love or something?" All these conversations are also heard by Irene, and she tells Luen enough with the ominous talk. Luen immediately turns around upon hearing her voice and looks back. Irene is standing there looking at him lovingly, with a smile on her face. She says, "Shall we have a strategy meeting then?" And after a while they all start analyzing the map for battle survival together. Luen asks Irene, "You said the largest group would be 14 people, right?" Irene agrees with him and informs that the group would be led by Dalian Malkin from the Ferleia School of Divine Magic. She goes on to say that Dalian is a genius and has always been one of the top 5 contenders for the championship. He primarily uses light magic and divine magic. Seth also remembers how annoying Dalian can be in his group, so he advises them not to worry too much about him. Upon hearing this, Luen also says that there is someone else who's annoying Doom Prime, and he further states that the content of the tournament will vary depending on its performance, and they start preparing for the tournament. A few moments later, all the teams are gathered on a ship flying through the air towards the island. Along the way, a professor asks everyone if they have worn their armor and explains to them that when the durability of the armor they're currently wearing is depleted, they will be eliminated and automatically transported. They emphasize that everyone should listen to this carefully. Every few hours, they land the ship on an island where there is a beautiful scenery. All the teams disembark from the ship after a short while, but Sedum Valkyrie starts feeling nervous while Luen and Irene stand beside him unaffected. From the shore, Sedum Valkyrie sees a distant island covered by a shield with water all around it, and he asks Luen to confirm if they are supposed to stay there for only 72 hours. Luen replies affirmatively while also keeping an eye on their opponents who seem anxious, especially upon seeing Doom Prime. Luen intels Irene that Doom Prime coming alone is as he expected, and Irene warns not to underestimate him just because he's alone. Without wasting any time, Luen immediately tells his teammates to gather and head towards the main island. As soon as they arrive, they immediately head towards main island. When they cross the barrier surrounding the island, they feel something strange, indicating that it's their safe zone, and the barrier will shrink as time passes. Therefore, the Wind with his teammates rushes towards the island and tells them that they need to hurry to secure a good spot quickly. They climb up onto tall trees for that spot, and after a while, Sedum Valkyrie starts feeling hungry, causing his stomach to rumble. He asks Luen if they shouldn't get some food earlier at the entrance. Upon hearing this, Irene Thompson saying, "I wouldn't expect the one arguing that we should ambush him first, Sir Sedum Valkyrie." Sedum Valkyrie hesitates at her words and asks, "All right, we are one team now, but are you going to continue drawing lines?" Suddenly, they hear a loud blast from behind, causing them to immediately turn around to see what's happening. Looking back, they witness a massive explosion in the distant jungle engulfing several trees in flames. Upon seeing this Sedum Valkyrie, he becomes anxious and asks if the fight has started. Luen, however, sees this as an opportunity and smiles, telling Sedum Valkyrie that now it's their turn. Confused Setup Valkyrie doesn't fully understand, so Luen explains to him, "Didn't I say there is no need to worry about food now? You can eat until your stomach bursts. Our prey has already arrived." On the other side, a group of 5 people cautiously moves forward through the jungle, looking around anxiously while carrying various food supplies. They seem to be taking careful steps, showing concern on their faces as they progress. One of them expresses to their leader, "Student, we have gathered enough food. Moving forward has become extremely exhausting. Their leader advises them to be patient, explaining that there are only a few places where water and food can be easily found, so they need to remain patient. Suddenly, they are ambushed and one of them falls to the ground, while the rest stand alert, looking around vigilantly. This ambush is carried out by Sedum Mal Curry, who swiftly casts iron balls to launch another attack. Delighted as he has been eagerly waiting for this moment, he immediately launches another attack with his iron spear. Seeing this, their opponents become greatly alarmed and stand frozen in place, utterly shocked. Just as they are about to attack, Irene Prius casts an Ice Blizzard, which is a 5th grade ice magic. Surprisingly, Luen, who is momentarily taken aback by her ability, seeing Irene cast such a high-level magic without any change in expression. Sedum Valkyrie also admires her internally while his attention is still focused behind them. Meanwhile, the opposing team prepares to attack them with magic powers, and their leader shouts deeply, instructing them to wait and give time for Irene Prius to advance while blocking as much as possible. Everyone agrees with his command, and they launch powerful attacks which are met with great force. Observing all this, Luen understands that their opponents are powerful wizards, as they are representatives after all. Seeing the strength of their opponents, Luen also jumps into the battlefield to assist his team. Meanwhile, the members of the opposing team start hearing a strange sound, causing them to become nervous and look around frantically. As they try to figure out the source of the sound, they suddenly see Luen advancing towards them from behind, preparing to attack. In response, they immediately launch an attack on Luen. To evade it, with Luen uses Time Warp, which shocks the opposing team, making their heartbeats race faster, and they are unable to move to save themselves. Luen swiftly moves forward to attack the leader of the opposing team, delivering a powerful blow. His teammates watch helplessly as they are unable to intervene. In an attempt to save himself, the leader of the opposing team immediately launches a binding tri-attack. However, Luen, seeing the attack coming, leaps into action and uses a firebolt which is significantly larger in size, causing the opposing team to become greatly alarmed at the size of his fireball. In an attempt to escape, their leader warns them that it's a mana-born explosion, urging everyone to avoid it while shouting. However, Sedum Valkyrie intervenes with his ice attack, attempting to halt them from evading Luen's attack. With Cinemal carries clever move with you and manages to overwhelm the opponent's leader in one fell swoop. And his mana-born explosion is so massive that its sound echoes far and wide, engulfing several trees in flames. Now, Luen's gaze falls upon his remaining teammates, who are visibly shaken by Luen's power, with Luen and his teammates facing off against their opponents. Although the opposing team outnumbered them, witnessing the dire condition of their leader, they become extremely anxious, their hearts pounding heavily. Consequently, they declare Luen the winner, acknowledging his victory despite their numerical advantage. Luen and his teammates are overjoyed by this decision, especially since they now have plenty of food. Luen and his companions are very happy after defeating the second team and receiving food for 3 days, which they find quite satisfying. They are also pleased to receive fruits along with meat, which makes them very happy. Sedum Valkyrie feels delighted to see the food repeatedly and prepares to move forward by packing his bags. Meanwhile, he hears a loud explosion from behind, which seems to be coming from behind them, indicating a huge fire center. This momentarily startles Sedum Valkyrie. When they hear the sound of the attack, they immediately turn around to look in its direction, and in the distant sky, they see large flames flickering, and despite standing so far away, they can feel the heat from the intense fire. Sedum Valkyrie realizes upon seeing a place that it is the same place where Daily Ian's group was heading, which was a big group of about 10 people. Irene Prius tells him that the group's name is Bottleneck, and she also says that it's rare to find a wizard with this level of magical power. Sedum Valkyrie is greatly surprised to hear Iran's words, realizing the Dalian could reach this level in just 1 year. But Luen stands quietly listening to their conversation because the thought of Doom Prime is still running through his mind, which he considers extremely powerful. After a while, they pack their food and leave from there to the place where they are supposed to stay. By the time they arrive, it's evening, and they realize that no other team has reached there before them. Luen tells Irene that they should relax for a while and then do some exercise. Sedum Valkyrie is completely oblivious to Luen's words because his entire focus is on food, and he is very happy just thinking about it. Luen shatters Sedum Valkyrie happiness in a moment by refusing to let him eat meat right away because it could create a smell there. Sedum Valkyrie silently agrees to Luen's request, although he doesn't feel good about it. Irene silently listens to both of their conversations with wisdom, and she says, "How did you know, Luen? I mean, everything is going as Luen expected," but no one responds to her and Luen stands quietly. After a while they start analyzing the map again for their next planning, where Luen informs them about the central village, mentioning that it's the only base on the island that can accommodate a large number of people. He also considers the possibility that Daily Inn's team might go there too, and he believes that Doom Prime might also head in that direction. However, Irene disagrees with Luen's assumption because she thinks that Doom Prime may not go there, considering it would be a reckless choice from his side. Knowing about the largest joint team, Luen explains to Irene the Doom Prime will go there because organizing will be the best way to win alone. Irene doesn't quite understand his point, so she starts to frown. Luen clarifies to her that the biggest reason for Doom Prime to go there would be the kill points because they are added each time someone is eliminated. He further explains that if he were in Doom Prime's place, he would do the same. With a smile he adds, "It's just what I thought about that I would do if I were him." But in Luen's mind, he believes that Doom Prime will do this because he wants attention from Flame King, and therefore Doom Prime has no choice but to be reckless. Irene calls Luen's strange behavior weird. Luen advises them to be careful as they are right in the middle of the jungle, and they could be attacked by another team at any moment. Irene is instructed to keep a lookout. Soon night falls and only the moonlight illuminates the jungle as everyone goes to sleep, with Irene keeping watch as planned. Luen is asleep when Irene quickly wakes him up with a voice. As soon as Luen wakes up, she informs him that someone is keeping an eye on them and has arrived. Luen immediately gets up quietly and peeks through the curtain, where he sees a suspicious person monitoring them from behind the bushes. And Yuan asks Irene, "Did you check how many people there are?" Irene tells him that there's only one person and informs him that they've turned off their light magic to avoid light leakage. She also mentions that she doesn't think the person keeping watch knows they're there. Upon hearing this, Luen instructs Sedum Valkyrie to wake up, who was sleeping soundly and snoring, to stand guard, while he quietly moves towards the door. A profound silence fills the air and Luen quietly hides near the door. There he hears no sound whatsoever, and the suspicious person slowly approaches their door with only the sound of his footsteps echoing. Luen carefully listens to every step, and with just a hint of suspicion, he begins to think that this person might be Doom Prime. As soon as the suspicious person opens the gate and moves inside, Luen immediately grabs his collar and throws him to the ground, swiftly covering his mouth with his hand to prevent him from making any noise and calling his companions. Irene quickly arrives and uses her light magic to cast the gentle glow in the room, revealing that the intruder is Representative Calm Collies. Calm, caught by Luen, starts to panic and apologizes, explaining that he didn't mean to intrude, he just came to rest in the place. He assures them that if he had known they were there, he wouldn't have come to that location. Luen is skeptical of his words and asks him loudly if he's alone. Calm, with a trembling voice, confirms his statement with a nod. Sedum Valkyrie, moving the curtain slightly to look outside, checks if there are any other teams around and asks the same question to colleagues. Luen also inquires about the whereabouts of the other 6 people with him. Colleagues informs them that they fell into Doom Prime's trap, revealing that they had made bold moves from the beginning of the match because they were a large group and had planned to ambush Malkin's group to achieve kill points. However, even before they could execute their plan, they encountered Doom Prime on their way, and because they were scattered in search of food, they became easy targets for Doom Prime. Upon hearing this, Irene's senses are heightened and she asks, "Are you saying now that all 6 people fell into a trap by Doom Prime?" Collies explains to her that only one of their group members fell into Doom Prime's trap because they immediately prepared themselves to defend. He further elaborates that the real problem arose afterward, when upon hearing the explosion in Dalian, Malkin brought his entire team to attack them. Despite defending themselves fiercely, only 2 people, including Malkin, managed to survive and escape. However, their troubles didn't end there, as Doom Prime appeared again at the beginning of the fight, and observed until it was over, secretly following them as they escaped after being injured. Duan listens to colleagues his words attentively, considering it a wise move by Doom Prime. Colleagues, with a slight hesitation, asks them if they would consider accepting him into their team. Upon hearing this, Sedum Valkyrie acknowledges that despite being exhausted, Colleagues also has an excellent strategy. However, Luen denies Colleagues' request upon hearing it, but Irene doesn't quite understand, so she asks him why. Luen is suspicious of Colleagues, so he questions him about how he managed to escape. Upon hearing this question, sweat begins to bead on his forehead and he stammers, "What?" Luen then explains that if it were Doom Prime, he would never miss the opportunity to ensure colleagues couldn't escape after being injured. Upon hearing this, Irene and Sedum Valkyrie slowly begin to understand things better. Sedum Valkyrie therefore asks Luen, "What do you mean?" Luen explains to them, outlining three possibilities: either Qalys is lying and Doom Prime deliberately allowed him to stay alive, or there is someone monitoring the situation from somewhere now. That's why Luen scans colleagues using his player's eye, revealing the colleagues his identity appears as unknown colleagues. Upon hearing this, visibly panics, as it's evident from his expression. As soon as Luen sees that Qalys his identity appears as unknown, he shouts in anger, "You are not Qalys," and moves to punch him. Just as he strikes, they realize that he was a copy, transforming into an owl and flying away. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Luen immediately tells them to leave the place, as it no longer seems safe for them to stay there. After killing the clone, Luen and his companions set out to find a new place in the jungle for the night, and as they wander, morning breaks in the jungle. While walking and talking in the jungle, they speculate that there's a high chance that all the members of the colleagues have been eliminated by the person who attacked them and created the pile. And as they continue, Luen tells his companions, but Irene Prius disagrees, saying she doesn't think everything said by the clone was wrong. And then Irene goes on to name the person who did all this with Qalys. He is one of the 11 kids and the head of the Delphinic Magic Academy, who is highly skilled in potion making and doll making. He is also a part of the Dalian Malkin group. Upon hearing Iran's words, Luen realizes that they might have found themselves in a dangerous situation. And further, he tells everyone that because of the doll, Cherki's location has been revealed, which makes him feel that other teams might have also created an ambush at that location. But upon seeing the barrier, he realizes that the way back to the west will soon be closed off as the barrier shrinks. Upon hearing this, Irene Prius asks him if he has any good ideas. Luen, continuing forward, tells her that they say there is a saying in the Zero Sea when fighting pirates. Therefore, he now comes up with the idea of capturing the opposite team himself, with a different shine on his face showing his confidence in his plan. The scene shifts to a house in the middle of the jungle where some people are talking and the sound of their conversation can be heard from outside. Cherki is also present there with his companions, and he asks his companions if he has discovered the location of those people. Upon hearing his words, Cherki laughs and tells him that they are hiding like rats in the western base. His companion also tells him that he tried his best to save his doll, but unfortunately, it was caught. Upon hearing this, his friend starts to worry, so Dalian asks him how his doll got captured. However, Cherki doesn't show any signs of worry on his face and laughs loudly, saying, "I don't know, did this surprise you too?" He further explains that the doll was broken by someone's grip. Cherki then asks Dalian what he plans to do next. Upon hearing Cherki in his words, he starts to contemplate, and in his mind images of Luen's team running, which he finds to be very annoying enemies. Therefore, after careful consideration, he devises a plan to catch them, ready to use all his power. After a while, they set out into the jungle towards the western base, following Dalian's plan. As they approach the western base, Dalian warns everyone to be vigilant beforehand. But at that moment, a bright light in the sky between the jungle catches their attention, shining like lightning. Seeing this, they pause for a moment, then start to observe it carefully. The lightning is a bit far from them, so Cherki speculates with his companions that there might be a fierce battle happening there, which is quite terrifying. Feeling a bit anxious upon seeing this, Cherki tells his companions that maybe Luin and Ardel might also be there. Dalian, upon hearing this, feels confident that Luin and Ardel might indeed be there. He informs his companions about this, and they all swiftly move towards the location where the light is shining, because in their view, it's the best opportunity. Upon reaching that location, they see three figures, one of whom is a girl who looks like everyone in Luin's team. As soon as they spot Dalian's team, they all become nervous, and one of them says that they have been under constant attack from behind. Dalian, upon seeing them, gets ready to shoot arrows from his bow with his firepower, and his attack is called the Holy Arrow. However, just as he is about to release the arrow, a sense of unease crosses his face because he can't tell if the boy standing in front of him is Luen or someone else. Nevertheless, he releases the arrow, causing a massive explosion in the jungle with light visible from afar, and the whole area catches fire. On the other side, Luen and his companions are comfortably seated on trees, observing the attack site, and upon seeing the attack, Irene understands that it was Dalian's divine magic. Everything is going according to their plan. Sedum Valkyrie laughs, saying they have all come after hearing the fireworks display, but in reality they are not there. Irene asks Luen what they should do next. A gleam of confidence shines on Luen's face because he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. So while answering Irene, he says they should move forward to gather kill points. As soon as Luen reaches the location, Luen and his team become anxious upon seeing them, so they start to scatter around to save themselves. However, Luen wastes no time and launches a powerful attack on them as soon as he arrives, catching them off guard. As a result, one of their companions gets injured badly and falls unconscious on the ground, causing panic among his teammates. Upon seeing the decrease in numbers of Luen's group, Irene immediately informs Luen because she understands that the battle between Doom Prime and them was real. However, Sedum Valkyrie looks a bit uneasy, mentioning that they are still far behind in terms of points. Besides Luen's team, another team stands which was present at the attack site a while ago. They seem intimidated and fearful upon seeing Luen's team. Sedum Valkyrie upon seeing them asks if this is a temporary alliances between them, but he feels it's worth a try, as he believes it might benefit them in the future. Luen urges his team to advance using their fire magic and shouting to his companions that there are only 6 people in front of them. He advises them not to give up and pushes them to move forward. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupts from beside Luen, causing him to feel uneasy as he wonders whose power it is. This attack targets a member of Luen's group who gets knocked back by the flames. Luen and his companions stand still, just observing the attack, feeling the immense power behind it. The ground cracks wide open from the impact of the attack, and Luen's face shows fear as he realizes the strength of the attack, freezing in place for a moment out of fear. Luen and his team immediately turn around to see who initiated the attack, but deep down, they already have a suspicion of who it might be. As they turn around, their suspicion is confirmed. Standing before them is none other than Doom Prime himself, advancing towards them rapidly to launch an attack. However, he swiftly moves past them to attack Dalian and Malkin's group, relentlessly striking them with his sword. Members of Dalian group scramble to defend themselves or attempt to counter-attack. Seeing Doom Prime advancing, a sense of dread washes over Luen and his team. Sedum Valkyrie starts to appear intrigued by Doom Prime's actions, wondering if he intends to join their team. Irene also remarks that it seems they have another temporary ally, to which Luen agrees. However, Luen wisely begins to consider that their first priority should be to eliminate Dalian Malkin's group given the opportunity. The situation feels heavy with the presence of all survivors gathered, which might soon reveal the outcome of the tournament. As Cherki and others attack Doom Prime, his companions shout for a retreat to the base, questioning why they are the only ones being targeted. Luen, seeing his companions fleeing, shouts in fear, urging everyone to unite and fight there. Luen gestures to his companions to move forward as he believes this situation presents the best opportunity to gain points. Before advancing, Luen analyzes the situation ahead with his player's eye and identifies a suitable moment to launch an attack. He performs his earthquake attack, causing significant damage and leaving several injured and unconscious. Now only Luen and Doom Prime stand facing each other, both in a tense atmosphere displaying seriousness. Doom Prime steps forward, declaring, "I will kill you myself," before abruptly leaving. Luen watches him go, feeling a sense of relief mixed with apprehension as he understands Doom Prime's formidable strength. As the principal group sits in the monitoring room, the Ignition Academy principal announces that the last 10 individuals are confirmed. Upon hearing this, the other principals become excited, feeling confident in the performance of all the remaining students. They trust that each one of them will achieve excellent results. However, Teron King remembers a past conversation where Luen assured him that he would outperform the other 11 kids. Based on what he has seen of Luen's performance so far, he feels curious about how Luen will perform next. But there's still a concern in his mind. Will Luen truly be able to perform better than Doom Prime and defeat him? After the fight, Luen and his companions stop at the center of the island to catch their breath. Following the battle, only Dalian Malkin and Cherki, the 2 members from the alliance with the largest number, survive. The group that was temporarily allied with Luen's team and Doom Prime have disappeared. Like every day, Luen resumes his routine training in the morning, completing his repeat quests, which includes 5,000 punches, 5,000 kicks, 5,000 roundhouse kicks, a 15 kilometers run, and actual combat training. Despite feeling tired after completing these tasks, he finds joy in fulfilling this mission, which he hadn't done for quite some time. As he finishes his mission, he stands tall, enjoying the night air and the environment around him. Suddenly, he hears the sound of a door opening behind him. He turns around to see Irene standing at the door. Upon seeing her, the woman's first question to Irene is, "Are you awake?" Irene responds with a smile and a nod. She then asks him what he was doing, and Luen explains that he was doing his exercises, emphasizing how essential it is for him to maintain his body to avoid pain. Hearing this, Irene becomes surprised, wondering how he could undergo such intense training after the terrifying battle they had just endured. After chatting for a while, they step inside, heading to the dining room where a meal is prepared on the table. Luen informs Irene that Sedum Valkyrie had the meal prepared for him beforehand, so he advises her to start eating first and assures her that he will join her soon. Irene expresses her gratitude, and as she takes the first bite of her meal, she feels immense joy, savoring the taste of the first bite of food after a long day. Luen understands from his expressions how much he enjoyed the meal, so he praises Sedum Valkyrie, mentioning his talent and excellent cooking skills. Irene apologizes for falling asleep early the previous night due to exhaustion, but Luen reassures her that there's no need to apologize, understanding how tired she must have been. As Luen takes a seat at the dining table, Irene prepares a cup of tea for him, and then asks him a question she had been wanting to ask for some time. Luen, intrigued, asks her what she wants to know, and Irene gets serious, asking him what he wants to do after graduation. Luen is momentarily puzzled by her question, so Irene clarifies that she's asking because his actions are unique and remarkable to her. They don't seem ordinary. Irene explains to Luen that in her view, the wizards who compete in the tournament also become tak of lens the moment they enter society. She suggests to Luen various paths he could consider after graduation, such as joining the regional knights or the imperial army to protect his country, joining the wizard tower, or even joining a private organization to earn money. However, Ruin admits that he's unsure of what to do next, because until last year, he was on the verge of expulsion. Therefore, he doesn't know what path to take. His primary concern is whether he'll be able to become a wizard. He then asks Irene what she plans to do after the competition ends and they return to school. Irene, unable to provide an answer, remains silent. Upon seeing Irene silence, Luen asks her if she has anything specific in mind. Irene responds similarly to Luen, admitting that she's unsure of what to do next. She doesn't believe she'll become a great witch in the future because everyone around her keeps saying she will, but she lacks confidence in herself. Luen listens intently to Iran's words, pondering over them for a moment. Irene then explains that's why she wants to fight Doom Prime herself, as she sees it as the only way to find clarity about what kind of magician she wants to become. Understanding Iran's resolve, Luen realizes that Irene intends to fight Doom Prime, who holds the first place while Irene currently holds the second place. He realizes that Irene will have to win the place by fighting for it herself. Breaking his silence, Luen smiles at Irene, expressing his belief in her ability to achieve her ambitions. He respects Iran's determination, understanding that everyone is searching for their purpose in life, and there's nothing wrong with that. Irene smiles back at Luen, feeling encouraged by his words, and thanks him for his support. As night falls, Irene, Buen, and Sedum Valkyrie peer out of the window, observing the narrowing of the barrier. Irene informs them that the barrier is shrinking rapidly and advises everyone to move from there within an hour. They start analyzing the map to find a location, and Sedum Valkyrie realizes that tonight there will be the village and the central base. Irene assumes that there might be two people hidden in the central village, possibly Dalian and Shirki, and suggests seizing the place. However, Luen raises the possibility of Doom Prime launching an attack there, which seems highly likely. Sedum Valkyrie, opting for a more passive approach, advises against engaging in battle immediately. Irene expresses concern that the situation will become even more dangerous in the future due to the barrier. Sedum Valkyrie suggests if they cannot address the issue directly, implying they must find another solution. Irene remains silent upon hearing his words. Meanwhile, Luen listens to their conversation but remains silent, contemplating new plans. After a moment of contemplation, Luen breaks his silence and shares his idea. He explains that since there are only a few people left each time they advance in the rankings, they will receive a large number of points. Luen continues, stating that they made a lot of noise early in the morning to lower the enemy out, but there's a good chance that even with the commotion, Balian and Shirki won't budge. He sees this as the perfect opportunity to strike at Doom Prime. He explains to everyone that Dalian and Shirki have lost all their team members and are now weak, so they'll likely remain in hiding. Luen emphasizes that if the vote were against Doom Prime, who is the most confident person and skilled, he would surely show up when provoked. However, Luen also expressed his concern that if they let Doom Prime go, they will be in even greater danger in the future. Irene worries about how they will find Doom Prime, but Luen reassures her confidently that they shouldn't worry about that, as he will return shortly with a solution. Luen runs alone into the jungle with Teddy by his side while worrying about how he'll find Doom Prime using only the mini-map. Teddy, concerned, wonders how Luen will manage to locate Doom Prime with such limited information. To ease Teddy's worries, Luen explains that he knows the count of remaining survivors. Among the survivors are only 3 individuals left besides their own team: Dalian and Malkin Shirky, and the remaining survivor who happens to be Doom Prime. Running through the jungle for a while, Luen spots Doom Prime's location on the minimap. When he arrives, he finds a small house nestled in the jungle devoid of any light. Without hesitation, Luen rushes to the house's entrance and shouts, "Doom Prime, come out!" The gate turns to ashes instantly due to the fire attack, leaving Luen standing there just watching in surprise. Then Doom Prime emerges from the house and Luen is left dumbfounded, not sure how to react. He asks him what happened. Luen's strange response catches Doom Prime off guard as he asks him if he slept well. Then he informs him that both of them need to go to the same place together. Seeing Doom Prime, Sedum Valkyrie breaks into a cold sweat, panicking as he shouts that Luen has been captured by Doom Prime. Luen, however, clarifies to Doom Prime that he hasn't captured him. Instead, he brought him along, just as he said he would. Upon hearing this, Sedum Valkyrie is taken aback, wondering why Luen did that when he could have stealthily attacked Doom Prime and captured him. Luen feels embarrassed by Sedum Valkyrie's sharp remarks, so he explains that he didn't go there to launch a surprise attack on him. Then Luen redirects his attention to Doom Prime, and informs him that he is not his adversary, but rather his appointment, Miss Irene Prius. However, Sedum Valkyrie is unable to comprehend what's going on, feeling confused, so he remains silent. Doom Prime responds to Luen's statement by saying that Lillian is unlikely to be his opponent, indicating that Lawin's actions won't be of any help. Irene responds by acknowledging Doom Prime's statement, saying, "You may be right." However, Doom Prime advises Irene not to do so as her elimination would disappoint the judges greatly. He suggests that she should hold off a little longer to improve her rank, but Irene has already made up her mind and firmly responds that she won't back down from her decision. She explains that her goal in this competition wasn't just to aimlessly participate, but to crush Doom Prime. As she says this, she releases her power, signaling her determination to fight against Doom Prime. Luen thought about how that girl is very strong, but she always comes in second place, so he also heard that she feels strongly about the constant victories of the first place, Doom Prime. It's part of her individual assignment, so she can't commit him to the details. Let her not even try to ask him about it, and it seems that after that, she'll realize what kind of mage she'd like to be. The guy at this time was watching the girl defensively. The girl began to concentrate some sort of magical orb in her hands. After that, she attacked with the blizzard spell. The boy watched carefully and pondered his next actions. Then there was a massive explosion on the battlefield. Lady Irene instantly noticed it and was surprised. After that, there was another explosion nearby. Following this, the sphere began to crack. The man was furious at this time. Lady Irene, despite her efforts, was trying to be defensive at the moment. The guy asked Ruin if it was okay for them to just stand there and watch instead of helping the girl. At this point, the guy just stayed silent. The man continued to attack during this time. Then he began to approach the girl. Lady Irene suddenly realized that she couldn't go back. That's when the guy came to her rescue and stood in front of her. The girl was surprised by his action and at that moment began to say that he had promised to give her a chance to fight him, and they had not agreed to eliminate her. For the sake of victory, she cannot lose a precious comrade. He told Doom Prime to let him join the fight. The man asked if he would be alone or with that small fish. Seda, of course, came to fury at such words from the man. Luin Ardell said that, of course, even alone, he wasn't too dignified to go 2 against 1. He learned how to fight against an enemy with a sword from Sir Golter. The most important thing for a knight is his feet. They give strength to the sword. They also allow you to predict your opponent's actions, so if he keeps a close eye on Doom Prime's feet, he'll have a chance to win. After that, the man immediately started attacking him. Luen is adopting a fighting stance at the moment. Suddenly he realized that this was his chance to act. He then dodged the man's attack very quickly. Luin Ardell was beginning to think it was beautifully done, but it was then that he noticed something that surprised him greatly. The man started attacking him and the guy immediately started dodging in every way possible. At this time, you could see blood starting to drip down to the ground. The man said he was not a knight, but a mage. People think that sword mages can't do much because they're neither quite mages nor quite knights. But they only think that because they haven't met any real sword mages. After that, the man started attacking the guy again. Of course, the guy was trying every possible defense and evasion at the time. The man said to try and answer that. Luin Ardel. He hadn't faced such an opponent yet. He won all battles with mages by attacking at their moments of weakness when they called upon their spells. But Doom Prime offsets this disadvantage with his sword. The guy clenched his sword tightly at this moment, and it surprised him. What he had on his leg was called a glow mark. The man said his wound would whimper with every movement, and at some point he, like Lady Irene Prius, would not be able to move a finger. And now he's decided to end it. Then he began to use his power. After that, he turned into some kind of black angel. Lady Irene, judging by the expression on her face, immediately realized what it was. The guy also realized that it was 5th grade natural magic. The man used his Khitan wings right at that moment. Lady Irene and Seda instantly jumped in that instant. The man, of course, continued to attack. What you'd expect from someone who wins the magic festival every year. He's really strong. The guy at this point ripped off his clothes. He then proceeded to apply a tourniquet and bandage his wound. After that, he noticed something important. He looked at his hand and saw a ring there. The man at this time had already stopped his attack. He had told Ruin Ardel that he had expected something, but had gotten nothing but disappointment. The guy came out of hiding at this point, looked at him and said he was admitting it. He agreed that the man was so strong that for a moment it seemed to him as if he had an insurmountable wall in front of him. So what he means to say is that he's giving up. But afterward, the guy claimed he couldn't do that. He asked if the man knew that so many people believed in him. Because of this, the desires to destroy him only grow stronger. Yes, he really was out of his mind. In the man's opinion, the man said he would teach him a lesson not to dare open his mouth again. The man instantly used the ogre's rage in that instant. He told the guy to watch his chin. The guy immediately started attacking after saying those words. The man said that if the man came back, he might actually die. The guy stopped listening to him and was ready to attack. The man then approached him as well. They looked at each other in utter fury at that instant. The guy then literally matched his ring to the man's sword. Using the power of the Yasvi, there was a small chance of withstanding any physical force affecting his body. The man was extremely surprised that his sword appeared to be destroyed. The guy continued his attack at this point. The man couldn't understand how the guy was able to wound him squarely in the shoulder. After that, the guy stabbed him right in the leg. Accordingly, the man fell to the ground at that instant. He was still quite surprised by the whole situation. The man asked to be allowed to say one thing. He has no enemies. It is the arrogant belief that there is no one better than him, and it is what caused his defeat. Luin Ardell began to attack him at the moment. The man was very much surprised and did not even try to resist in any way. After that, the hero struck him a blow. The man at this time was burning with some kind of blue flame. Seda admitted that his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. If he had checked the odds, he would have realized that he simply didn't have any. He was lucky. He had almost lost himself. The guy at this moment was looking intently at the girl in front of him. Lady Irene was obviously upset about something. He apologized to her for interfering in her battle. However, in the girl's opinion, it was not he who should apologize, but she herself, though he could not understand why. She explained that she had put the entire team in jeopardy with her selfish desire and apologized for it. But she couldn't achieve her goal within this match because of him. Lady Irene turned around and told him to forget about it because the target no longer existed. She's not interested in Doom Prime now. To Ruin Ardel's surprise, it was him she was now interested in. He said it wouldn't get any easier with him. Lady Irene declared with a smile on her face that she was ready for it, and let him wait. One day she would defeat him, no matter what it cost her. Thus, including them, 5 contestants remained. Dalian, Malkin and Cherokee fought hard. However, they were unable to do anything against their team. At this moment, there was a massive explosion on the battlefield. Several people lay motionless and breathless in that instant. The guy was lying on the ground at the time. Seda sighed heavily after that. Luin Ardell said that here the 3 of them stayed like glued together. Who would have thought they would go this far? He added that he wasn't going to give in. Lady Irene said at that moment that she was giving up at this point. She wasn't at her best right now. She was sad, but offered to fight another time when both were in shape. The lad understood, and they would consider it a promise. It was clear to all that Lady Irene was tired. Seda asked Ruin if that meant it was his turn. He added that, as leader, he had no intention of backing down, since Ruin had treated him too lightly last time. Luin Ardell asked if they would start right away in that case. Seda was in the air for a second and said the same thing. He asked to wait. Someone hailed the winner, a representative of their academy. They shouted all together, calling for mugs to be raised for Ruin. He wasn't in the dorm, so no one expected him to be here. At that moment Luin Ardell noticed Lady Irene and Seda nearby. They couldn't miss the congratulatory party in honor of Ruin Ardel, with whom they shared joys and sorrows. That's why they came here with Mr. Gray. Ruin began to ward off again, but it was unclear if it was due to the end of the competition or something else. The girl stated that only she decides how to address him. Luin Ardell was just watching them at the time. Everyone was behaving as before, and that pleased him. After a battle of survival, he was the only winner. Doom Prime scored a lot of kill points, but his rank dropped a lot due to his relatively low number of survival points. The other candidates for victory, Dalian and Lady Irene, had overtaken him. However, if he could keep this up, victory would cease to be just a dream. Jackson stated that who would have thought he would be sitting at the same table as Lady Irene Prius. Now it's safe to die. He offered another drink to the goddess who had stopped by them, but she asked them not to talk like that. Lady Irene, of course, was embarrassed by such words. Luin Ardell was just looking at them at this point. Everyone drank to her. Someone at that moment asked how Luin Ardell could have won in the first place. Doom Prime was standing not far from them at this time. Of course, he realized he had lost. He admitted that he had slacked off and hadn't expected Ruin to target his sword and not him. Doom noticed it the instant he put his sword out as a defense, but he couldn't prevent the blow. He lost right in front of the Dirty King. By the way, has the Dirty King been looking for him? Not yet. The man said not to worry so much. He probably didn't summon him for his own good. Realizing Doom was tired and needed to rest, Doom Prime apologized and said he needed to be alone right now. The man immediately replied that he would leave and offered to call him if he needed help. Doom Prime was alone at this moment. He was just reflecting on the whole situation and his defeat. At that moment, Ruin Ardel was celebrating his victory over Doom Prime. Everyone was saying that the next generation of mages was already here. The man was standing on the balcony at the moment. He had expected Luin Ardell to perform at his best. Who would have thought he would accomplish such a great feat? To be honest, he hadn't expected Ruin to defeat Doom Prime. After Ruin's victory, a smile never left his face. It hurt his pride as an organizer. The faces of the spectators in the competition hall were tearless. The man was interested in the competition room and had already been told that he was. A great festival is coming to a close. It's been a few days since the battle of survival ended. Meanwhile, in the group competition, they finished 4th place overall with 5 wins and 2 losses. Unfortunately, they lost the battle for 3rd place in their last game. However, for them, students of a newly graduated academy, it was already akin to a miracle. All that remained was the final individual match. It's a triathlon. It is an obstacle course across the city, divided into 3 categories: athletics, martial arts, and swimming. Since it is a competition between mages, you can complete the course by riding a summoned beast, or cross space by teleportation. Seda asked Ruin Ardel what sensations he was experiencing. Everyone is screaming his name. How does it feel to be the focus of the competition? Ruin admitted that he couldn't tell yet. He still doesn't know how he feels. He wants to savor this awesome moment, but he can't yet. It was too early to celebrate the victory before the final winner was determined. The sun was shining brightly at this time. Seda noted that today will be an individual competition and added that he is not going to give in. Let them try to dodge. Ruin reacted with irony, saying that of course. Where was he going to go? The man raised his gun up and told everyone to get ready. Of course, everyone was ready at that moment. Then there was an explosion that signaled the start of the competition. The participants immediately began to utilize their abilities. Some called on a combat defender, others used invisibility. At this time, everyone swiftly rushed forward. In the crowd, a man noticed something and asked everyone to look. Turns out Luen wasn't leaving, he was just standing still. Luin Ardell was smiling and looking off into the distance at this moment. A heavy dust rose up. Everyone was moving as fast as they could. They saw the first obstacle, and the girl asked if they were tired by this point. Someone had suggested forming a temporary alliance, but Lady Irene had told Malkin that he seemed to be awfully fond of teaming up with anyone. It didn't matter. However, the horse at this point began to run even faster. Doom Prime found himself on the battlefield at this moment. At this time, someone attacked the goblins all at once. The girl noticed that everyone intended to act in their own way. They had known each other for 6 years, but Doom Prime was very hard to befriend, so she decided that it would be up to each of them. At this time, the goblin was right in front of her. The man in a rage instantly attacked him. He didn't understand why Ruin still wasn't here. He had already run so far away that it seemed unlikely. From the start, he ran ahead of everyone else, with only 2 others beside him. Obviously, he was still behind. Lady Irene was asked where Luin Ardell was. She replied that she didn't know, but it was really weird. They've stayed ahead of everyone else for a long time, so why hasn't Luen shown up yet? The observation proved to be correct. Enough time had passed to catch up with them, but no one ever showed up. At that moment, the 3 of them noticed something. Through the smoke they could only see the outline of a man. Then the man's foot appeared. Luin Ardell claimed to have finally caught up with them. Doom Prime immediately turned his attention to him. Lady Irene asked what he thought of the other contestants. Ruin replied that they were no longer here. Previously, people did not understand why he was standing still. Had he really given up? What was even going on? After all, this is the mage who defeated Doom Prime. Ruin explained that he had been waiting for this day ever since he decided to participate in the Great Festival. As someone who had trained in endurance for over half a year, he was more than confident in this match. Being a melee mage, he was in an extremely advantageous position and opened his back to the opponents who were following him. That's why a strategy was needed. The protagonist began to develop it carefully and diligently. After thinking it over, he set out to eliminate the opponents one by one. At this point, people began to notice him. Luin Ardell started the scoring 29, 28 and 27. Then 25 and 24. Honestly, he stopped counting after that. No one realized what was even going on. Seda at this time also noticed something. He didn't realize how he had managed to catch up with him. Luen asked with a smile if the kid realized what was going on. Their endless battle began again. Luin Ardell apologized to him at the time. Then he simply threw Seda off his knight with a kick. Of course, Seda was upset at this point. Lady Irene realized what that meant. He rushed ahead of the others. Not that anyone else might try to enter the race, but at the moment there were no other participants besides them. The man, of course, became furious at this. Doom Prime stated that it would be different this time. Everyone was watching him closely at this moment. He wished he could point his sword at him right now, but as he noticed several people were still following him, Doom Prime began to use his powers at this point. Then he urged his horse on. Afterward, he told Ruin that they would meet up ahead, and after that, he moved on. The guy questioned if the man was going to force his way forward. After all, there was a trap zone ahead. Luin Ardell said nothing and remained silent. The trap zone used to be used as a means of protecting the castle and its treasures, but now that the valuables had long since been captured, available traps served as an obstacle in the competition. It was a dangerous place where one could be fatally wounded if you rush headlong into it. Therefore, the safest way to pass was to disarm the traps beforehand. Thus, this zone was becoming an ideal testing ground for magical knowledge and skills to cope with crisis situations. However, disarming took too long. That's why he decided to break down the wall. Luin Ardell called it the brawl method. That was true, but he wasn't sure if he could break through such a dense wall. Then what would he do? After all, these are the ruins of an abandoned castle. He focused on the dilapidated areas. Therefore, he studied the castle walls with magical gaze and analysis. At that moment Luin Ardell noticed something and paid attention. He found a section of wall that could be demolished. Luin Ardell immediately headed there. He then hit right on that section. The boy didn't understand what Luin Ardell was doing. Was he trying to break through the wall or what? What to expect from him? He realized they were close, but didn't Ruin think it was too much? After all, he was trying to break through a wall with his bare hands. At this moment, Lady Irene shouted for the guy to look over there. At this point, the wall actually collapsed. Of course, everyone was greatly surprised. It seemed crazy. How was that even possible? Could he see what she was saying? The guy started asking if he could use this path too. Luin Ardell replied with a smile that he couldn't do that. He started to ask Ruin Ardel to wait a moment. At this point Luen just blocked his passage and the guy exclaimed that the guy was a greedy bastard. It was impressive that he was able to break through such a strong wall with only 2,400 strength. Now it was just him and Doom Prime. Just at that moment Luin Ardell came out to the man. That guy's already left the castle. You could see in the night that he was in such a hurry that he even got an arrow in his shoulder. Luin Ardell wondered if he really wanted to beat him that badly. It was time to summon his spirit horse. In running, he could not be overtaken. The man drew his weapon at this point. He then attacked Ruin Ardel, but he managed to dodge. After that, the guy grabbed him by his clothes. Luin Ardell offered to take the last leg together. At that moment, they started falling somewhere. Then both landed in the water. A few seconds later, our hero surfaced. He realized that going down the cliff with magic would put him at a disadvantage, and now he needed to swim through quickly. The boy looked around, not realizing where the man had gone. It was at this point that Doom Prime was ready to attack him. People were floating in the river, but a man began to freeze it. At that moment, he finished the magic spell, and Luin Ardell found himself restrained. Did he think about the need for such anxiety within the competition? Well, then he'll continue. Luin Ardell realized that the situation was bad. We needed to get free as soon as possible. Luen began to use fire magic to free himself. After a few seconds, he succeeded. Doom Prime, of course, immediately heard the noise. It seemed incredible. How had Luin Ardell managed to catch up with him? Meanwhile, they were approaching the Altine Stadium. There were no more obstacles in the way. All one had to do was run. The protagonist has passed all the tests. Will he have a rematch? Doom Prime realized that this was impossible in his current state. Then there was an explosion. At this point, everything was being broadcast on a huge screen. The crowd was wondering who had won, but no one could figure out what had happened. Then a man yelled that someone was coming. At that moment, a horse appeared. As it turned out, the horse was riderless. No one could understand what had happened or where the mages were. Everyone was watching the screen where someone had appeared. As it turned out, it was Luin Ardell on his feet. The guy said it looked like he was overexerting himself going through the zone. His movements were clumsy, but he added that one shouldn't worry too much about such things within the competition. Doom Prime was backing away from the attack at this point, not answering anything. Luin Ardell began to turn around. He said he would continue then. At that point, it was clear who had won. He won 2 awards in the Battle of Survival and Triathlon, triumphed in the individual events and eventually took first place. Thus ended a great festival. Everyone shouted that he was the next generation mage. Many shouted his name, proclaiming him the successor. These cries sounded as if in his honor. A man who had been through suffering since he was a child. Locked in a dark cave of isolation, he felt alone. He realized he had done a great job. The cheers of encouragement were a reward for his hard work. Luen thanked everyone present, realizing that now he didn't want to lose their support. At this point, someone noticed that there were a lot of people gathered. However, they were all elected nobles. For Luin Ardell had heard that not everyone had received an invitation. All these people came here to see Ruin. Luin Ardell thought it was boring here and wished he could go back to the academy sooner. At that moment, someone asked him if he thought it was strange. Luen noticed Lady Irene in front of him. He asked what she meant by weird and clarified if she was trying to talk about people. He suggested that he might have appeared smug in the eyes of others, since he came to banquets without much enthusiasm. Of course it was possible. But, according to Irene, that wasn't the only reason. She noted that most of the nobles had come here to meet him, but even though he might be cocky, no one had tried to connect with him. It was said that someone powerful was already behind him. This man was so powerful that no nobleman would dare to speak to Ruin. Luen asked who it was. At that moment, a man approached them and announced the beginning of the evening banquet, inviting the representatives of the 32 schools to follow him. The banquet has begun. The dinner organized by the Dirty King was abundant in dishes as if it had been prepared for the emperor. Luin Ardell would have liked to avoid attending this dinner, but realized that its purpose was to dissect past competitions. This dinner was called the Guillotine Banquet, among those who had performed poorly. By the way, it seemed to Ruin Ardell that only the Dirty King would be at the banquet, but 2 seats were honored. A man reported someone approaching. Everyone stood up. The Dirty King entered the hall. Luen greeted him, calling him, "My lord the Filthy King," which seemed odd even to him. Dirty King addressed someone respectfully. He expressed his hope that he had not interrupted the meal by addressing the Godfather. At that moment, an unknown young man appeared. Luin Ardell didn't know who it was. Everyone then knelt down and greeted the Crown Prince. He didn't have time to react and didn't realize what he was supposed to do. Everyone present was extremely nervous and didn't make a sound. Luen sat just next to the Dirty King. none of the chosen 11 could overpower Ruin Ardel, which spoke of a significant skill gap. The Dirty King was disappointed and felt uncomfortable calling them his children. Doom Prime promised not to show his bad side again. The second place turned out to be an illusion created by skillful people. The Great Festival confirmed the old truth. Even a dragon can float up from a small stream. Ruin Ardel was uncomfortable. This banquet seemed organized only to humiliate the 11 chosen children, using it as an excuse. However, the filthy king was not the only one in suspense. Luin Ardell could feel the man's gaze burning through him. It was Shomardan Raynak, occupying the disadvantaged position of third son. He used wit and political acumen to supplant his brothers and become the sole crown prince. This man possessed an art of speech and a fighting skill close to perfection. Luin Ardell immediately remembered Lady Irene's words about a powerful man. Perhaps it was the crown prince she meant. The Dirty King asked Ruin Ardell how he felt about winning the great festival. At this point Luen remained silent. He then admitted to feeling discomfort. The Dirty King clarified what he meant. Luin Ardell explained that while he was satisfied with the results of the competition, he was uncomfortable with the realization that his victory was being used as an excuse to belittle the efforts of other competitors and cause them irritation. Everyone was very much surprised when Luin Ardell said this to the filthy king. He looked at him at that moment. Just now he wanted to say that he wouldn't want his success to be used to annoy others. But that feeling of inferiority is the best food for growth. Wouldn't he know it? But Luin Ardell sees this as merely an attempt to stoke hostility toward him. If you compare pointing out weaknesses and reinforcing the desire to get better with glowing hostility based on feelings of inferiority, doesn't it seem to him that these are quite different approaches? Doesn't it seem to him that these are completely different approaches? He doesn't come from some little stream. His homeland is Ardel, a small but beautiful country, and the Ignite Academy he's attending shouldn't be belittled by calling it a small stream either. The filthy king went into a rage after that. Luin Ardell looked at the filthy king at this moment. Then the crown prince wanted to say something. After that, he started laughing very loudly throughout the room. Luen, of course, didn't realize what made him laugh so much. He said Luen was a pain in the ass, and he's got the nerve to snap at his godfather. What did he tell him? He's an interesting guy. He lives on a roar so funny it brought tears to my eyes. Where did he come from? They thought he came from a small stream, but he said he came from the small but beautiful country of Ardel. Small but beautiful, so he wished he had been there at least once. Lady Irene sighed heavily and said, "Thank God." She then asked the guy if he was going to pull something like that again. Great, a victory speech. But since a similar idealistic story has already been heard by the head of his Tyrian Academy, his thoughts won't change that. His words sounded fresher than his, though. So looking forward to what the future holds, he announces the end of the banquet for the day. But just a minute, before I do, the crown prince offered Ruin Ardell a cup of tea. He said the waiver is not accepted. Then the two of them were left alone indoors. Ruin Ardell wondered what the crown prince wanted to tell him that he had brought him here. He clearly wasn't going to congratulate him on winning the great festival. At this point, the crown prince began his speech. At one point the guy says to make Luin Ardell work for him on this issue and he won't take no for an answer either. He gives him a month to finish all the urgent matters, organizes his transfer to the special school of combat mages and prepares a place to live. And, of course, he would have to consider naturalization, because the crown prince's closest ally should not be a foreigner. Luin Ardell didn't understand what naturalization was. It was the process of becoming a citizen. Luin Ardell asked, "But why? Aren't there so many great mages in his empire? Doom Prime alone is worth it." He ended up losing to him. I can't believe I suggested he take the loser. By the way, it's best to keep a few things in mind when talking to him. He prefers a simple yes as an answer over counter questions. Luin Ardell was wary and staring at him for the moment. But he will answer him after all. The first reason for his decision was a personal recommendation from his godfather a few years ago. He had told him to let him know if he saw a promising mage, but he had never recommended anyone until now. And 2, he likes his boldness. The courage he'd put on like a rag, strutting towards him while the rest of us climbed to impress those in power. The courage to stand up to his godfather and openly state his positions. And finally, courage bordering on recklessness to keep asking him anything despite the warnings. In matters of politics, it's important to have someone who articulates an interesting position. Luin Ardell asked, Or in that case, does he only need to give advice? New question. No, you need to protect his bloody brothers who can't accept their younger brother as crown prince. Luin Ardell simply remained silent at this point. The crown prince asked if he didn't want to, and Luin Ardell said he really didn't. That's why he said he wasn't taking no for an answer. The highest power in the empire belongs to the crown prince. The opportunity to become his closest associate is a chance in a million. Most mages end up teaming up with powerful people anyway, even in a magic tower where mages spend their entire lives studying magic. If they miss this chance, they may seriously regret it in the future. However, there are still many things he would like to do, but he doesn't want to become someone else's mage. He thought he was a human witness, but the man turned out to be unexpectedly idealistic. An opportunity like this doesn't come along very often. He might regret it. Okay, they'll pretend this conversation never happened. It has been called the brightest gem of the past festival. Collecting such gems is his hobby. There hasn't been a single gemstone he hasn't gotten yet. Does he know why? Because it destroys what it cannot possess. The wave of playfulness was silent and just stared at him. After that, he opened the doors and just walked out. Luin Ardell was then left alone. The prince's last words were definitely a threat. Had he made the right decision? He didn't realize it himself. At that moment, a guy called out to him. Luin Ardell realized he still wanted to be a mage. He was asked where he was, if he went on a date behind their backs or what. Luin Ardell said that they weren't close. He wanted to be a mage firmly defending his identity. He was curious as to what kind of person he was, since he had honored his recommendation. As it turned out, he was a really outstanding guy in many ways. Apparently the dialogue didn't go well with him. Yes, he even threatened him, but it had no effect. The dirty king asked what he was going to surrender. Of course he wasn't. He knows him well. There is nothing stronger than the passion for collecting. The crown prince said Luin Ardell would be his, because he decided to. Luen was practicing hard at this point. Fist punch 5,000 out of 5,000. Turnaround punch 5,000 out of 5,000. 15 kilometers run. One-on-one. Real combat training. One-on-one is super. Did it today too. His body seems to be getting better day by day. You don't want to hear it from another man, much less a woman. Luin Ardell asked why she was a woman. I mean, is that how she came into the world? Luen realized. Or does the incarnation have a gender? Why couldn't they? He didn't even ask. Didn't they sit together in the bathroom? Like there's anything to see there at all. If she's saying that, then she's seen it all. Luin Ardell just sighed at this point. He started to get up and tell her to forget it. He would just go. She asked to wait for her, and Luen said she was forbidden to joke about the subject from now on. At this moment at the train station, the guy said he had to go. Let Luin Ardell take care of himself and be healthy. But he wasn't even going to die. The train left at this point. Luen escorted him with a glance. The guy figured it was time for them to head out as well. After his friends had gone home, he, as the winner of the great festival, needed to visit Revidine first to finalize all the items on the schedule. Might call him a street cat. A man identifying himself as a street cat traveled with him as a chaperone. The name was unknown. Age and status too. He appeared to be a high-level mage, but his characteristics could not be discerned even with the help of the eye and the player. Hence, he's at least on the same level as the academy professors. He still hadn't been able to recognize anything except that his appearance was just under 30. Let him allow a brief description of the further plan of action. First, he went to the Imperial Palace for congratulations. Luin Ardell apologized. But you don't have to address him as you. Luen said he's only 16, but the kid said it doesn't make him uncomfortable. They went back to their schedule, which was incredibly meticulous and businesslike. He sent Ruin to the magic tower where he would choose an artifact. Perhaps he'll walk away without an artifact at all, because it's the object that should choose him. Does this mean that the tower artifact has consciousness, as does Kingram? Finally, he will be assigned a mission. Generally, because of his apprentice status, he cannot receive any missions, but an exception is made for the winner of the great festival. It can be seen as an announcement to the world that the next generation mage has appeared. Luin Ardell asked. Or does it come out that it's kind of like a debut? That was right. Now he can choose the mission from the list that he likes best. A quest, submission, assassination, research or investigation mission. At that moment, the talisman said something to him. Luin Ardell then began to scrutinize the list once more. He said he would like to choose this mission. This peony palace is the residence of the crown prince. Let him pass. Everyone is already expecting him. He'll wait for him here. Let him wait a minute. He's not going with him, or what? At that moment, the doors began to open. Just at this moment, the Crown Prince was standing in front of the main character. He welcomed Ruin Ardel to his empire. Luin Ardell answered him nothing, just remained silent. First, he received 10,000 gold pieces. This amount is more than the annual budget of the Ardel territory. If that's not enough, he can come to him at any time. If he changes his mind, the palace door is open to him. Apparently, the Crown Prince hasn't given up on him yet, but he hurriedly moved on to the next item on the schedule. The people here must have good stamina, especially if you have to walk around the palace all day. Please have him refrain from making any distinct comments. The Tower Master is waiting for him. Luin Ardell realized the guy had no sense of humor. The guy asked if he had definitively decided to take that mission. Luen said confidently that he had already made up his mind. He can see that he preferred the most difficult task, just wondering what the Tower Master would say to that. At that moment the doors opened. Luen walked in. He was clearly already expected. The filthy king greeted Ruin Ardel. So, he chose a retrieval mission. The subjugation mission would have been much easier. Would have gone with the guards and the Imperial Army. Just wiped out a couple bandit groups that showed up near Siciliano. Earned himself a reputation as a hero. However, the preps go there, into the lifeless wasteland. You can't say there's nothing there. The mascot said, Heavenly Mountain. The protagonist interrogated what it was, and it was explained that they would choose it as their first mission. When asked what it was, she explained that it was the birthplace of Kingram, and there was also something else. The place where Draka lived for 100 years. Heavenly Mountain is a remote territory located in the north of the Kingdom of Radian, where the ancient ogres are rumored to have dwelt. However, no ogres live there now, because in addition to the living artifact housed at Kingram Academy, the rest of the species perished in the Great War. That place became a lifeless wasteland after the ogres disappeared. There's a reason why the search mission in that area is assigned the highest difficulty level. It's all about the barrier, a barrier that no spell can dispel. Until today, no scientist has been able to solve the mystery of the Heavenly Mountain barrier. This mission is to find out the nature of the barrier. Curious why he's interested in exploring a wasteland where there's nothing. Perhaps he is interested in the hypothesis that the wrath of the god ogres turned that place into a shrine. Other places have no reason to go there. However, in those lands, the destroyer of worlds Dracogonia had lived for 100 years. That alone was already enough. But there's no need to explain all that to him. And he said it's all because this mission has a higher difficulty level. So if he decides to, he recommends choosing another mission. The reason for the increased difficulty is the low activity in the riddles that no one has been able to solve to the end. But if a 16-year-old mage solves the mystery, it will be an even more impressive achievement, or he would become the first ever winner of a great festival that failed the mission. But it was too early to rule out an impressive achievement. The filthy king looked at him at this moment. Does he know why he recommended him to the Crown Prince? Because he wanted to leave him in Revodane to observe him. Luin Ardell was quite surprised at what he heard. Is his unique ability by any chance the reason for the increased interest in this mission? For what it's worth, he'll be watching him the whole time. Even though she said she could handle it, really he's going to make it. What's he worried about not being able to get anything or what? Luen said there was doubt. That place hadn't been visited for several hundred years. Would he be able to find out anything after all this time? Up to that point, no one had ever managed to figure anything out in a human way. But he had succeeded because he was also human. But he has abilities beyond human capabilities. At that moment someone knocked at his door and said it was Voka. Luin Ardell immediately told him to come in. He greeted the adorably La Boar and the street cat. Talisman didn't know what he was even talking about. What boar and cat? They said it was the preference of the filthy king. All the magicians of the Magic Tower have this kind of treatment when it's not to end up on the farm. Isn't it time for them to go? To the artifact room, where he will receive his final reward. The artifact room of the Magic Tower is divided into 4 zones. Zone C, Zone B, Zone A, Zone X. Zone C contains the most common artifacts, while Zone X contains the rarest artifacts. They'll walk him to Zone A. Luin Ardell reminded him of his own words that there's also Zone X. It was explained to him that the entrance to that area is only available in case of a special event. Even the Emperor is not allowed to enter. Luen didn't understand what a special event meant. He followed the attendants, looked around. They started in Area C. Luen asked. Was it a magic sword? That was right. They only collect and keep items in good condition obtained during the Great War against the demons. It's no worse than the shining sword that Doom Prime uses. After all, which is to be expected from the artifact room of the Magic Tower. Even the zone items are better than the vault of many nobles. A major game-changing moment was spotted by transformation specialist Tina Brone. He thought this book was lost, but it had been here all along. Guy was surprised that Luin Ardell recognized it, and the building was over 100 years old. Our hero said there was a time when there was no other entertainment besides reading books. Luin Ardell also spotted Beyond the Seventh Grade Walls by author McKean Cruz. After that, he noticed an Exploring Unknown Lands in Search of Ancient Creatures. He asked if they were allowed to read all these books while in the Magic Tower. The Tower Master gives them permission to read the books, but of course they are not allowed to take them for themselves. Area B was a treasure trove of knowledge. All the reviews of magic books, rare historical knowledge, and legendary writings were here, comprising the last exciting charms of this place. He traveled to Area A. However, none of the artifacts in the area reacted to it. Luin Ardell asked if there had been anyone before him who had not been selected by any artifact. There have been cases, but extremely rare. If he is a mage who has been allowed to visit Area A, he is considered a priori capable of attracting the attention of at least a few artifacts. But he was turned down by all the subjects. It was kind of sad. There's no need to kill yourself and litter. Luen understood what she said. Of course, to humans, all of these items would be considered treasures, but the truly valuable items are not here, and they're all right over there behind the door. It's in Area X. She figured there must be at least one dragon artifact in there. The unique acrid scent of a dragon that had never been its scales emanated from there. Even so, he can't get there. We need to focus on access to the facts for now. At that moment, they noticed some kind of bright green light. They couldn't figure out what it was. After that, the doors from Area X started to open. The guy started to say what had happened. It was a special event. For the first time in 56 years, the Dirty King asked if Luin Ardell had reacted to Kunyan's tooth. He was told it was correct. Does that mean he's talented enough to take the next throne? Area X contains 3 artifacts with a different level of power. It was Algal's staff, Morsha's armor, and the tooth of Kunyan. All 3 items have one feature. They allow their owners to be on top. The staff of Algal belonged to the first magician of the human race named Algal. This artifact is capable of infinitely increasing the permissive power of its wielder, and is also the symbol of the King of Mages. 56 years ago chose Teron as its owner. Since that time, anyone chosen with this artifact has held the highest position in the tower. Morsha armor provides absolute protection against any physical and magical attack. They choose their wearer once a century, each becoming a legendary knight. However, the root tooth of Kunhan, the first leader of the ogres, is by far the most mysterious artifact. Kunhan's tooth has not chosen anyone for itself for several hundred years, and so today, he chose the Ruin of Ardel. This means that he can actually wield the power of the throne. I mean, he says he picked up Kunyan's tooth easily. That was right. Luin Ardell picked it up incredibly easily. This item is so heavy that it takes more than 5 grown men to move it. Such an artifact certainly cannot be lifted alone. It's like he has the power of the ogres. Incredible physical strength comparable to that of the ogres. A choice as a special quest mission assignment in the Heavenly Mountain area. The tooth of the first ogre chief, Kunyan. The man pondered all of this. He said the guy summoned everyone. All the Creek mages. He made the decision to travel west to reach Heavenly Mountain. Temporarily, 1 month is given to complete the mission. He hopes he won't miss the deadline. Here's the permit, ID and Mana's train ticket. Luin Ardell thanked them. The street cat was looking at him at this moment. Luen asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. The street cat said yes and no. As a magical tower who isn't allowed to have an opinion, he has nothing to add, but he has something to say as a senior. The Magic Tower is incredibly kind to the magicians who bow at its feet, but cold-blooded to those who disobey it. He thinks Luin Ardell knows which category he falls into, and asks him to be careful, and let him question everything. Luen remained silent, at which point Nose looked at the street cat with understanding. The ancient castle of Tashiran is the closest city to Heavenly Mountain, created to protect the continent from invasion by the ogres. It is also known as the Shield of the Continent. As such, was surrounded by high walls comparable in size to those of the capital, and possesses a strong army with an iron will. Well, at least that's what the books said. However, the city is rather deserted. That's because it's lost its purpose. It was built to contain the ogres, but that threat disappeared on its own. Let him see another day. And the local soldiers, already drunk, said that in this city everyone fought bravely with the enemies. At that moment some very big man came up to him and called him a well-dressed young man. Let him give all that he has. Afterward Luin Ardell grabbed his shoulder. He said the real world is very different from the books. At this point, some man was very much asleep. Luen was standing right in front of him. He spoke to him, and the man instantly woke up. The man apologized for daring to doze off without realizing the mage was in front of him. Luen said it was all right. He asked where he could get a horse. The man for some reason hesitantly began to answer him. Quite frankly, they don't have a single horse at the moment. Luen asked if there were any other stables nearby. This was the only stable in town. How can there be no horses in a stable? Well, it's wasteful to keep a stable without horses. Don't let it be misunderstood. There were 3 this morning, but they were all taken away. For so long, the only visitors have been flies. Well, there are a few visitors today. If he can wait a day, he'll do his best. At this point Luin Ardell asked him to stop. He said that no one had ever needed horses before, but today someone needed them dramatically. Yeah, that's what happened. So where did the other people who wanted to take horses in a town where no one come from? Just a coincidence or something else? He remembered the street cat's words to question everything. It was strange. He asked Talisman if she felt the same way he did. What he realized now, she felt it like disembarking from a train. Luin Ardell turned back with her, for he must have noticed something. They both realized Luen was being stalked. Upon discovering the surveillance of himself, he took immediate action. Told the hotel staff to let me know if anyone asked about him, and then decided to take a walk around town to lure out the stalker. They had to realize that he had left the hotel, so they would go there and start asking about him. It was obvious who his pursuers were. People from the Rainak Empire. He doesn't know if they were sent by the Crown Prince, angered by his unwillingness to comply with his naturalization order, or by the Mage King taking an undue interest in him. But both options are equally unpleasant. You have to decide everything before going directly to the Heavenly Mountain. He can't let them follow him when their surveillance has become obvious. At this point, some guy said no one came in. He swears he was on alert, expecting someone to be sure to inquire about who was here, but no one ever came. It's not like he was lying, but something was bugging him. Luin Ardell asked what it was. He has a memory of approximately 3 minutes. No matter how hard he tries to recall, he can't get anywhere. Mind Control is a high-ranking 6th class spell capable of subjugating a human mind. The human loses the memories of being controlled, while the caster gains the ability to look into the memories of the subjugate. They turned out to be neater and stronger opponents. Moreover, if they looked into his memories, they should have noticed that he was already aware of the surveillance. Luin Ardell entered the room at this moment. He instantly looked around the room. He noticed a note that said they had no intention of harming him, so let him waste no time figuring out their identities and continue with the mission. They even showed up at his room to tell him not to try to find out who they were. Yeah, that's the ultimate threat. Luin Ardell agreed to have it their way. At this point, he started racing across the rooftops. It's unclear why he kept doing it. Suddenly he landed on the ground. Talisman asked what he was going to do. Luin Ardell said he wanted to find them. He asked to open the mini-map. Well, let them try to keep up with him. From first place in the triathlon. At that moment, some skull asked if they should follow him. Their youngest great festival winner wants to play with them so badly, it's hard to say no. Let them go after him, but don't kill him. Just at that moment, it could be seen that they went after the main character. Then the 2 of them landed. Creek magicians. Luin Ardell's trail cut off, but it wasn't like that. He was just expecting them. Just at that moment, a kind of Shora could be observed not far from them. Just at that moment Luen popped up to them. He attacked the first guy he could get his hands on. Luen then turned his attention to the other, but the other had already managed to react and attacked Luen. But that didn't help him at all, and he hit him. After that, the guy fell right in front of the remaining man. Luin Ardell looked at him at this point. The man started laughing and said he was curious he was human, but he turned out to be a monster. The protagonist of the second one asked who they were. Doesn't he know them? The head of the tower sent them. He wished them to be watchers of their younger comrade. What do you mean, watchers? It's natural surveillance. No difference. Either way it was nice to see his ability. The man said they would meet again, and instantly disappeared. Luin Ardell noticed skull tattoos on their bodies. They were vicious mages. The group is shrouded in mystery. The only thing he knows is that these magicians of the Magic Tower are exclusively engaged in dirty work, a secret organization called the Vicious Magicians. From the available information, there is a name and the presence of tattoos. What exactly they do, how strong their mages are and who their leader is, it is not known. And what does he think after his run-in with them? Ruin Ardell's feelings were twofold. They seemed to be even weaker than the representatives of the Great Festival, but they were never convinced of the abilities of one of them. Luin Ardell said it was true. He used a high-level 6th class spell, so he's not an ordinary opponent. Moreover, this person will continue to pursue him from a distance. What was Ruin Ardell's plan? First, he would make the one appear in front of him. The next day, he immediately went to the Heavenly Mountain. The path to it was an endless barren land devoid of any life, but he felt vividly that he was approaching his destination. This is the moment Luin Ardell was reaching for his heart. His power circle still wouldn't calm down, but it meant something good. Luen was in front of the Heavenly Mountain, or rather the inside of it. I mean, she says she lived here for a while. You have to figure out how to get in without even knowing the assignment. What is this mindset anyway? It's similar to a human's, and she said it's the only way to get through the barrier. If she were human, she would definitely try to break down the barriers. It's the first thing that comes to his mind, but he can't do it, primarily because it's a barrier that can't be broken down by normal human means. But what about the ogres? Luin Ardell figured he could call them to open the door for him, like calling a friend or something. That's exactly what they should have done. They're finally getting somewhere. Luen asked, well, didn't the ogres of Heavenly Mountain die, every single one of them? As it turned out, that was people's opinion. Luen turned back at this point. Let him remember, his ability is not to validate or change his mind, but also to destroy. Luen placed his hand on the sphere at this moment. He began to ask if they could hear him. He knew they were pretending as if they were not, but he had come to give her the tooth of their leader, Kunhan. If they can hear me, have them open the door. When nothing was happening, the protagonist started to get nervous. But just after these sensations, something started to happen. At that moment, the door began to open. Luen tried in every way possible to observe this process. The man at this point was very much surprised. He couldn't understand how the protagonist managed to get through. This little guy did it when no one before him had ever accomplished the mission. Just then, the door closed again. What the hell is going on here? Just at that moment, he could see a fist was in front of his face. It was Luin Ardell, of course, who instantly attacked him. The man is caught. He won't escape this time. Luen started using the earthquake. Of course it worked, and there was nothing for the man to do. Luen then proceeded to use the binding tree. The man didn't even try in any way to react to all of this or fight back. After that, he tied up the man. He had to decide he could only get it at that moment, but he was caught in a trap. Luen suggested that this was the end of their game of chase. Just at that moment, there was an ogre above the head of the ruins of Ardell. At this point, he began to attack the man. Then ogre's weapon was covered in blood. Luen was very much surprised. He observed the creature directly in front of him. Let him tell him who he even is. Talisman said let him mean that they have the mindset of a beast. Fortunately, he was able to pass through the Heavenly Mountain barrier, and once he did, he felt like he had entered another world. Of course, everyone was very much surprised that a human was here, but he didn't smell human. He smelled like them. Let him be on his guard. Human morality is unknown to them. So far, he doesn't think he's done anything about Kunhan's tooth, but there's no telling when they'll want to take his life. Luen watched the creature in front of him at this moment. He was informed that they were on the spot. That is the Heavenly Peaks. The main character asked if there was another woman. Just at that moment, something started to happen. As it turned out, it wasn't the summit, it was Ogre. The ogre introduced himself, and as it turned out, his name was Chifton Harhan. He had heard that he had the religion of Kunhan. Luen realized that he was much bigger than the rest of the ogres. He greeted him, asking if he would choose to tear him apart and throw him out to feed the eagles. Who is he? Luin Ardell said he said back at the entrance that he was picked by Kunyan's tooth. Of course, he read that it was a lie. The man can't handle the subject, but he's telling the truth. Luen asked if it could just be shown that it was true. What an interesting man he was. He had smelled him since he had come here, and he was filled with power. He said he was right. He was pretty strong. Then let him answer him who he is. When he was ready to say who he was, Talisman looked at him. Luin Ardell asked if he knew the name Drakagonia, which belonged to a dragon that once lived here in Heavenly Mountain. Ogre immediately started asking how he knew the name. The protagonist said he heard it from Kingram. The ogre became furious when he realized that Kingram was still alive. Alive as an artifact of his academy. He is one of its professors, if I may say so. I mean, they were curious to know who he was. Luin Ardell introduced himself as a friend of Kingram, the former leader of Heaven Mountain, the man who was chosen by Kunhan's Tooth, the one who inherited the power of the destroyer of worlds, Draka. His name is Luin Ardell. Even knowing all this, do they still intend to send him to the Eagle Seat or what? Of course. After that, they said they weren't going to do that. Quite cordially they greeted him. Luin Ardell was quite surprised. I thought he was talking about hospitality. Ogres go through a rite of passage when they come here. If he wants to be treated as an equal, he must prove his worth. Draka went through the same thing, and it proves it. By arm wrestling, Ogre introduced himself and said he was Ameryuan's son. Omrush. He asked. In short, the man they were greeting. What they're trying to say is that his opponent is this giant right here. Something seems to be wrong here. At this point they began to fight, and of course everyone was supporting the ogres. Luin Ardell asked that if he loses, he won't be sent to the feed, but she doesn't even know. The battle between them continued. He's really intimidated by his huge physique, but he didn't go for it blindly. A match between an ordinary human and an ogre sounds more than ridiculous, but thanks to an artifact, he too has extraordinary physical strength. Since getting his hands on the tooth, his strength has increased by 1000. It is now at 3520, so a win is possible. Of course, he didn't think he was an ordinary human, but his sleeve actually felt different. But he was Ameryuan's son. Even if his opponent was a human, he would not let him down. Luin Ardell said, well, let him try to overpower him. Race forever. Let them get ready. They're starting to. Luen immediately tore his clothes. The creature was quite surprised. Of course, they were both trying their best. Luen didn't realize if there was more to come. This was his last attempt. He used the rage of the ogres. Just at that moment, he was defeated without any effort. He was very much surprised. Omrush was declared the winner. Luin Ardell realized that he had lost, even though he had put in all the hard work. So now he's going to be sent to be eaten. At this point he was told to stand up. He had held his own against the best warrior of Heavenly Mountain for so long. A truly incredible person. Heaven Mountain's alien quest. The ogres of Heaven Mountain are drawn to Draka's power. It took 17 years to gain the respect of the ogres with his powers, as he will bend them to his will through force and earn their respect. Talisman congratulated him while he managed to gain the ogres' respect. Why didn't she say anything? Because she knew how it would end, but it was fun. It turns out it took Draka 17 years to defeat Omrush, and he'll do it all in a month. At the end of the match, a large-scale banquet was held at the Little Peak. The food here is much tastier than he thought it would be. They're surprisingly skillful cooks. There is even such a strong smell of food. That aroma is so delicious. Luin Ardell was not in agreement. But why do the ogres here live locked up in this haven? Ruin Ardel had that feeling, that he would have to face something more important than a mission. At that moment Omrush came up to him and, addressing him, called him a strong man. He asked what he was going to do with the tooth of their first chief. Luin Ardell asked if something could be created from it. If he wants, he can help make a weapon that is only fit for a human. Luen was greatly surprised to hear this. At this point in Area X, our hero didn't understand, and asked, so what? It's a source of primal power, a symbol of the great power of the Tooth Ogres that he inherited the family willpower. But he wasn't talking about how he would use the artifact. Algal's staff and Morsha's armor have a clear use. Or should he remake it into a mace? Just let him take it with him for now. They'll figure out a use for it later. The mere fact that it increases his strength is an advantage. Luin Ardell simply agreed, and if he wants, he can help make a weapon that's only fit for a human. He brought it with him, but he doesn't know how to use it. This unexpected offer will do him good, won't it? A chief's tooth is pretty hard and heavy, so not everyone can make something out of it. But for him, working iron, it was possible. Luin Ardell asked what ironworker means in human language. He is called a blacksmith. If he has any particular weapon in mind, he asked if he could make a weapon to his design. Half a month had passed since his arrival on the Heavenly Mountain. Luin Ardell said it went there. He said to entrust it to him. During this time, he helped hunt, or doing workouts I couldn't do before, and Luen loved it all. However, some activity occupied most of his day. 15 matches, 15 losses. That was the result of his arm wrestling matches with Omrush. He lost again, and it was starting to piss him off. Still, let him cheer up. He's slowly getting better. It was right. He began to use all his power and began to waste less and less of it. Luin Ardell said thank you. He thinks he is slowly getting to the bottom of it. Thanks to the advice, he is gradually figuring out how to use his power properly. Thus, the time he can hold on to is growing. He must defeat Omrush before he leaves this place. Luin Ardell started asking him if he was scared jokingly, and the man in turn started saying that he had no chance of winning an arm wrestling match. A few days later, Luen managed to beat him after all. He had 17 matches, 16 losses, 1 win. A win. Of course, Luin Ardell was very happy that he was able to win. He surprised him many times. He lost, and he admits it. It was the first time he'd called him by name. Ogre thought he was now ready. Luin Ardell asked what ready meant. Did he really make them? Honestly, he had finished them long ago, just waiting for the right time to hand them over. Why couldn't the weapons be given to him as soon as they were ready? He had been waiting for the day he would overpower him, and until then he had no intention of giving it up. After all, the chieftain's will was important to them. This item, that's how he almost got ripped off. Let him take it now. These were the Kunhan tooth gloves. The gloves were created using the tooth of the first chief. Parts of the tooth will not break from physical impact and will destroy anything in its path. When put on, they increase strength by 2000. The glove-shaped artifact was created by splitting a tooth into 10 pieces and attaching them to gloves of that perfect shape. A weapon for a mage like him. How's he like them? He fit the mold perfectly to him. It was incredible. He felt much stronger with an increase of 2000 pixels. Luin Ardell asked if he could summon all the warriors of Heaven Mountain. He wanted to arm wrestle them or something. He said he could beat 100 ogres by himself. He may have defeated a Mariusz, but it's a blow to his pride. And yet he organizes such an event, certainly not happy to take part in it. From the ogre's point of view, such a suggestion would sound brash, but the atmosphere is quite pleasant. They respect strength and try to like competition. They seem to appreciate his fighting spirit. The son supported his father in this moment. There are memories of the old days. Brawl used to do that too. Well, of course, after 30 years of being here, he's only been able to defeat 17 ogres in a row, so he's presented something new. Humans don't live as long as dragons, so he needs to act fast. If he were here yesterday, he'd agree that it's impossible. However, the feeling he gets from putting on those gloves is that he will never lose. Let them get ready. After that, they started. Luin Ardell won with ease. The ogres went back to the main one and told him it was time for him to go to Revadine. He gave them great memories, but they didn't thank him for it. Luen was looking at them at this moment with a smile on his face. He extended his hand and they asked if he wanted to do the match again, even after 100 wins over them. But Luen didn't ask for it. He said it's called a handshake. A human way of greeting each other, when he's happy to see someone or when he's out with a friend, and it was also a way of saying that they would see each other again. At this point, the tower asked if there was any more news. There has been no news so far. There has been no news of the creep mages. It's been quite some time since the 2 mages returned with serious wounds, and there's no word on the creep mage who went after the protagonist. Even the tracking team he'd sent following had reported that they'd sensed no sign of human presence near Heaven Mountain. The filthy king realized they had been tricked. At that point someone came in and said they would like to report. Luin Ardell recently arrived in Revadine. The dirty king wondered about that. Have them get him down here right away. Luen, of course, realized that he had failed the mission. Like he said, there was a reason why no one succeeded. When he reached Heavenly Mountain, he realized that this task was beyond his capabilities. The barrier was so strong that it was impossible to pass through it. He's not a very skillful liar. Let him be honest with him. He is the mage that Kunhan's tooth chose. The mission he had chosen involved finding the ogre's homeland. Not too inconvenient a coincidence. Luin Ardell asked if that meant he was watching him. What do you mean, watched? I was just afraid he'd become a mage against the tower. Anyone who goes against the will of the Wizard King becomes an enemy of the tower. Do they not? Enough idle talk. They'll get to the point. Let him tell him what he saw on Heavenly Mountain. Are the first ogres still alive today? Luen became nervous at this point. After a while, he came out of the tower. He sighed heavily and said he was blasted. The Tower King said he didn't need the obvious lies, but he could look into his memories if he wanted to. Luin Ardell asked that he wouldn't do that, would he? A great king of magicians wouldn't stoop to that, right? Especially against an ordinary apprentice like him. Does he dare challenge him? Or what? Give me your word. The common one seems overly humble. The man just sighed at this point. His first mission is officially a failure, so let them head back to the academy. Luin Ardell played on the pride of the king of mages. Fortunately, it worked, though he would not resort to such extreme methods as magic. If the filthy king had been even a little reckless, they would have shoehorned him in for personal reasons. The mere thought of such an outcome is horrifying, but of course it's not the end. The Zone X artifact chose him. They both know what Master of the Throne means, though it has not been voiced aloud. The King of Mages will continue to watch him closely. He doesn't know yet. He just wants to get out of here as soon as possible. Luin Ardell was returning to the academy. Everyone present congratulated him for winning the great festival. They welcomed him back. Luin Ardell told them to stop. It had been 2 months. At this point he was provided with a box of some sort. Our hero asked what they were. They were letters. To him, as expected, the winner of the main tournament of the year. Incredibly popular. There were so many. These are just some of the recent ones. The ones that came to him earlier were guarded here. When the guy opened the closet, all the letters fell out in a mountain. Luin Ardell was greatly surprised, for he did not expect there to be so many. There are even letters from princes who wrote to him. A brilliant mage and true patriot to the kingdom. Dear Ruin Ardel. He was with the stirring rumor that he rejected the offer of the prince of the empire. He's a true patriot, even though they hadn't even met in person. The same form of address as darling is not used for those who are already close to those they want to get close to. Does he know a lot about it, or what? Luin Ardell was asked what he planned to do on his vacations. Luen smiled strangely at this point and said that he planned to spend them starting out the way he usually does. At this point Luen set off into the woods. It had been 5 years since he had last been to his homeland. Until last year, he had always stayed in the dormitory, even on vacation. He didn't have the courage to look his people in the eye. He wasn't sure he could smile and answer their questions about how his studies were going. But now he could proudly appear before them, and he'll finally get to see his family. When they saw Ruin Ardel, everyone was greatly surprised. Luin Ardell asked if they have had a good life. Everyone was surprised that it was a young gentleman. They could not believe they were seeing him. How long it had been since he had been away. They had waited so long to hear from him. Luin Ardell apologized for being away so long. How is it at the academy? Are the rumors about him true? Their young master is the best, isn't he? Just at that moment his sister ran up to him and gave him a hug. Not one letter in all that time. And then he shows up. Luin Ardell said Ruina had grown so big, he hardly recognized her. But she's still as sweet as she was. Have Dad call the rest of the family. They have a lot to talk about. At that moment, the bright moon was shining. He told his family and the people of the estate everything that had happened in the intervening time. Of course, omitting details about the players. He's really been through a lot. He has overcome so many difficulties that they can be proud of him. It came out that he had won in such a large-scale competition, even personally meeting with the crown prince of the empire. Luin Ardell said it was all true. It had been 2 months since then, but the news was new to their remote estate. So that's why the ruling family sends letters like this, not to mention word from the noble families. He wanted to be the first to break the news. There's something he needs to ask about, but his father abruptly stops Beggins and says he won't shut the subject down. But he should know about it, because it affects him, too. What's the matter? Luin Ardell didn't understand. Luen asked his father to tell him. If he heard about it from someone else he would be disappointed. Dad realized there was nothing he could do. As he had already mentioned, there were many letters to their estate, and they were all about him. Many of them offered substantial grants of money to their territory on the pretext of respecting him, and some of them, in the second letter, offered him high positions. Of course, all proposals were rejected, but there is a slight nuance. Luin Ardell asked what the nuance was, and his father told him that the nuance was in Pilco's Monzo. He's using it as leverage against the Ardell family. Monzo is the only trading town near Ardell territory. Most of the goods produced in Ardell are traded through Monzo. In other words, the Ardell territory is maintained with funds earned in Monzo. Did they actually ask such an absurdly low price for their goods, or what? Because they want him as a protector of the territory. Monzo is threatening trouble for the Ardell territory. At this rate, the Ardell territory will simply run out of money. So far, they haven't figured out how to solve this problem. This year's bountiful harvest is sure to please them. Let him quit. He's going to be the first to please the young master. The young master this year they have final quality goat's milk. Luin Ardel, of course, was not pleased. They say you reap what you sow. Since Monzo is so eager to see him, I suppose he should show his face too. Here's some roast meat and water for the road. Please let them be careful. They apologized for piling this situation on him even though he had just arrived. No need to. He was just doing his job. He's like a young lord and will do his. The man just looked silently at Ruin Ardel. He asked, "Let him give me the effort. The muzzle will go ashes." Lord did what he could, even covered the losses due to Monzo out of his own pocket. Most compliance is not even aware that there are any problems. The current peaceful environment has been achieved at the cost of the Lord's sacrifice. Luin Ardel was even uncomfortable with his cheeky thoughts of what he meant. Frankly, he was beaten senseless over 2 questions. Why did his father just put up with it? And the thought that he could make up his own mind about it went to his head, though he had known since he was a child that his father cared and loved these lands more than anyone else. Beggins was just looking at him at this point. Luin Ardel asked if the man could give it to his father. Of course. He asked what was already there. Luen said there was 10,000 gold pieces. This is a cash prize from a great festival. I hope these funds will be spent on what is needed. Thinks it is best to purchase land on them. He thinks they should become self-sufficient in the future and not rely on Monzo. The man was in agreement with him, but the land would be quite problematic as long as no one wanted to sell it. Luin Ardel asked what if they take her away. They need to do a purge. They can pick up the rights to the troubled Wolf Hills area. And a Jinhyung plain occupied by mud people isn't such a bad idea, he thinks. With these funds you can hire people to clean up the area. Then it's land to rent out. The newcomers still can't manage even more money. If they can get mercenaries for a reasonable price, it's worth the try. In that case, I'll leave the finer points to him, and he should be on his way. Luin Ardel went on the road at this point. The trade city of Monzo is the largest in the southern part of the kingdom, and all the resources of the neighboring regions accumulate here. The lord of the city is Pilko's Monzo. He's been the subject of many bad rumors, such as the fact that he bought his title, or that he used to be the leader of the Walp gang. In other words, you need to be prepared for anything. Luen was standing near the gate at this moment. He introduced himself by name and asked if the lord was in attendance. The guards could not understand what he asked, for they were awake. They asked if it was Ardel again. And why do they always make a fuss when something goes wrong? That's what they want. Let him quit. Luen was just a kid. He hadn't learned to beg yet. They started laughing with him and asking if he would be courteous by calling him baby. Luin Ardel realized that his father faced this attitude every time and how many times his father had been here before. They started telling him to let him go in and look for the Lord himself. Isn't that Ardel? And he would just be chased away anyway. But the circumstances are different this time, aren't they? He's not here as a student, but as a son of the Ardel family. If he accepts such rudeness as the norm, what kind of opinion will people have of their territory as well? They couldn't figure out what was up this time. Luin Ardel said they need to be taught reverence. Just at that moment, he attacked the first guard. At that moment, a lord appeared behind him. He started calling Luen the next generation mage who won at the great festival. Nuehuto. This is Lord Luin Ardel. He asked if it was Lord Pilko's Monzo. The man confirmed his words and said that someone of his status had traveled all the way to their humble town. He was so embarrassed he couldn't lift his head. Luin Ardel told him not to even raise his head, since he's so embarrassed that he had to come here. Let him continue to stand with his head down. The man, of course, became furious. After that, he smirked. He laughed and said that it was true what they say, that he was pretty straightforward, and in that case, despite the awkwardness experienced, things would straighten out already, as he wants, but will note that he needs to re-educate his guards in what their people made a mistake in. Luen said it was all about treating his family like motherless goblins, so they had to issue them a warning. The Lord could then watch as his guards were beaten. Of course, after this, the man went into a rage. Luin Ardel asked if he had any objections. Let him feel free to treat them the same way he treats his subordinates. How dare he touch his men at all? Luen asked. Just like that? Then the scary-looking man who was near the Lord at that moment approached. At this point, of course, the guard didn't stay on his feet. He said that was enough. And that man needed good manners too. They're not going to keep him outside anymore, are they? Please have him invite him over. Wasn't it beautiful? These works of art he collects as a hobby. Just looking at them makes you uncomfortable. He understands all that. Everyone has their own tastes. To collect such a thing and call it beautiful, what a frustrating hobby. Obviously, it's for intimidation purposes. He wants to intimidate him. It's a fairly rare tea from the south, called Peri Mi. Please let him try it. Luin Ardell thanked, but he will abstain. The Lord asked if he doesn't like tea, maybe treat him to a cool drink. Is he a fool, coconut or what? He really doesn't understand why he's refusing or what. Drink this? The situation between them is becoming increasingly tense. Tea was spilled across the table at this point. The man smiled and looked at him. He seems to think he could poison the tea, but he has no intention of becoming its enemy. And per se there is no poison in the tea. He only wished they could be good friends. Luin Ardell asked, do friends threaten each other? The man said it was absurd. What kind of threats? It's just a well-meaning offer. Luin Ardell came to a rage and asked, does the man call it a proposition? Is that what he calls a vile friend, guiding Ardell to decadence? He's not interested in such an offer at all. The man laughed and said it was sad. Well, since he was denying him friendship, Lorge maliciously reported that the cost of goods from Ardell would remain the same, at a horribly cheap level. Luen said it would be best to bring prices back to the original level. The atmosphere between them became even more tense. The man had already begun to say bluntly that Luin Ardell was only a redneck who didn't know a thing. He thinks it's okay to just ignore the offer, or that the one who should be falling on his knees right now is not him, but Luin Ardell. Just at that moment the guards walked in on them. It's said that magic school students can't use magic on vacation. He will teach him obedience. He didn't plan on letting him go. The Lord has ordered them to kill him. He will make his corpse into an effigy for the gallery. Luin Ardell asked, does he want to make a trophy out of it? And he's crazier than he ever imagined. Yeah, he's a piece of work. It is right that he did not expect a fruitful conversation. He only rode to the pig caught in the trap of wealth. Someone like that doesn't first. Luen was ready to attack the first guardian. Afterward, he told the man to catch the flick. Only this flick was so strong that the man was unable to stay on his feet. Then it flew very far away, and Luen continued to fight. Luin Ardell asked to be allowed to report something. Cunhan's spirit would appear overhead and move with him. The man didn't realize what this smoke was, what he had done. The strike zone grows to the length of Cunhan's arm, and just at that moment it felt like an ogre had appeared. Luin Ardell said his life is in danger even on vacation, and he can still use magic. Some opponents, stunned by Cunhan's aura, consumed by the deepest terror, didn't realize that if they stayed here, they would die. Let them all run. Luin Ardell said running away won't help. Just at that moment, he began to attack again. He used explosive burning mana. No one realized what it was. Everyone decided they had to run. The Lord only regretted his lifelong collection. His 2,000 gold portrait had burned down. Luin Ardell asked if he still has time to worry about his collections. It's about time he took care of himself. Just at that moment Luin Ardell was trading with him. He will bring the value of the goods from Ardell, compensate tenfold for the losses incurred through his fault. That is his offer, and he will accept it. What do you mean, 10 times? How much money is that? Luin Ardell told the man to get started now. Almost everyone wonders how much his father will be surprised when he informs him that he has resolved the issue. Thus, he sorted out the problem and headed back to Ardell. Suddenly someone told him that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. There he had a rather unexpected guest waiting for him. That's when our hero saw her. It was Irene, Lady Irene. About 2 months ago. He said how sick he was of it all. It was interesting at first, but now all he wants to do is go home. Lady Irene asked, wasn't he talking about the small beautiful region of Ardell? She was glad the banquet had ended without incident, but she was really afraid something terrible would happen because of someone. Luin Ardell apologized. The guy said there was nothing he could do but accept the efforts of the students, but also bad-mouthed his name. Was it really as beautiful there as he said it was? Luin Ardell said that of course the place is beautiful, brings peace, and she should visit it sometime. Was it true? But then don't let him deny it. He said he wouldn't, but he couldn't think at all that she would actually come. And his father was glad Luen had grown so much. His sister was not happy. She asked if he wanted to explain anything to her. Luin Ardell didn't understand what she wanted from him. She asked what their relationship was. She was his lover. Where did they meet? Ruina, however, volunteered to show the area to Irene when he offered to do so. She immediately volunteered. Wasn't that nice? But she doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen in 6 years? Her father asks if she really isn't his girlfriend. He can be honest with him, but she says she isn't. Father was saddened to realize this. Why did this news disappoint him? Okay, they'll put aside personal issues and discuss something else. Let Beggins come through. His father thanked him. He told Luen he couldn't accept that money. Luen couldn't understand why his father thought that. It was his money. But wasn't he one of the Ardels? True, no one would deny that he is the heart of this territory. But does he have other things to do outside of it? Luin Ardell simply remains silent at this point. He understands perfectly well that this is said out of concern for him. He knows that his father is a deeply upright and moral man and respects these qualities in him. It hurts him to discuss governance issues without him. Luen said he wants to use the funds to benefit Ardell, just like they do. He revered that the young gentleman should know how he had been supporting Ardell all this time with his personal funds. For the future, he would prefer that he discuss it all with him first, not make any hasty decisions. The man said he would keep that in mind. Whatever his intentions, he can't accept his money. He's not ready to take responsibility for the estate on his shoulders yet. And he still has 3,600 gold. That's their legal money. But getting it under the current circumstances is akin to discovering a long-forgotten stash. What's that supposed to mean? He gave me 3 times as much. He refused to accept the rest. He was so adamant that even those subordinates of the new lands would not be able to rise. Luin Ardell asked why his father was so adamant. Indeed, he had already tried to reason with him. But there was one but. Such is their lord. He looked at the man at that moment. Luin Ardell, too, thought about his father with a smile on his face. Of course, Luen realized that was true as well. Afterward, Luen left the building. At that moment, he saw his sister with Irene. They stood and apparently waited for him. Luin Ardell asked if she enjoyed the tour of the grounds. She'll go for now and wish him luck. Be sure to let her get along with her brother. She seems like a good person. What is she talking about? And why does she say such strange things? Luin Ardell asked if she would like to take a little walk with him. Ruina is a very sweet girl. I wish he had a little sister like her. He's glad the two of them are getting along. So, nothing bothers him. He seems to be deep in his thoughts. Luin Ardell asked, is it that noticeable? As the heir to the family, he would like to do something for his territory, but nothing comes to mind. If you count the cash prizes from the Great Festival and the money received from Monzo, you get about 40,000 gold pieces. Father said that he could use it as he pleased. There's no way he can stop thinking about his region. Despite the fact that she traveled all the way here, Luin Ardell didn't really talk to her about anything, though. He immediately started asking how she'd gotten there. Not a happy remote area, so there must have been a lot to go through. She said the journey didn't take long. She made it in 2 days from Revodane. It was only a humble question to make amends. Once you get over that mountain range, Ardell is just a stone's throw away. And so, however, the answer was the solution he was looking for, the southern mountains. Despite being part of the Ardell territory, the terrain makes the process of partitioning the lands impossible. Also, the reason why those territories are empty is because of the local monsters. However, given their proximity to 8 Lake, their geographical importance is high. What if they took advantage of the neighborhood and built a trade route through the southern mountains? By forging ties with places of the same importance as Monzo, they will be able to establish themselves as an independent territory and be the only powerful in the south. A path leading to the Rainak Empire. Why didn't he think of it before? It would have been a huge help to their region. The protagonist started thanking the girl and said that thanks to her he had found a solution. Lady Irene didn't understand what he was even talking about. Luin Ardell said they'll see more. After that, the main character just started running away. The girl realized that he was quite an entertaining man. The man said it was impossible. Luin Ardell asked why. He had already tried, but all 8 of Atake's trade guilds had turned him down. But why would they do that? From their point of view, their territory is not profitable. Even though they know it's a great opportunity for their territory. However, it was impossible. A lot of things have already changed here. They're not much, but they're evolving. Just because the trade guilds have been turned down doesn't mean you should discard an opportunity that can bring so much hope. Who knows? Suddenly the Great Festival winner's offer will be met with a much different response. The father was indeed surprised at his son's determination. He's settled the matter with Lord Monzo, so what reason is there to stop him? The father agreed after all and told Luin Ardell to go and give it a try. The boy thanked him for the opportunity. When Luin Ardell came out, he was asked if he was going to Etlake, now in the same boat as her. Mr. Illegal. Luin Ardell asked what she meant. She's saying she crossed into their territory without authorization? That's exactly what happened. It was against the law. Let her cross the border through abandoned lands alone. Had she always been so brave? And hadn't she thought about how dangerous it could be? She doesn't think it's comparable to what he's done. He broke into someone else's dorm at one time, and without considering any risks, used unconventional methods in competitions, and won every step of the way. Compared to him, wouldn't her act seem like a petty prank? Luin Ardell sighed heavily at this point, but she plans to go even farther. Then she'll follow him. She's already a legal migrant, so the rest will be easier. Thus, they headed straight for Lake, deciding to cross the southern mountains and thus scout the situation. Even with a compass, it was difficult to navigate because the landscape was too uneven. It was decided to find the right place with the help of search magic tuned to humanoid creatures. There are rules that students are not allowed to use magic on vacation. As they were running away, the girl asked, "Aren't students forbidden to use magic outside the school? Should we use the compass then? It would be better for them to go together." Lady Aryan also broke this rule when she arrived at their territory. However, the search magic began tracking the humanoid monsters, causing them to unknowingly enter the werewolf's lair and put themselves in danger. Luin Ardell confronted one of the creatures at that moment. Then there was a massive explosion on the battlefield, but he learned that the werewolf pack depended on its leader, and could not overpower the leader. He was also given an unknown assignment. Luin Ardell was surprised that he had been given an assignment called Silver Werewolf Mane. Next, using the magical traces, they once again rushed towards their destination. And luckily, no more monsters were encountered along the way. I think they came to the right place this time. They had indeed arrived at Lake, a huge city-state with 8 large lakes connecting to the sea. Like Altine, it is a neutral country under the control of the Empire. Here, a representative of the 8 trade guilds, referred to as the joint government, holds the seat of power as queen. It is a trading city, dominating trade on the continent. Rumor has it that it even trades with pirates if the deal is favorable. Money is the most important thing here, the girl asked, and where they were going now. Luin Ardell answered her that to the Hall of Gold. It represents a large estate in the city where the representatives of the trade guilds gather for lunch. Therefore, it is the perfect place to negotiate with them. The guard asked if they had an appointment with the chapters and said he could wait here. Could he please pass along a message? If they officially file, it will take some time to review. The guy said to just tell him Luin Ardell was here to see them. And then there was Lady Irene Prius. The Guardian couldn't believe that the winner of the great festival, Luin Ardell, was standing before him. He apologized for not recognizing him and would pass it on right away. Fortunately, they were able to get into the Hall of Gold. There were a lot of sculptures made of gold. The girl said it was just what it sounds like. Yeah, it's nothing like their land. The guard told them to come through. Luin Ardell told himself not to worry, for he was here for a fair deal, not a pardon. Luin Ardell opened the door and said he was glad to see them and introduced himself by name. Everyone was very much surprised when they saw him. Then Luin Ardell and the girl walked a little way forward, closer to the people. What he thought was a common rumor turned out to be true. He saw them at Altine. So he's the winner, or what? The man asked what had brought the next generation's honorable mage to their lands. So, even here, being the winner of the great festival carries weight. He was worried that coming uninvited would backfire on him, but it looked like the conversation was going to happen. Well, whatever the question was, fine. If I wasn't benefiting their guild, let them not run ahead of the locomotive. But he was curious, too. Luin Ardell said he had come to discuss trade between Ardell and Lake. Everyone thought carefully about his words. There were also people who conversely started to get nervous. Talisman told him that he seemed to have adjusted their ardor. One of them said, "Ardell sounds quite familiar. Does he know where that is?" "In the south, a small kingdom called Radian." The woman said it was an estate in the countryside, selling fish and sweet potatoes. It seems the lord of the land had already visited them. How did the negotiations end? They refused unanimously. And why would they do that? Because it wasn't favorable to them. It was a one-sided proposal. Luin Ardell sat sternly looking at them all at that moment. In that case, he believes there is nothing to discuss. Luin Ardell realized that they were merchants to the core. As soon as they hear something that interests them, their attitude immediately changes. He is both a next-generation mage and the young master of Ardell. But in their eyes, he is only the would-be Lord of Ardell, a rich young gentleman of the countryside trying to steal their money. Their dualistic cold approach is hilariously obvious. Luin Ardell asked if they had made the same decision. It's sad to see this kind of reaction before I've even had a chance to voice my suggestion. Luin Ardell pulled out a pouch and said there was a total of 30,000 gold pieces in here. Of course, everyone present was very much surprised when they saw this. Luin Ardell asked if they are now more motivated to continue the conversation.